Mr. Mayor, it's 5 o'clock. Are you ready?
Good evening, everyone.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to this special meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency, Monday, April 29, 2024. If you wish to provide public comment on tonight's agenda, I'll detail exactly how that is going to happen as we get further into the meeting. There'll be several opportunities, but we have speaker cards in the back of the room, and that's the process. And you bring them to our city clerk. But before we start, I'd like to invite Monica Aparicio and Kathy Mejito to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're trying to get in touch with the interpreter to see if they can hear us.
Thank you very much. We'll take a bit of a pause while we get the system working.
I am one of the interpreters. I can hear you now. Thank you.
Great, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Are we ready for the interpreter advisement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mónica y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Kathy. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse el más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idiomas. Thank you. We are ready.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
May we have a roll call for the evening?
Apologies. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
Healy?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Posake?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
Thank you.
And with everyone present, may we rise and have the Pledge of Allegiance. In a moment of silence, thank you. Tonight is a special workshop, and as such, there's slightly different rules on our general council meetings we have, and in that there is no general public comment tonight. We're focusing right on the workshop, and so we'll have opportunities at various points in the workshop for council to ask questions and for the public to weigh in at the same time. So you may hear me call for your cards to come to council, but there is no general public comment here at the beginning. And another announcement I'd like to make is that it does take many contributions to make a community, such as being in attendance tonight and helping things along, or being on one of our committees and commissions. But you can just be a member of the community who helps. And tonight, I'd like to note that we've lost one of those people in our community who helps the rest of the community. Bill Donahue spent a number of years assisting in our mobile home parks with efforts that they need to be knowledgeable on the law and rights and opportunities. And he will be dearly missed. And tonight we'll be closing this meeting in his honor and memory. Thank you. Now, for tonight's workshop, we have a presentation and suggested feedback relating to the general plan update, including feedback on the draft blueprint for carbon neutrality and the public review process for draft policy framework. And we're going to conduct this workshop to review and discuss areas of land use alternatives. To help us with this, I'd like to ask our Director of Community Development, Brian O., to help tee it up.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon/evening, community, mayor, council members. My name is Brian O., your Director of Community Development, and I have the pleasure today to kick off a discussion, a workshop that we have planned. I'm joined here by a number of our staff members, a number of our leadership team here at the City of Petaluma, as well as essentially the full consulting team that has helped us get to this point in our general plan update. So 2045, roughly 20 years from now, that's the planning horizon. When I think about 2045, my 3 children will be out of school and graduated in college and post-college, and part of why we do this work, not just from the 9 to 5, the office hours, we do this for our community and our neighbors and my children's classmates, and so I take that to heart. There's a lot of work that has been done to get us to this point. We, part of the introduction and start of the general plan update for our city was largely done during the pandemic. And so we had to quickly pivot and do a lot of our community input and a lot of the work remote. And so we're essentially, playing a little bit of catch up. There's been a lot of work that the community to date has provided. And so we're looking forward to providing the council here and the public a little snapshot of that. And so to this point, when we think about the general plan update, we have, through this council's leadership, a housing plan for the next 8 years. And so we have a certified housing plan, March of 2023. And we've been working diligently and essentially bifurcated the process through the leadership of council to recognize climate as an emergency. And so with that resolution and the climate action, we've essentially prioritized that work. And so you'll get a preview today on our city's climate action plan, over 1,000 public comments throughout this process. Lots of input provided from our various committees, commissions, and boards. And so we are really excited to give you that preview today. And so we'll have a coordinated presentation. Again, a number of our consultants will walk us through this. First up, again, climate action plan, essentially setting the tone. What does it take for us to be a carbon neutral city? And the city has a really positive and a goal that we are wanting to meet, and it's a tall order. It's something that we're going to need the community's support on. It's something we're going to need the city council support on to get us closer to that goal. And then next up, we'll have Heather Hines walk us through the general plan frameworks. And so we'll touch on what are essentially the makings of the general plan, the draft general plan policies. And then the main event will be a discussion on land use alternatives. And so within those 25 years, how do we want to evolve? How do we want to grow as a city to accommodate not just the people and the community that we have now, but the next generation and the following generation? And that's what we can do with the general plan update. And so with that comes with some discussion on how we may need to evolve and change as a community, whether it's zoning, whether it's prioritization of different policies, the one that's really front and center is mode shift. How do we get more people to be able to safely move through the town, through the county, through the region, safely out of their vehicles, right? That's really a big target that we're going to need to get to, and we'll do a deep dive in that. And then, as well as the council in February of this year received a presentation on modeling for sea level rise and flooding. So we are a river town. It's something we're proud of. We'll continue to be proud of. We're rooted, in the history that Petaluma is and will continue to be. But there's also the real fact that climate is changing, and it's going to impact our city along with a number of other cities. And so in response to that, how do we evolve different parts of our city? And so that's, again, something that we need leadership from council on this evening. And so we're looking forward to that conversation. And first up will be Eric Yurkovich talking through our blueprint for carbon neutrality.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that introduction. My name is Eric Yurkovich. I'm a principal at Ramey & Associates, and we've been working with you all on the blueprint since back in 2021. So I'm going to talk through that. Just give me a second to make sure my slides are up first.
And I am going to ask if you could slow the pace a little. I know we have tons of content, but for purposes of communicating with our translators, we do need a little bit of pace.
Absolutely. So tonight what I'm going to do is share a little bit about the development process for the blueprint. I'm going to talk a little bit about the inventory of emissions within the community. And then I'm really going to spend a little bit of time focusing on the cornerstone actions that are part of the blueprint itself and those revisions overall. And then we're here to talk about some of what we heard during the public review process on the blueprint and the comments that we received, and then really to take comments that you all have both on the blueprint, but then on those revised cornerstone actions. So the blueprint for carbon neutrality really represents the city's program to reduce its share of greenhouse gas emissions. It aims to really implement a shared vision for climate change that really started or really was focused as part of the city's climate emergency framework. The intent of the blueprint is really to build on a lot of the work that the city and community have already done, lifting that work up and then expanding that out over time to really wrap the greenhouse gas reduction program into those existing programs. Now, the blueprint for carbon neutrality is really intended as a short-term implementation plan. So we're talking about kind of a 5 to 10-year time horizon with lots of check-ins over time and a monitoring program built in to share and report back how the city is doing on its implementation. Now, in climate planning, we usually talk about two specific things. The first is greenhouse gas reduction, and the second is climate adaptation. And while there's overlap between these two particular areas, the blueprint really focuses on greenhouse gas reduction, and the general plan focuses on climate adaptation. And the intent of that was to separate them, to move the greenhouse gas reduction plan forward more quickly so you can start its implementation, in part because of your aggressive climate neutrality goal. Now, as I mentioned, we kicked off our process in 2021, where we inventoried emissions across the community as well as municipal operations. Then we conducted a series of greenhouse gas reduction analysis, where we analyzed a series of greenhouse gas mitigation or reduction measures. We made some assumptions about how aggressively the city could implement those measures, and then quantified the potential reductions from each of those measures. That analysis was then compared to your climate and carbon neutrality goal. And from there, we developed a series of greenhouse gas reduction action plans, which we reviewed extensively with the city staff and leadership team, as well as, I think, 6 or 8 different Climate Action Commission Advisory Committee ad hoc meetings. We took all that feedback, packaged it together into the blueprint for carbon neutrality, and then shared that out with the community last October. And it's been out for public review, and we've been taking comments on that as well. During that public review process, we've had a number of opportunities to get community input, both online, but through board and commission meetings, as well as other avenues. Now I'm just going to take a few minutes to walk through some of the key components of the blueprint. So as I mentioned, we initiated the process by inventorying community-wide and municipal operation emissions. Really, this gives us a baseline to understand the emissions profile within the community. But there are really 3 types of inventories, and I want to highlight each of the 3 because we touch on each of the 3 in the blueprint itself. So starting from the outside and working in, consumptive-based emissions are an estimate of both direct emissions within the community as well as indirect emissions within the community. So those indirect emissions include maybe goods and services purchased outside of the community that are shipped here, your airplane travel, and other types of emissions. Much of these are outside of the control of the city itself. And so we often focused on kind of the center, the community-wide emissions or those sector-based emissions. These tend to be closer to the city's jurisdictional control, and you can establish policies and programs around those. Typically, these inventories are a quarter to a half of the total consumptive-based emissions. So consumptive-based emissions are a large portion of emissions. And then finally, we inventoried municipal operation emissions. So that's the things that the city of Petaluma as an organization emits during its functions and operations. And these are really just a fraction of the community-wide and then the consumptive-based emissions, typically about less than 1% of your emissions. This is an illustration of the city's greenhouse gas emissions profile in 2018 when we did the emissions analysis. The city had about 472,000 metric tons of CO2e. You can see from the chart itself that most of those emissions are from on-road transportation, so about 2/3. About a quarter or so are from building energy use overall. So those are sort of your 2 primary sectors of emissions overall. And then we looked at the trend over time. So from 2010 to 2018, energy and water emissions fell due to entering into Sonoma Clean Power. That was really positive. But then there was an increase in transportation-related emissions, in part due to the impacts of changing models that were happening at the regional level. Now, I've seen the 2020 inventory for the city that was been done by the Sonoma Climate Protection Authority, and overall your emissions have declined again, in particular in transportation sector with the COVID-19 pandemic. Overall, transportation emissions went down across the board. We also looked at as I mentioned, the emissions from the city as an organization itself, and so we estimated those at about 36,000 metric tons. Most of those, like the community-wide profile, are in the transportation sector. And you'll see as we go through the presentation, when we get to the cornerstone actions, there's a big focus on emissions from those sectors with the largest parts of the pie. So once we had inventoried those emissions, we wanted to know what it would take to get to the city's carbon neutrality goal. So we created a series of what-if scenarios. But first, we did that by creating two forecasts. So what would the city's emissions profile look like in the future? There's a business as usual forecast, and that says no policy change. Not very likely in the state of California. So we also create what's called an adjusted business as usual. So that takes those emissions and adapts them for state policy that's being implemented at the state. And that's really what we use to tier off and look at local action. Then what we do is we created a couple of climate action scenarios. The first of those is what we call the ambitious climate scenario. That one really coincides with the Blueprint's action plan. So when you see the graphs, it coincides with what's in the blueprint itself. And it illustrates both that ambitious state policy, but then very ambitious local policy as well. And then the what does it take scenario is just a bookend for us to understand what we would need to do to get to that carbon neutrality goal. The climate action scenarios really looked at these 7 sectors of emissions. So energy and buildings, transportation, land use, resource consumption, water, sequestration, and municipal operations. The darker boxes tend to reflect areas where there's more opportunity for emission reductions. And this graphic on the screen illustrates the annual greenhouse gas emissions for the adjusted and the business as usual, so that no action scenario, and the adjusted business as usual, kind of on that top part of the graph. And then the ambitious climate action plan models the Blueprint's action plans. So it includes building and energy upgrades, a significant increase in vehicle electrification, mode splits. And this scenario really helps the city to reduce emissions by 250,000 metric tons of CO2e in about a 10-year period. This ambitious climate action plan scenario would also help the city exceed the state targets for greenhouse gas reduction established in Senate Bill 32, which calls for a 40% reduction below 1990 levels by 2030. This would also allow the city to then use the blueprint and its analysis to really help with the general plan environmental impact report and allowing future development to tier off of that program so long as it meets some requirements. But nonetheless, you can see that ambitious scenario doesn't quite get us to that carbon neutrality target. So you might ask, why not just ratchet the blueprint numbers to get to that carbon neutrality goal by 2030? It's just a model. You can turn the dials, right? So this slide illustrates some of the fundamental differences between the two different scenarios that we just wanted to share with you this evening. So on the left, the ambitious climate action scenario, again, that's the blueprint action plans being modeled. It electrifies about 40% of the buildings by 2030. It models about a 25% electric vehicle fleet within the entire city, and then a mode share of about 50% of the trips by non-auto modes in 2030. And that still leaves that that emissions gap that you can see at the bottom. What does it take scenario necessitates electrifying about 85% of the buildings, and then having a mode share of about 75%. Now, you could toggle the electric vehicles or the mode share in there. I think there's opportunities to have more electric vehicles and lower mode share across both of the scenarios, but we were just testing these ideas to see how far we would need to get to in order to meet the city's targets. Now, what would that look like from the perspective of citizens and staff? So electrifying between 40 and 80% of the buildings would be about 1,000 housing units per year to 2,400 housing units per year to get to that target. Electrifying about 1,000 new vehicles every year, you can see there's about 3,800 vehicles within the city. And then mode split of about 50% would be something like North Beach or Chinatown in San Francisco. So you get a sense of like what it would take to get to these ambitious numbers. So given staffing capacity, resources.
Apologies if we could just slow down slightly for our interpreters.
Oh, absolutely. So just given the staffing capacity, resources, the costs of doing this, technology adoption, and then implementing faster than the state, for example, and the federal policy, we worked up a reduction process that recognizes those challenges, but really aims to implement and reevaluate the blueprint over time. So we start by implementing foundational actions that will set the city up for the future. Those are those cornerstone actions in particular that we're going to talk about tonight. These include developing financing mechanisms for building electrification, EV adoption, transportation demand management ordinances, and then finishing up the general plan. Those are a few of those kind of foundational actions. Then we aim for more urban transformation. These include things like implementing the full active transportation plan and all of its street networks, while also working to sequester carbon or capturing carbon within the landscape, so in trees and in parks and open spaces. And then at all the time, really working to monitor and adjust the blueprint over time as we work towards our goals. And then towards the latter half of the decade, the city will really work to expand the decarbonization programs, transition from more voluntary incentive-based programs to more mandatory programs as financial support becomes available and as state and regional policy kick in. But all the while really trying to focus on that vision of an equitable transition. So each of those 7 reduction sectors that we discussed earlier has what we call a series of implementation strategies or action plans underneath them. And this graphic is just intended to show you the array of things that the blueprint touches. We're not going to go into each of them this evening, but within each of those smaller green squares, there's a series of actions both for the city, as well as partnerships with the community and engagement opportunities, and partnerships with regional and local organizations. So foundational to the implementation of the blueprint is equity. So we believe equity can be implemented in a number of ways, including ensuring that the process is just and fair, ensuring that we justly distribute resources to priority communities that will experience the biggest climate harms, and then working to address some of the underlying causes of what makes people at risk and vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So equity considerations have been incorporated into each of the action plans, as you can see, but there's also a number of tools that have been incorporated into the blueprint itself that city staff will be able to use as it implements the blueprint itself. So through extensive work with the city's leadership team and Climate Action Commission, there are 29 priority or cornerstone actions that are included within the blueprint now, really with the goal of helping to meet the city's ambitious climate target. So these strategies align with some of the council priorities. They generate significant reductions in co-benefits, and many of them are really foundational to setting that framework for the city to jump off of moving forward in the future. So over several meetings, we worked with the Climate Action Commission to revise those cornerstone actions, and that's in your packet for you this evening, and we'll go through those tonight. I'll just say that nearly all of the cornerstone actions that were in the public review draft were kept in the cornerstone actions, and then there are additional ones added that focus on municipal operations as well as community engagement overall. So first up are cornerstone actions focused on municipal operations. These were mostly included within the blueprint itself, but working with the Climate Action Commission, we really worked to lift these up as priority actions, really to help align departmental resources and staffing, develop organizational structures, communications, and collaboration across departments and staff within the city, and then to manage facilities and assets to reach carbon neutrality. And as you can see from the comments that we got, there was a lot of focus on the city being a leader in accelerating its own carbon reductions. These also included the electrification of the city's transit and other fleets, electrifying municipal buildings, aligning the capital improvement plan with the carbon neutrality goal, and then upgrading the courtyard to be consistent with the new needs for those alternative fuel vehicles. And then to ensure transparency and accountability within the implementation of the blueprint, a number of actions were incorporated to really focus on partnership and engagement, both with community members through a robust new climate awareness program, but then also partnership with stakeholder groups, external organizations like utilities, as well as community members to provide the information and to share that out with them. Reducing emissions in the transportation sector is really one of the biggest challenges that the city will have in implementing the carbon neutrality goal. And it's not just Petaluma. This is an issue that all cities and communities are facing, as well as regions around the state. This will require investments in transit, active transportation modes, transportation demand management, and parking policy. Really that helps reduce single occupancy vehicle use and shift people into active modes or electrified modes of travel. So the next 7 actions really focus on that transportation and land use connection. These include finishing the city's general plan, revising the zoning code based on that, and then incorporating complete streets improvements in all roadway and developments. This includes street speed limit reductions, completion of the local road safety plan, the active transportation plan, and more. Additionally, in the transportation sector, these include expanding and improving Petaluma Transit, adopting a transportation demand management ordinance, instituting parking pricing policies and programs, and then working to expand electric vehicle infrastructure across the community, but particularly focused initially on the community's most disadvantaged populations. These 2 cornerstone actions focus on energy purchase and building electrification and efficiency. And the city really aims to accelerate a fossil fuel utility system that reduces energy-related greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonizes both new construction and existing buildings overall. That first action focuses on expanding the city's partnerships with Sonoma Clean Power, as well as PG&E, to identify and reduce and remove barriers to homes and businesses to participate at the 100% evergreen tier. And the second strategy is really the development of a phased-in energy efficiency and electrification strategy overall. The next actions focus on capturing or sequestering carbon from the natural environment. It includes actions to manage the city's parks and open spaces in ways that support healthy soils and biodiversity. It includes supporting the expansion of water conservation programs, nature-based solutions, as well as finalizing the urban forest plan and developing an open space management program. And the last section of Cornerstone actions focus on resource consumption. These include a continued partnership of the city with Recology and Zero Waste Sonoma. It includes banning gas-powered lawn and garden equipment and minimizing the use of herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers on city-owned properties, and then working with HOAs and others to do that in other parts of the city as well. So we received about 1,000 different comments on the blueprint. Most of those were supportive of the plan itself with the intent to clarify and or expand the goals of the plan itself. Now, on your screen are a couple of themes that we lifted up, the general themes that touched on a lot of issues that community members rose, focusing on equity and implementation, making sure that we engage and acquire co-benefits as part of these strategies, ensuring that the funding is in place to do this work, and then making sure that we're adaptable as technology changes in the future. Now, on the right are a series of specific recommendations. Now, we got a lot of specific recommendations on every area of the plan, from mode splits to electrification to sequestration and natural systems. But we just pulled up a few that we felt were areas where the blueprint could have more detail or expanded ideas, like non-residential building decarbonization, coordination with architects, trades, and contractors as being just a few of those different examples, coordinating with the school district overall. And then specifically, we just wanted to emphasize that we heard a lot from the community about the city of Petaluma itself as being a leader in doing this work and accelerating its own reductions in emissions overall, to show that leadership and to show how it can be done overall. So finally, we just wanted to let you know about next steps. So we're in the process of pulling together all the comments and recommending specific changes to the blueprint itself overall, as we've been getting them throughout this process. We're going to then take all those, make changes to the plan itself, and then release a kind of a proposed final draft blueprint this summer. And then we'll go through a process of hearings with the Climate Action Commission, Planning Commission, and then back to you, I believe, in the fall this year. And then in the end, it really will kick off the city in its implementation effort. So just want to say thank you all this evening for listening. We appreciate any comments that you have generally on the blueprint or specifically on the Cornerstone actions that are in front of you this evening. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Great report. I think at this point we'll move it up to council and ask for questions from council. Then we'll go to public questions or comment at that time. So let's start on the council dais and see who's got anything they want to offer up here from this. Wow, am I the only one? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Unusual with this group. It looks very comprehensive. Appreciate that. One of the things that strikes me is that the goals are going to require the electric transmission and distribution grid to be upgraded substantially, especially if we're trying to get existing buildings moved over from natural gas to electric heat in the winter months. And have you tried to scope out how realistic or where the electric grid is on the transmission side and the distribution side in terms of being able to support this kind of a program? Because, you know, these kinds of conversations are happening statewide, and I think the utilities are, you know, I hear at Cal Cities and talking to legislators that PG&E often gets called out for being months behind in hooking up new construction. And I don't know if that's transmission and distribution issues or if it's manpower issues or all of the above, but you know, that problem is not going to go away. And if we're having these ambitious goals, I think there needs to be a deeper dive into you know, what's realistic to assume and what additional investments might be required to be pushed by Sacramento in these areas to support us and other communities that want to do these things. Because we could easily be talking into the billions of dollars statewide. And kind of related to that, I was curious what a mandatory decarbonization program might look like for existing buildings.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. As of last year, there was a court case that just came down where the city of Berkeley was sued by the Restaurant Association. It went through a court process, appellate courts overall, and it required them to remove their requirement for electrification of new construction. So that had been kind of the preferred pathway that a lot of communities around the state, and there were a number of them who had already implemented electrification programs, both for new construction and then phase out for existing buildings. And I apologize for talking too quickly, so I'll slow down again. I think it was last year in 2023, the Bay Area Air Quality Management passed its first of its kind regulations in the country to phase out the use of natural gas appliances within homes, focused on the reduction and the removal of nitrous oxide emissions from homes, and focused the intent of that ordinance on public health concerns and issues overall. That regulation is intended to go into effect in 2027. They're working on the rules and the regulations around that right now. So in this case, it might look like something like that, where you use and you rely on the regional agencies' rulemaking to help support the implementation here locally within the community. That said, there's a lot of things happening in this space right now around rules and regulations. And I think what we're going to try and do is make sure that the plan is adaptable and flexible enough to take advantage of what the opportunities might look like in the future.
So will those air district regulations affect existing buildings and existing housing stock or just new?
It would affect both. It would affect them when you say you needed to buy a new hot water tank for your house, then you would buy an electric version of that.
Okay, but how about space heating?
Same.
Same thing. Mm-hmm. So you can't replace your existing natural gas space heating. You have to. Okay. Well, that's going to be expensive. So just shifting over, Mr. Danley, the Berkeley case was mentioned, and I think I've seen some cities say that they think their ordinances are sufficiently different that it's not affected by the court decision. Do you have any opinion on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Healy. Cities are looking at that, as are we, to assess the scope of the surprising and I think wrongly decided Ninth Circuit decision that essentially treated federal regulations intended to consistently govern the energy efficiency of consumer appliances, which is something that makes a lot of sense, into a right to use different sources of energy. That was the impact of the ruling. One thing that's importantly different about Berkeley's regulations is they were just adopted in reliance on its police power and its municipal code. Ours and others like ours were instead adopted as local amendments to the California Building Standards Code as true building standards and amendments to the building code in accordance with the scheme in California for local amendments to what is otherwise the state promulgated code. And that was done very consciously on our part to strengthen the regulations. Also, we took a very careful and thorough look at CEQA and our enactments, because some attempts to regulate and require electrification in our region had been stymied by legal challenges based on CEQA. So we have those strengths in our favor, but the language of the Ninth Circuit case is, and again, this is another bizarre feature of the ruling, it's extremely broad, but that doesn't necessarily mean that its scope is as broad. So we know San Francisco is looking at that. There's some other cities in the peninsula that are looking at that, and so are we. We'll be back to the council with some suggestions. We know that from what you've just seen and more that will be discussed tonight, that this is a very important area. It's building energy and transportation energy that are the two biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, and it's buildings that local agencies have the greatest ability to regulate. There are still, challenges with that, as you've heard, and we'll hear more of. There are equity considerations. You got at some of those, indirectly in some of your questions, because of the cost of potentially on consumers and residents on making the switch. We talked about similar things recently about gas-powered landscaping equipment, because there's a cost of making that shift, and there's catch-up that technology is playing. So we're looking at that. There's going to be, as you heard, and as I think you know, there's going to continue to be a lot of developments in this area, and I think it's going to be key for us as an organization, if we're really serious about carbon neutrality, and I believe we are, and I believe we're compelled to be flexible and not necessarily focused on particular implementations as much as we are how to get to our objectives, and the ways for which it may change. And this may be one of those. So we've not, I do not concede that we are unable to proceed with electrification in Petaluma, and we're looking at how to be in the best position as we can to do that. And we'll be updating the council. So thank you.
I appreciate that. That's a lot of moving parts there. Yeah, and just one last area of questions. You mentioned paid parking to reduce demand for parking, and do you have a display in any particular parts of town where you want to implement that?
No, as we outline in the blueprint, the city staff would do a study of that to identify the particular locations where it would be implemented first. Maybe you expand out of your downtown, right? There's opportunities because that's a big activity center, but again, those would all be worked out over time as you.
How much do you think you'd need to charge per? So I gather the goal here is not to raise revenue for the city, is to reduce demand for parking. Is that correct?
Well, there are a lot of programs that have been established, parking management programs that have been established, and then use those revenues. They either put them back in the district as improvements in the landscape. They're like a business improvement district.
Right, but your PowerPoint only called out reducing demand for parking as the purpose of this. Mm-hmm. So, right. Okay. How much per hour do you think you would need to charge cars to reduce demand in a meaningful way?
I think the answer is we wouldn't know. We don't know at this point yet, and it would vary by time of day and the location and the particular
activities. So it would be a time of day type of thing where it would be so much at noontime and something different at 7 o'clock at night.
Right. You'd have to design the policy, and I'm sure that would be a thing that would be brought back to you through.
Well, I hope that comes back sooner rather than later, and because I don't want to leave that ambiguous for the community. I think as we're adopting a general plan, we really need to know what is being proposed. And I have to warn you, some of us who've been here for a long time have seen paid parking downtown belly flop in a very embarrassing way. This is not a community that accepts that kind of thing easily, or at least it hasn't in the past. And I would also say that, there's another goal here to have a vibrant downtown. And if you implement that policy without having the other policies in place, which are going to be harder and more difficult and expensive to achieve, if you just go ahead and implement paid parking now and wait for the other stuff to happen later, you're going to have more empty storefronts in downtown, even though, we have council members who say they want to avoid empty storefronts downtown. So it's an area where you have to move pretty carefully. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Pozike?
Yeah, I might have missed something, but I didn't get the action number 20 that was omitted or said not applicable. And I wondered what happened to that.
We moved it up to action number 5.
I see. Will eventually things be renumbered after that, or?
Yes, we were doing that for our tracking purposes.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shribs.
First of all, questions and comments?
It's really hard to filter out the comments, so if the question/comment is concise, it's
okay.
Wonderful.
All right. I'll do my best on that because I'm also on the Climate Commission liaison, and so I've already seen this a couple times and given some feedback. There's still some things that are missing and not brought forward, I think, that are going to be critical. I just went to the watershed meeting that was regional for the entire North Bay, and we had the state climate change modelers speak to us from the top of the water board for the whole state, and they're predicting much higher temperatures and supply issues as well as flood and drought issues, even more than what's in our plan, what we've even said. So a lot more work probably needs to be done in those areas. Water was only slightly mentioned so far in the blueprint here and there, but from the state point of view, they're really going after increasing groundwater use tremendously. They're going after increasing supply, water retention basins wherever they can. They're doing even water reuse from the so if we have recycled water, that can even become potable now with technology. So, and these are absolutely critical for our water supply, and that's our number one need going down the road, above and beyond everything. We need proper water in and proper water out. So I'd like to see all the water upgraded comments or things that we can do to enhance both water in and out of our city entirely, as well as adapting for drought and flood. So I think those need to be raised up to a higher level than what's in the current blueprint. Then there was other concerns I had about some of the realities. I think Councilman Healy was mentioning some concerns about community acceptance, and so I think we're going to run into a huge community acceptance issue on things. So particularly on because the city itself is going to be a leadership, and I think we need to do that. I'm all for to take all the actions that we can, but when you demonstrated that consumption is a larger item and for carbon footprint, because we have to illustrate there's a big difference between emissions and carbon footprint. And I think that was not illustrated enough so far of what I've seen in the blueprint, that our carbon footprint, and that's where consumption really has even a bigger impact, as you were showing in your slide, but I don't think people still realize that, and how to modify that. And then in the other one is your transport. I think you're estimating transport within city limits so far, the numbers I've seen and what you've done. So, and transport between cities is even, I think, as big or bigger than transport within the city. So we need to really address that in a more positive way also than what's currently in the blueprint. Then other things, a lot of folks have suggested about the economy and how these actions, whether we should put more dollars and effort into adaptation rather than reduction of emissions. And I think we need to make sure we have that balance. So we need to look at those adaptations also a little bit stronger. Then, and I think one of the other things you brought forward was on the mode shift. When you're talking about 50% mode shift by the year 2030, I think our current cars currently on the road today, I know are lasting a lot longer. And so we're still going to have the cars running that are on the roads today are still going to be running in 2030, at least 75% of them. So that's a huge ask of our community and a huge behavior shift that we need to support. So I get concerned about the realism on that and also getting our community support, realizing how dramatic we are going to be asking them to do changes. So the how to get the community buy-in to do that type of change, that level of change, I think we need to have the recommendations. Yes, we want to go this direction, but what I'm not seeing is the how and how to get our public on board with all these actions. This is pretty idealistic, what you're looking for, and so I'm concerned about the idealism versus the practicality on a lot of these things that we're going to be asking for. We can take all these actions. So I'm missing those things. So I'd like to see a lot more discussion on the how-tos and the buy-ins and the costs. Because I think, in general, I'm still seeing a lot of idealism, and which I all agree with. I think we need to go there. And you're showing that even with idealism, yes, we can get, we still can't get there, even going overboard. We still can't get there. So this is where I'm really concerned. So would like to hear more about that. And I think the cornerstones, we're going the right direction. And I think, as Councilman Healy said, the electrification, dependence on PG&E, how are we going to get them to do what they really don't want to do or have trouble doing? So how to do that? Those are the things. So those are sort of like comments, sort of questions as to where are we on those things within the blueprint and those actions. I know you wrote a lot of stuff down of things I was talking about, so I'd just like to hear some responses.
I can go through a couple of points, Councilmember, and thanks for those comments. On the consumption-based emissions, we talked about that a fair amount at the Climate Action Commission in particular. We generally focused on the sector-based or the community-wide emissions in the work that we were doing because that's the area that the city of Petaluma has the most influence over, but included a number of an action plan and a series of implementation steps for the city to do education, community partnerships around those types of emissions to get people to understand, what happens when they buy a box from Amazon and their sweatshirt comes from Vietnam, right? What does that mean in terms of emissions overall? But really starting to understand and educate people on this so that people make different decisions in their daily lives. So there's a whole set of actions related to community-wide education, partnerships with both organizations locally within Petaluma, but also kind of nonprofits like Cool Petaluma, those kind of neighborhood-based groups, but then also the school district and others outside of that overall. Transportation is everyone's hardest thing to work on as part of climate action planning. It's about 2/3, 50% to 75% of just about everybody's greenhouse gas inventory at this point, especially if you have access to clean power from your, in this case, Sonoma Clean Power. That's going to be your biggest challenge. It can be the electrification of fleet. That requires people to purchase new electric vehicles, that it requires charging infrastructure at homes or at places of work in particular where people are most likely to charge. And so the action plans touch on those infrastructure issues. We don't, in particular. And then mode split is, again, it's another set of actions where you are working collaboratively with community members to educate, provide community awareness around those issues. But then you as a city are working to implement your complete streets programs, reduce speed limits on streets in order to make people feel safe and comfortable moving through those environments overall. You have to layer on with that transportation demand management and parking policies. All of these things work together. It's an all-in approach on the transportation sector. And in 3 or 4 years, you're going to, as you do the implementation of the blueprint, you're going to find out what works and what's not working for this community, right? There's a lot of ideas in here. Your staff will be opportunistic about grants and funding But ultimately, there are a lot of unknowns as you go through this process, and you're going to be learning and updating and revising as you go to best meet the needs of this community and all of the technological policy and regulatory changes that are happening rapidly all in this space overall. So these are the things that we think about. We set this plan out, but in 2 years, you're evaluating it. 3 years, you're evaluating what's working and what's not working overall. So that's I think answers to a few of the questions that you raised. I'm not sure if I got to all of them, but that's kind of how I answer those.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. One of the general plan reports talked about 18,000 trips coming into Petaluma each day and like 22 leaving. I don't know how much control we have over the 22,000, but there's some portion of those 18,000 that are tied to not being able to afford housing here. But I didn't see anything about housing as a strategy. So I'm just wondering, are we including those however many thousand people that can't afford housing here? Are those captured in as part of our greenhouse gas emissions?
Yeah, so the great question. So the way that greenhouse gas inventories capture transportation is your inventory includes all of the vehicle miles traveled within the city of Petaluma. And then it accounts for half of the trips that go, say, from Petaluma to, say, Richmond. Your pie, you get half of that, and Richmond gets the other half of that. And so Richmond is responsible for half, and Petaluma is responsible for half. So that's how the accounting works on the greenhouse gas inventory side. So that way, your actions will influence those emissions overall. So trips outside do count towards your VMT. There is an action plan in the transportation and land use that focuses on location efficient development, really focused on building housing and jobs in those places, in those 15-minute centers that you're going to be talking about later on this evening, really to kind of densify and put development where you want it to really help people take short trips by non-auto modes, put them in places where it's easy to access, Petaluma Transit, Smart Transit, and so forth.
Thank you. Appreciate that response. There's others that are in there, like it says improve transit, and I'm wondering if we've done any analysis on if we need to add routes, how many riders do we need to have to provide high quality transit with fast headways, and what that means from a land use standpoint. And I'll ask that question and then I'll layer in my comments after, I guess.
That's another great question. So the city is doing a short range transit plan, and the short range transit plan is the plan that the agency itself will use to look at service levels, routes, locations in the future. So this plan itself doesn't identify those services or frequencies of those transit routes. It leaves it really to the Petaluma Transit to do that work.
Have we just looked at our existing routes and said, like, how many riders would we need to add to our existing routes to be able to get headways down to 15 minutes or 10 minutes or something like that, to where it's convenient enough to expect people to presumably, not use their car and to use transit?
We did not do that analysis as part of this planning.
Okay.
Councilmember, if I could just chime in. So I don't know if we have our transit manager, but I think what you're getting to is there a magic number? What's that tipping point to make it easier? And so maybe I'll just respond with rather than a quantitative, a qualitative, right? If we can make transit accessible, right, we're going to pilot free for all riders, and through that encouragement, if we can make it the easier choice, the healthier choice, and thereby it's something that a growing number of our population can start using to get to their daily needs, whether it's work, play, going to a friend's house. That's going to be what it takes, right, to start to see the mode shift, and to get people to start thinking differently on how they move around our city.
Okay, now for my comment is what I feel like is just overall missing from the blueprint is like metrics and targets. There's a lot of people who really care about climate action, and they think that the key to climate action is planting more trees. And that's not going to reduce our transportation GHGs. And we're probably going to adopt this blueprint, and there's going to be a big celebration from all the people who want to see the city taking climate action. And there's like a spoonful of medicine that needs to get with that sugar. And that is the targets, because then there's going to be a series of policies and programs that tier off of this, like TDM policies, our zoning code, things like that. And we need those targets and those metrics to be baked into this plan so that we can hunker back on it and lean back on it and say, this is what climate action looks like. This is what a carbon neutral city, this is what leadership looks like on climate action. Otherwise, they're going to feel disconnected. And that's where we really need you to start like leading us down that path with this document so that when we do adopt it, it links to the next set of policies and programs that it's going to inform, because those are going to be, significantly harder. And if we're serious about climate action, which I know we are, certainly some of us, we need to have those in there. And then I'll just say that, the simplest thing that our council can do is continue to make smart choices that promote alternative forms of transportation. And that is, what we need to do. And I agree with Councilmember Healy that, focusing on paid parking, continuing to put that in there, like that's one thing, but it's not the magic bullet. It's honestly just it's like the thing that people will look at, but it's part of a larger scheme. And that just feels like it's just sort of dropped in there, without a lot more, heart to the rest of the document on transportation in particular. And just a lot more content around the intersection of land use and transportation and housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Thank you for this. I didn't hear anything about our aging population, and we can't ignore that. I don't know exact statistics of what our population is going to look like during the next 25 years, but it's something we can't ignore. And this is our active community, aging community that's not going to want to get away from their vehicles because it's a show of their independence. My 86-year-old parents drive. They're not going to be taking electric scooters or bikes around town. They're going to be driving their vehicles, and they're probably 15 years old already, the vehicles. They don't replace vehicles. So they're not going to be getting electric vehicles. They're wanting that independence. They want to be able to be part of the community. They want to be able to go to more medical services and appointments without public transportation. They want that independence. Have we looked at those numbers for a population that's aging but staying in our community?
As part of the blueprint process, we didn't specifically evaluate the demographic conditions within the community and how they're changing, but I believe the general plan did as part of the existing conditions, studies, and analysis, and that was published, and it's published on the city's website.
Yeah, that is accurate. So we did do that as part of the demographics and where are we and who are we and, how our population is made up as part of the general plan. And it's also, to your point, and I know you were saying specifically not wanting to use transit, but that's one of the reasons we're also looking at different types of transit. When we start looking at our micro transit, where it's a little more, it's on demand, it's getting you from point A to point B, and ideas to do that, trying to continue to look for ideas that serve everybody's needs, not just one size fits all. So starting to look at that as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. My questions that kind of go more towards the priorities. Right now we put everything in the bag, and it likely exceeds our capacity to achieve, and that really worries me. What we put in the bag is what we existentially need to do. So how do we drop things out? Well, we don't have resources, and resources are both funding and the public process and staffing to achieve change. Change is hard. So I'm trying to look at where the matrix is of what will get done and what will have the best benefit. And so I'm wondering if you have a ranking, or can you say if I have $1 million, I would do this, and if I have 10, I would do this, and I've had 100, I would do this. Is there a resource constraint matrix possible?
Well, one of the things that Ramey did do was looked at the biggest bang for your buck in terms of emission reduction, but also cost. So there is, I can't tell you what page it's on off the top of my head, but it looked at, here are the top things that are going to really reduce, and here are the most expensive things, or the least expensive things. So obviously, great for us to be looking at where that overlaps, right? Where we do have the resources, we do have the money, and we get a big bang for our buck. The thing with the foundational, cornerstone actions were some of those things that we kind of need to be able to build on top of. If we don't have the focus in the city in terms of the training and the culture, we're going to have a harder time implementing the policy. So that was something that we heard from the Climate Action Commission, is that training and the focus across all departments to keep our eye on that prize. So that's foundational. The other thing I'd say is, and we recognize this, that this is a lot. There is a lot in here, and there's no way we can say, okay, we're going to do all this in, this year we're going to do all of this, and that year we're going to do all of that. We have to remain flexible because things are changing so quickly. So this is going to need to be integrated into our conversations about city priorities. It's going to have to be integrated into our conversations about city budget. And we're going to have to remain flexible when something we thought we might be doing in year 4 and a grant fund became available, to be able to pivot and say, well, maybe that was supposed to be year 4, but look, here's an opportunity, here's a funding source, here's a partnership, whatever it is, to remain flexible. So I think your question, Mayor, a little is, we got to keep coming back to this over and over again and prioritizing for the short term each year with our budget, with our staffing resources, with our city priorities.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate the cornerstone actions are broken into types of categories: the municipal, foundational, and then the transportation later and separate. There's so many ways to look at this. Like transit is 18% of city emissions and is a very low ridership. So if we get electrification of buses and somebody else pays for it, that's a really good thing, really knocks the reductions down. But if we don't get anybody riding it, is it the best place to put the limited staffing resource we have into achieving that? So even the free stuff, we have to have the change in mode, because, putting people on the bus is what reduces the public's GHG. looking at that and also noting that the city is being credited with GHG contribution from its employee commute, it seems like that would be a huge, strong leading place to invest in. I guess the question is how much money are we expecting this to be in each, how much available funding do we have for city resource over the next 2-3 years, the short range window? Granted, there's outside money, there's a lot of good grant money right now, and we're using staff resource to find the grant money. But what do we expect this to be as an economic hit on the city right now? And have we gotten that far?
I don't think we've gotten that far. I mean, I think we're going to, as we implement, we're going to have to be looking and taking, diving a little bit deeper. We have, I think that action plans were like $1 sign to $3 sign or something like that to give you a sense of the costs of them. But I don't think we, I think that was one of the cornerstone actions about the, establishing protocols to determine the cost benefit of the actions. So we understand what is the cost benefit of these actions, what is the, how to help us make those decisions on what do we do first, what do we do in year 1 versus year 3, and how fast, and what are our resources?
Yeah, I think there's a tremendous story to be told and communicated to the public, even at the beginnings of actions. Climate leadership is one thing, but out over your skis is another thing. And we need to bring the public along. I would put the actions of communicating to the public a much higher, the consequences. When we have only 2% of people in Evergreen program right now, and really we could be so much higher when we only have 8.5% people with solar installations in town. When we have more than half of the people in town have the middle-sized trash can instead of reducing consumptive behavior and getting into the smallest can, when the weight of the blue carts increases every year, I think it proves that the communication and connection with the public has to be the top of the list, and that's where I would love to see, more communication. I do know that in terms of getting elderly people out of their car and whatnot, my messaging is if you can be nice to people who will get out of their car, you don't have to get out of your car this year. If you can support a bike lane on a street, there's room for us to get to 50% of trips without everybody doing every trip. But somebody has to do some trip. That's probably the end of my questions there. And there was another question up here. Councilmember Healy.
Well, I'm just
start
talking
from this end, Janice.
Yeah, I'm just talking more regional. But so many people come in and then so many people leave. And when you're looking at it like SMART in our transportation system, and the importance for integrating to make sure that when people use SMART that they can get to where they need, but also with Highway 37 closed and 680 was closed, and you just really see the importance of train transportation and and SMART, and you're bringing all those people in, and that integration, it just seems that's where you're going to get a big bang for your buck. But of course that's billions of dollars, but you're sharing with 9 other regions in this area. And it just seems, transportation seems to be the biggest problem. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate what Councilmember Now said. And as I see Chief Miller in the audience, I called the police on my dad for driving. And Officer Miller at the time knocked on his door. And, this is quite a few years ago. And, and I'm really thinking about how do you get seniors out of their cars for safety reasons also. And that really is the integration of our transit system, and not just the large buses, but the micro buses, and really going in that direction. So you're educating people how to utilize those services. But you really look at just the regional problem of how many people come in and how many come out, and how do you address that? And it just seems as though, if we could go up, the corridor to Sacramento, that would make a huge difference. And, but it's a lot of money. So appreciate the conversation and just hearing, everybody's comments, because it all kind of ties together, and we do have to be realistic. And I appreciate, like, every few years really coming back and augmenting the plan. Because, whenever I see carbon neutrality by 2030, I just kind of cross my eyes and figuring out how are we going to get there. And I think realistically we probably won't, but with each incremental improvement, we're making, improvements, but it goes really back to transportation, and freeways are not the answer. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. I forgot we were supposed to be on questions here, but Councilmember Now, did we have a comment from the end? Going once, Dennis? Please.
I was holding these for comments.
We're going to come back to comments.
Okay, but they relate mostly to questions of other council.
Feel free, jump in. This is your minute. We're going to try
and I guess I first want to say I really appreciate the emphasis that the staff is making on flexibility, adaptability, because myself, I just, I don't want to hamstring us into stuff that people are going to say, you said in the general plan you're going to do this, and things change just so damn fast. And so I had a question of Councilmember Barnacle. Is it okay to do this?
Go for it.
To ask Councilmember Barnacle mentioned metrics, but I was happy with in this document that some metrics are suggested in every section, at least most sections, if not every section in the blueprint, in terms of what you could use as a metric. And I wondered if he was wanting a lot more than that. And the second thing relates to Councilmember Shribs asking for more detail. I'm trying to oversimplify this, asking for more detail. And again, I'm always concerned that more detail straps us into stuff and makes us less flexible. So I just have those two questions of those other councilmembers.
I'll shoot. So for me, like, transit is going to be extremely critical for us to, address equity and climate together, right? It's huge. And so when I think about the targets or the metrics, it's like look at our existing routes and how many people do we need to have riding transit, and therefore how many people need to be living within a quarter mile of our transit stops. And that's going to have huge implications for our zoning code and for just in general all the things that are going to tier off of that. And I did not see those numbers in the blueprint when I read them. And I just think that those are extremely critical pieces of information. If we're, I think honestly, a 15-minute neighborhood is centered around transit in my mind. These are things that are going to be critical, and making sure that the sort of nuts and bolts of them are embedded in this document are important, because there are some things that, we do need to have in my mind.
Okay. Councilmember Now, you're good. Councilmember Healy?
Yes, thank you. So this conversation brought up one other area in my mind I wanted to ask about, and that has to do with transit funding. And I guess the city manager can confirm. My recollection is that all of our bus and paratransit funding is basically restricted funds we receive from the state. Is that correct? So there's no general fund dollars in there at this time?
There is some general fund for our transit-free program, but we have that in our budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess what I would like the consulting team, the general plan team, to do is do a deeper dive on those funding sources that we rely on for transit and paratransit, because I am concerned that I do think we should continue to rely on those funds. I think it would probably be a red line to open up the general fund to funding these kinds of things, because then that would be competing with other vital services like police and fire and everything else that we provide. And it would have kind of in my mind, the camel's nose into the corner of the tent type of issue. And I think you should try to look at those funding sources and try to scope out what's realistic to achieve over the next 10 years from those funding sources and what we can do with those.
Councilmember Healy, we are actually working very diligently to attract more transportation dollars into our what you're calling restricted or enterprise.
Okay, and I assume that would mostly be in the grant category?
Yes.
Grants are great, but
Right.
they're unpredictable.
Well, and they're one time most of the time.
And you can't. So it's mostly capital funding, I would expect, as opposed to operating.
For right
funding?
now, for electrification and such, but we're hoping. I mean, we're going to be one of the few cities that does fare free for a very small amount of money out of our general fund.
And that's great, but are there grant funds out there for operating costs as opposed to?
We are looking. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of grant monies that will be coming.
Well, anyway, I just appreciate a deeper dive into this area so we understand what's realistically achievable. Thank you.
Can I ask, did we want to bring in the transit manager on this?
Thank you, Jared. You got your hand up.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Jared Hall, Transit Manager. Councilmember Healy, regarding your question. So as Peggy mentioned, City Manager Flynn, the only general fund we're currently getting is for the Fare Free program. The vast majority of our funds right now is through dedicated enterprise funds. Those come from the state level with what's known as TDA, Transportation Development Act, and STA, State Transportation Assistance, which are enterprise funds that come from sales tax and diesel tax. We also get a portion of funding from the Sonoma County level Measure M, Transportation Quarter Cent Sales Tax. But a lot of those funds, and especially other grant funds that we get federally, are on the capital side. The operating side is the side that is harder to get funding for. And as mentioned, those are often one-time funds. We've been successful getting several funds, such as facility improvements, electric buses, that helped us fund our recent round of 4 electric bus purchases. We continue to look at those going forward. As of now, our unfunded portion for the electric buses to get to zero emission by 2030 is approximately $9 million. We have had luck getting those funds, and that's something that we continue to look at going forward to help meet the goals that we're discussing here tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great information. I just want to have a deeper dive into what those funding sources are going to look like going forward, and know if we're reliant on statewide diesel and gasoline sales and the prices of those products. That's something we need to understand at least.
And I think that summarizes that the blueprint can't really be a contract. It's more of this year's goal roadmap, and as the dollars change year to year, and as the adoption changes year to year, we'll try and stay current with it.
Can I add something
Please.
there? Sure. Back to Councilmember Barnacle's point too about, transit and making sure that like our 15-minute neighborhoods, centers transit is incorporated. And, so much of that when we start talking about land use, it's such a key integrated part of that, right? We have to increase our density centers to support transit. So you have to have more numbers. You have to have people using it. You have to make it easy and affordable and, all of those things. So there's so much overlap. So not lost on the group that's working on the general plan and the importance of that. And kind of to your point, Mayor, I did want to emphasize that this is a blueprint. It's not a plug and play with everything that's brought up in here in terms of here's the funding, here's the, go out and do it tomorrow. It's recognizing that parking might be one component of many components that together will make a shift. But if we're going to do something like that, there's lots of things we need to do before we're going to have a parking program, right? We have to do all sorts of analysis. So we don't have the numbers in terms of how much or what hours or those kind of details on a lot of this, but it gives us the starting point. It gives us the things to look at each year when we're prioritizing, we're looking at funding, we're looking at resources. So I just want to make sure that, you know, all of your comments are extremely helpful, and some of them we might be able to address and some of them we might not be able to address at this point in this type of document, but it would be the subsequent steps.
Could you recap the relationship between the blueprint and the general plan? There was the adaptation mitigation split, and what we're talking about here, will it roll into the general plan? Will it inform only the general plan?
So when we started, we had called out a CAP with 2 A's. So action and adaptation. Adaptation, we decided to separate them because we had a 2030 goal with our carbon neutrality, and time was staring us down. And we were doing our really in-depth flood and sea level rise modeling, and that was taking longer than we had initially anticipated, but we felt like it was so critical to so much of the conversation with the general plan. So the adaptation, the land use, that we just couldn't go on until we had that modeling. So we decided to separate them and do the action, the greenhouse gas with the blueprint, do the adaptation with the general plan. That is the track we're on. The Climate Action Commission had brought up that we should think about, after adoption of the general plan, combining back to a climate action and adaptation, or consider doing that and taking the adaptation actions from the general plan and rolling the appropriate ones into a CAP with 2 A's. So that's something we could consider doing, but we don't need to make that decision right now. Our goal right now is to have a final of the blueprint for adoption and continue to work on our adaptation and resiliency as part of the general plan.
Thank you. And the mitigation work that's in the general plan, or that is not going to be in the general plan? The mitigation side.
For the adaptation?
Yeah, okay, I get things.
Yeah, we'll be in, and like the framework that was just released last week for flood resiliency. So
that's all in.
That will be in the general plan. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we should bump to public comment here, and for each of these little elements we're going to have a moment for public comment on this specific area. And so if anyone from the public would like to speak to this topic, the blueprint, please bring a card forward to our clerk, and we will have a minute to speak on that. And while you're doing that, I'd like our moderator. Who's our moderator tonight? Caitlin, are you our moderator tonight?
I am actually the moderator.
Thank you very much for being our moderator tonight.
Absolutely.
And wearing 2 or 3 hats over there. So there's a messaging, and since it's the first of the evening, I'd like you to read the messaging.
Absolutely. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation, and the timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
And also, may I ask the clerk if we've received online submittals prior?
We did receive 2 public comments, which are posted on the website.
Thank you so much. To lead off, Ben Peters, to be followed by Dave Alden. And I think we will be setting the clock at 3 minutes, but do not feel obligated to use the 3 minutes if not necessary.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. I guess there was a couple pieces of unverified information, which was somewhat surprising, but perhaps not surprising, coming from the dais. The California ISO, their most recent 2024 plan had $6.4 billion of transmission work. That's to do all the things that was mentioned in the general plan and the climate action plan. So I do think having any city level focus on transmission planning is a bit of fool's errand. And furthermore, Jason Taramino, the PG&E representative for our region, did grace us with his presence. And so if there are any questions or concern about the distribution and grid in our area, we now have the person to speak with on that matter. Regarding our gas transmission system and how expensive or non-expensive certain upgrades might be, I'd like to remind everyone that 90% of our gas comes from Alberta, Canada, 1,000 miles away. And if you're a fan of planning, Plan Bay Area 2050, all of the scenarios include a major earthquake, every single scenario. And the most expensive thing we can do is continue to rely on natural gas coming from Alberta, Canada. It is very expensive to not transition away from natural gas, period. I wish I had more time to talk about the mode shift and the important metrics of that. 70% mode shift. I think the mayor did an excellent job of highlighting who we're asking to mode shift and who we're not asking to mode shift. Okay? When I started dropping my children off at preschool, I was one of 2 people that rode my bike. Now 20% of the preschool rides their children to bike on their school. That is exponential growth. So when the elders in this room have a difficult time comprehending mode shift, the younger generation asks not that you shift your mode yourself, but rather step back and allow the city to be built in a safe way so that we can continue to bike and walk safely to get our children to school. The mode shift will come from the future. The last thing I'll say is on our transit system. PPSC does an amazing job. Their transit numbers dwarf ours. If we simply help them electrify, we'd do a great job. And so we spent a lot of time talking about that.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dave Alden, to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I was very impressed by the presentation by Mr. Yurkovich. Thank you very much. I certainly support the blueprint, but the conversation tonight has been marvelous. I wish I could have taken more than my 3 minutes to speak, but one thing I really liked is the acknowledgement that we're not going to be carbon neutral in 2030. I don't think the public has heard that yet. I think we need to make that clear. I think we need to make clear that we want to head that direction. We will head that direction. But that goal, as far as everything I'm hearing, is dead at this point. But I do want to see more and more planning toward what it takes to move us toward that eventual goal. As the chair of the Transit Advisory Committee, I was thrilled to hear transit brought up so much this evening, probably more than it's been brought up in every city council meeting as long as I've lived in town. Thank you for that. And a lot of you already heard me make this comment, but when I look at the blueprint now, there's a huge dichotomy. Even if we talk about 50% mode split by 2030, that's probably based on the typical European model of mode shift is 25 to 30% of all trips by 2030 on buses. Today, we're at 0.6%. And yet, when you look at the blueprint, it calls for us to add 4 electric buses. At the same time, we're retiring 4 diesel buses. We're not increasing the fleet. We're not increasing the hours of service. We're not increasing the headway. We're not adding any new routes. And yet, we expect to go from 0.6% to 30%. That's the kind of thing that when I read the blueprint, it misses on that logical point, and we need to hit that, I'm sure, not just on transit, but on a number of areas. Paid parking, For years, I've been pushing for downtown paid parking, and it should not be a revenue source for the city. Every study out there says don't try to do that. Take the money, put it towards something that benefits the area where you're going to have paid parking, in our case, downtown, as a way of mollifying the merchants and making it all work. Where you put paid parking in, Donald Shoup has done this work. It's been proven time and time again. Wherever there are consistent times of day when you have less than 15% of the parking spaces available, parking meters make sense, and you price the meters so that you get back to that 15% number. So anybody who wants to drive downtown knows they can get a parking place. They don't have to circle the block. They don't have to create congestion. This is just all stuff that we've learned. It's consistently worked out. We need to start following that model. Checking time. I'm running out of time. One last comment. The public needs to buy into this. What I hear all the time is that from the public that we didn't live up to the general plan of the 2008. That's because they didn't understand they had a part to play. We need to have that conversation with them going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dwayne Bellinger, to be followed by Robert Hanson.
Yes, it's Dwayne here. And I want to thank you all. I think you're doing a great job. I really do. And you're dealing with problems that mainly come out of the federal and state incompetence. We had billions of dollars awarded today to basically build our road infrastructure, but not one word in that about where the money comes from other than borrowing it from our grandchildren. We should be building the roads only with gas tax money. And the federal government, state government are doing a tremendous disservice to the whole future for failure to do that. I would point out that one of the council members here doesn't like spending property tax money, I guess, on buses, but doesn't seem to have any problem bringing up this evening the question of the massive amount of money we spend on building roads locally out of the property tax, the amount in our sales tax proportion, and the amount of money in hospital, health, from automobile accidents. We subsidize automobiles locally at this enormous level just to add to the federal subsidies of the state subsidies. And that's our problem. That is truly our problem. I'd like to say a nice thing about Brian. I think he's absolutely right that that's to take a look at the people coming in and going out of the city. I would like us to ask those employers who have people coming in to ask they know where the people live. They've got their W-2s they mail to them, at least, to ask them what they could do to have them move to Petaluma. What kind of housing do the workers who are actually here, was it, Brian, you said 19,000 a day? What kind of housing do those people want? What can we do to bring them here? As far as people going out of town, maybe if we told the state we don't want them to fund Highway 37 being brought above the sea level unless they do it with gas tax money. Thank you for your good work again.
Thank you. The last card I have is Robert Hanson to speak on the blueprint.
Good evening, everybody. Robert Hanson, native California. I grew up with duck and cover and smog alerts. When's the last time we had a smog alert? 15, 20 years ago? I listened to one of our city reps touting this windmill farm 30 miles off the coast in the middle of our whale migration route for an energy production system that is 8 times more costly, 4 times less efficient than anything we have. The hole in the ozone that was supposed to end all life by 2035 has healed itself by 40%. The Arctic is losing ice, but the Antarctic is gaining ice. Net total, 1/16 of an inch in rising global sea level. With Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, he not only armed every terrorist organization in the Middle East, he gave China $1 trillion in rare earth minerals. They're mining it as we speak, and they're mining it out of Bagram Air Force Base. You think that has anything to do with this windmill solar panel thing? When's the last time we had a smog alert? Late 60s, I was a high RF transmitter tech for the Navy. The biggest transmitter I had was 1.2 million KW. I could talk to a submarine down 400 feet on the other side of the world. HARP, an affiliate of our government, whose stated goal is to control global warming and weather, is transmitting billions of watts into our ionosphere. Billions. You want to stop global warming, shut down HARP. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker. That closes public comment on this particular item. And let's bring it back for council to have their comments on the blueprint before we move to our next item. Anyone feel they have a comment they'd like to make? Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah. Heather, you made the comment, this isn't lost on us. The vision for that, totally agree. It's not necessarily in the blueprint, and I think that's where it needs to be for the people to understand what we're talking about. And I just want to totally agree with what Ben Peters said, that we're not asking the older generation to get out of their cars. We're asking the older generation to make it safer for us to get out of our cars. And so really appreciate that perspective, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shribs.
Thank you. I think we're pretty much all in agreement. It sounds like we do need to move forward, and this is a pretty extensive plan. I think some of the things we still need to work on is make sure that there's, when I went to an En-ROADS workshop just last week, and the amount of connectivity between everything, every little thing you might do, we need to do it all, and everything is connected to everything else in an additive way. So it's like synergy. If you can do one thing, 10 things, it's like you're doing 20 things, but it is additive. So there's a lot of connectivity and additive between all the actions that we can do. So that needs to be emphasized. I think that the land use, one of the biggest things we can do for adaptation, as you mentioned, was land use. And I think that needs to be emphasized. It's how we, where we put things and how we use our land, whether it turn it open space, buildings, whether we build dikes, whatever, that adaptation and land use are totally connected. And so working on that. I think since if we had the PG&E person here in the room, I would have liked to have had him at least give us a couple minutes of background information as to where PG&E stands, because it's going to be them and Sonoma Clean Power. They're going to lead the way for electrification, and we really need to hear from them. We can ask all we want, but we really need to hear their proposals to support this blueprint in electrification. So we really need to make sure that happens. Education for every, and getting the public buy-in, critical. We just gotten some of the feedback of what we've had and just some of the things we've tried to do in the last couple months. Public doesn't seem to be quite ready entirely for something this big that we're about to do. So getting more public buy-in at this point, how are we going to do that, and little things. And then, of course, I just want to bring back water management in all its ways. Needs to be emphasized in part of the blueprint plan, because that's going to be the number one thing that's going to be a problem down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing, forgot to add.
Please.
What wasn't mentioned was what other cities are doing is rebate dollars for e-bikes, and that seems to be very successful in other cities happening right now. And that's just another little thing that we could do, just added to the list.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point. I think Sonoma Clean Power had a rebate bike and sold it out right away, which just proves that we're not working hard enough in that sector and need to I'm supporting what you're saying about increased rebates. And I think that rebate extends to modifications of commuting patterns by city employees by incentive. And incentive is at this time, I think, where an awful lot of this is. I think we are a little ahead of the public on the need to convert, and particularly this anecdotally about the Cool Petaluma. I mean, the reason I love them from the beginning is because they put the onus on the individual to modify individual behavior and pivot from continuing to ask the city. The city was taking care of their business. City is adopted and all in. you need that same kind of commitment from the public, and Cool Petaluma was formed to encourage that. They ran into a little bit of problem is that they ask for you to change your behaviors or invest in your own, invest cash in your own self is a more challenging ask than do you support climate, modifications. So it was difficult. But now that we're 2 or 3 years, 4 years down the road in that program, we're seeing, yes, more mini splits are being put in. The message took time to seed, and but we need to keep investing that early effort and bumping our head against the public's current position and acknowledging the early adopters so that we can change the public's concerns on this. I trust that the city will move in all the right directions in terms of moving water here to there and with the best energy choices and all that, and the bus system getting right. But I think we need to really focus on having the public participation. And I did want to reiterate the housing connection and land use connection. I think we're going to put housing in the right places. I think it's very easy to say we don't want to put a house in the middle of the floodplain, and we'll stand behind that. What's harder to say is that on the main corridor, we're going to need a little higher than you're already comfortable having. Our densities are going to have to increase, and that's what will promote mode shift. That's where you will find it's more fun to stay in your neighborhood because the amenities are there in the 15-minute neighborhood, rather than trying to hop in a car and leave. So it's not just the land use as a residential code, but a density comment as well. And that's me for the evening. Councilmember Pozicate.
Sorry. Just to add on to some of the things that have already been said, I think one thing that a piece of data or a metric that hasn't been specifically mentioned is that we're appropriately talking about how it's going to be difficult to get buy-in from the community on a lot of this stuff. And I think that should be another metric we use to choose what we do first and to make priorities is what we think people might get used to and like the quickest things that we can do.
Well, thank you.
Not sure what those are.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Eric, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. That gets us through our first segment, the Blueprint for Carbon Neutrality. But before we move into the policy frameworks, let's just take a minute. We've been here 2 hours, and let's take 5 minutes, stretch our legs, and come back and hit the next topic strong. It is now 6:53. 5 minutes to 6:58. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, at this point, I think I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. And we're all good to move to our next component of tonight's workshop. The next component is policy frameworks. And I'd like to ask Heather Hines, our Special Projects Manager, to lead us off.
Thank you. Now I feel like it's my job to make up time. So good. We'll see how that works. Right, and talk slowly. And waiting for the PowerPoint to come up, but good evening. So we are ready to move on to the next segment of our presentation. And we are going to talk about policy frameworks and land use alternatives. Next slide, please. I don't know who's driving. Oh, Ron, you are. Okay. Okay, there we are. So hopefully people are starting to recognize this visual. This is our general plan update roadmap. And I'm very excited when I saw this today that the little blue star is moving closer and closer to alternatives. So this shows you where we've been from initiating this project through our discovery, vision, policy development that has resulted in the frameworks and now our conversation about land use alternatives, and sprinkle in a housing element and a blueprint for carbon neutrality. So we are making our way. We are riding our bikes down the road toward plan review and adoption. So slide 3, there we go. And there's so much happening right now. So really trying to pull this diagram together to just remind you of all the things and the different inputs, then how they are coming together. For instance, we were just talking about the importance of flood and sea level rise modeling and how that was essential to inform our land use alternative, how the blueprint is essential to inform the frameworks, and ultimately the frameworks being essential to inform the draft general plan. So really looking at the interconnectedness of all of these and how we are continuing to move towards that final general plan and environmental impact report. Next slide, please. Similarly, we felt it was very important to remind us of all the inputs that we have put into these policy frameworks and these land use alternatives. We have done a lot. We have done a lot as part of this general plan update process, and also want to recognize that there are adjacent projects that are happening, such as the SSTAT report or the active transportation plan, and how we are making sure that those are also considered as additional inputs into the work we are doing. Next slide. So our goals for tonight with this second and third portion of our evening together, we want to provide an update to the City Council on the development of the draft frameworks, kind of review what went into those, what those are, what purpose those serve, and the review process that we are initiating. We also want to provide you an update on the land use alternative process, and again, what has gone into that, what we've heard, what we've considered, and then providing an opportunity for the council to provide some focused feedback on the direction that we are taking with those land use alternatives as we prepare to go into a round of community engagement around those alternatives. So we're going to do a brief overview of the two items just to kind of get everyone on the same page. So first, we're going to briefly touch on the recently released policy frameworks, looking at the process to date, the input, and the next steps. And one of the things I really want to emphasize is that we are not looking for council members' individual feedback on every individual framework tonight, believe it or not. So we are here to let you know where we are in the process, and we are kicking off a robust engagement and the frameworks in conjunction with that feedback from the community, from our boards, commissions, committees. Those will all be brought back to the council for consideration. So just want to make sure both the council members and members of the public don't expect kind of a deep dive into every single individual framework tonight. That's not our intention. Next slide. Okay, you got it. Thank you. Really, the most substantive part of our conversation tonight is around the land use alternatives. We're fortunate to have a full complement of our consulting team here tonight that's going to touch on that context and that background that informed the land use alternatives and the inputs, flood resilience, fiscal consideration, transportation, land use, all these things coming together. And then Ron and Troy are going to provide an overview of the areas of change that have really been the focus of our conversations with the General Plan Advisory Committee and the planning, more recently, the Planning Commission. And then we will provide an area by area discussion and considerations for each of those areas. What we are asking from the City Council, in addition to just receiving this update, is there's a couple key questions that we have for the Council that we want to make sure we touch on before we go into a robust community engagement process with these land use alternatives. And it's really to make sure that we're not going in a direction that the Council doesn't support. We are going with some pretty definitive land use concepts to de-intensify certain river adjacent areas, but that also means intensifying in some combination in other areas. And we want to make sure, are these the right areas to be talking with the community about? Are these, the right discussion topics? And to get your feedback on that. Next slide, please. So touching specifically on the frameworks, back one slide. I'm like, wow, Ron, that's really fast. One of the things I think it's really important, the frameworks are technical documents on 14 topical areas. 13 of those frameworks have been released, publicly released to date, with our flood resiliency being the most recent that was released last week. The 14th will be the land use framework, which is going to be released this summer with the preferred land use alternative. The two of them, there was a synergy to looking at the two of them together. So that will be the 14th. But I wanted to clarify that each of these frameworks won't necessarily be an element of the general plan. It's not just taking that and putting it in as an element. So a lot of the narrative, the inspirational narrative that goes into a general plan, that's yet to come. So we did get that comment when we talked with the GPAC, is kind of like, well, where's the oomph? Where's the energy around that? And in all honesty, these frameworks, they've got a lot of information, a lot of technical information, but they will be woven into a general plan that then brings those other pieces together. Next slide, please. this diagram, although very small up on the screen, but the octopus arms are the 14 different topical frameworks. Along the top, those are the inputs. Those are the things that were considered and informed each of these frameworks. So our housing element, the existing condition reports that we did at the very beginning of this process, the vision and guiding principles that the GPAC drafted and the council accepted, the blueprint, the active transportation plan, and then, of course, the input from our General Plan Advisory Committee, our community, our staff, and our consultants. So it's all of that information and inputs come together to develop those draft policy frameworks. So just really emphasizing that and emphasizing all of those inputs, and then the process ahead of us. So getting input from the community, from our CCBs, to update and evolve those into final frameworks, which will inform that draft general plan. Next slide. So again, 14 frameworks, 13 have now been publicly released. They are all available on the website, planpetaluma.org, and there is now a comment form linked to each of them so that members of the public, members of CCBs that maybe are focusing on one or two of the frameworks but want to have an input on historic resources, even though they're on, the PBAC, they can go and make comments on any of the frameworks. So that is all up and linked and available on the planpetaluma.org website. Next slide. And then this is just a little bit of an overview of the frameworks, and really the purpose is to start outlining those general plan goals, policies, implementation. So thinking of it as the goal being that general statement that expresses where we want to be, what our outcome is, those policies that are statements of intent or direction towards achieving that goal, and then those actions being those specific things that we're going to put into place to implement those policy. So these will continue to be refined and expanded in response to feedback on the draft frameworks. We go to our first CCBs on Wednesday, and one of the questions we're asking each of the CCBs is there something missing? Is there an important goal or policy in this specific topic that we didn't touch on? So these are still evolving, and that feedback will evolve those frameworks into their final form. Next slide. I touched on this point already, but these will inform the general plan, but they are not just an automatic element in the general plan in their current form. So we may decide to change the organization. We may decide that something was in one framework, but when we go to outline the elements that we move it, we are going to add that compelling holistic integration into the narrative of the general plan. Want to remind everybody that we are also looking for this general plan to be a digital general plan, so that easy access, easy update, that evolution. We want to be able to go back in 5 years. How are we doing? What has changed? And keep it current. And we also will be working on implementation plan, so very specifically recognizing that action matrix in terms of who's going to do it and in what time frame, and what the roles are for not only the city, the community, our stakeholders, and tracking that progress. So a lot to come when these frameworks get folded in and evolved into that general plan draft. So as I mentioned, we are kicking off community engagement around these frameworks. So we are going to each of the CCBs, starting with a joint meeting of PBAC and Transit on Wednesday and the Airport Commission on Thursday. So we've got a pretty aggressive schedule to go to all of the related CCBs, some of them more than once if they are looking at 3, 4 of the different frameworks. The frameworks were really tied to what that CCB's purview is, their focus, and it's to allow the experts in specific topics to do the deep dive, such as our Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee looking specifically at the Historic Resource Framework, and so that Transit isn't looking at that necessarily. They're looking at the mobility framework and really focusing on that. We are also excited for an upcoming community event, Plan Fest, on May 11th, 9 to 2 at the fairgrounds, which we will have stations for each of the frameworks with consultants, the primary authors of the frameworks, as well as staff that worked closely to review and discuss, as well as our GPAC members. So we hope people will show up, come out, provide input. It is not a 9 to 2 straight through. You don't have to commit to 5 hours. It's an open house. So come in, stop at the stations that most interest you, come for lunch, kid activities, come first thing in the morning and enjoy coffee. But please come and join us. Next slide. Just back to, I already mentioned this, but on our planpetaluma.org website, the project website has each of the framework topics and links to the complete policy frameworks, and there are embedded online feedback forms. So we would love to hear from everyone who is interested in participating in this process. Our goal is for the general plan to be a vision for every single person in the community that wanted to participate in this process. So we would love your input. And I think that is it for this segment. So I am here and open to any questions that the council may have in terms of what are the frameworks, what went into them, and who's reviewing them that can help in this process.
Thank you very much. We very much needed that status update. I appreciate you keeping us on target for the long haul. My first question is can a council member provide feedback concurrent with the CCBs, or are we waiting to the end? Is that a legal question or is that a planning question?
I believe that each of the council members we've distributed a feedback form. Is that correct, Peggy? Yeah. The feedback form, the same feedback form that is up on the website, and that each of the CCBs to help all of you as you're reading those, and we will accept those, but you will be talking about those at, I think, late summer, Ron, when we bring them back, the frameworks back with the additional input from the outreach. So we felt like the council very well would want to hear what the CCB said, what the community said, to incorporate before you gave us your council comments. That was the thought.
Thank you.
And I'll just add for the legal part of that answer, I worry about council members, a majority of them, filling out a form and submitting it to staff, because that could become a serial meeting. So certainly the organization, so that the subordinate bodies provide advice and recommendations to the council, which is their job anyway, before the council can weigh in, taking that into account to the extent they wish, is great. But I think best is going to be for the council, having had all that input, to confer in public as you are now, so that we don't have the problem of a majority of council basically weighing in, and staff knowing, what a majority of the council thinks without us having, had public deliberation. So, and if there are more questions about that, we can address them subsequently. But I would
well, that kind of confused me. I think those are two different answers.
Yeah, and Eric, I would just say that most of those conversations are happening in my one-on-ones with council members.
And it's still a hub and spoke issue.
I'm sorry?
Isn't that still a hub and spoke issue?
Right. So the two ways serial meetings can happen is when in linear fashion, when council member A speaks to council member B, speaks to council member C. When they get, in our case, to council member D, the fourth council member, that's the majority of the council, and we have a serial meeting that happened away from the public, which is prohibited. The other way it can happen is where council members are providing input, often to a staff member, such that staff know away from a public meeting what a majority of the council feels on an issue that's in their subject matter jurisdiction. One-way communication happens all the time. The council receives memos, agenda materials, etc. It's the council communications among each other or to staff where that communication represents feedback from a majority of the council that we have a problem. So again, all the information going to the council, input from staff, from the consultant team, from the subordinate bodies, great. I caution us about how we retrieve the council feedback. And we can talk about that further to help, structure that. If there are questions.
Well, I would like, further clarification on that. It sounds like directing them to staff would be the wrong answer. Direct and comment, direct to staff. So can we direct it to the CCB? Or who can we respond to? Initiate an email to?
Well, so remember this, we're leading up to the constitution of the city's land use that's going to come to the planning commission ultimately for a recommendation and to the council for approval and action. So it's quintessentially, one of your most important policy deliberations that you're going to make. And so it's a core subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, and your deliberations about it, not your private, not your thinking, not your uploading, but your deliberations about it, at least among a majority, have to be right here. So
questions are okay, but
questions are
opinion
great.
of where you land might be
Questions
the
are great.
part.
Listening is great. Direction is inadvisable because it's likely, given the structure, that it's going to come from a majority on at least one topic.
Yeah, my concern is, of course, that early and significant effort creates 90% of the policy, and then a council member saying, well, I'd have gone a little left on right on that.
Well, so
it's harder to fix at the end.
Sure, because you don't, and we encounter that all the time. Staff have the same issue sometimes, wanting to, have this early connection with the council so that we have clear direction. We're off and moving, and you don't want to try to catch a running train or when things are a fait accompli. That's not your role because that's usurping your role. Makes perfect sense. So I don't know.
So these are not, it's not direction that we're receiving from council. This is questions, clarifications. Where is this item? Is it missing from the right?
It's a great distinction.
Yes.
I think that clarifies it.
Questions are great. Questions are great. I heard the mayor refer to direction.
No direction.
So, okay.
No directions
okay.
have been received, Eric.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And my other question was, is implementation include the funding for an item in in one of these? You mentioned the things that are involved in implementation. Is funding source or identifying funding for an action part of what each of these frameworks will do?
Do you want to? I'm going to let Ron jump into that.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ron Whitmore. I'm a principal with Ramey & Associates, one of Eric's colleagues, and project manager for Petaluma's general plan update. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. It certainly can. There currently, I believe, are 400 policies. I haven't counted the actions, but it could be quite a large number. It would be quite an undertaking to identify a specific, definitive funding or financing source for every one of them. But that would be useful direction to get from council at this stage, or at the stage when the frameworks come back to you after getting public comment, so we know that that's part of our charge moving forward. There is there's certainly a fiscal question being considered, certainly as part of land use alternatives, but there isn't currently a specific funding and financing plan scoped in the general plan. But again, if that's what the council would like to see at the end of the day, we could make adjustments. So.
Yeah, I kind of one of the worst phrases in English language. Well, it could. Because I don't know whether it will, but like if we promise to have 100 miles of bicycling lane or path or something like that, but we don't implement a funding source from it, it's a clear distinction between will do and might do. No funding means you might do it. So I would suggest that we, process with funding and realities in mind. But any other questions? I know it's just an overview, and I really appreciate the overview. Well, Councilmember Now.
Just for Heather, you said that there was going to be questions for the city council. Did I miss those questions? You had specific questions.
Oh, that is related to the land use alternatives, the next portion of the presentation.
And that will be this summer.
No, that'll be tonight.
Oh, that is tonight. Okay,
Yeah.
because that framework won't be available until this summer. We couldn't read it in advance.
The land use framework?
Yeah.
The land use framework will be out in the summer. The discussion, the next part of the discussion is around the land use alternatives, so the areas of change, and that's where those key questions that were up on the screen will come into play as part of that conversation tonight.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I misunderstood.
Vice Mayor Shrib.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for putting together the frameworks. 14 of them, and actually it ended up being shorter. I was wondering what you were doing the last 6 months. Now I know. But a fantastic job. I thought they were very comprehensive, broad-ranging, and I just want to compliment you on the depth that you have gotten there so far on everything. The only thing I'm going to look forward to is when the public gets involved, we start fleshing out all the details of each of the action plans. So I'm looking forward to that happening. But it's a really good start. I just want to compliment you on that.
All right, well, let's continue with the questions and move to the public comment period, open public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this status update? And I'm looking for someone to jump up and fill out a card and run to the front. I don't see that we have any cards currently, and I don't know that we can identify any of the emails as specifically to this element. So with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for comments before we move to the next item. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I actually had some questions and some comments, but can you talk about, for the Plan Fest that's coming up, what we're doing to spread the word and get people there, and how we're intending to get people to show up?
So we've done social media boosts. We've done the community newsletter that we do. We have done an email to everyone on our general plan listserv, if you will. We have sent that same email out to CCB liaisons to push out to the CCB, as well as to GPAC members to help get the word out. And we have also passed that information on to community partners to hit their listservs, their email lists.
I'll just add to that. We've been meeting monthly with our General Plan Advisory Committee, and we truly do believe in their ability to be ambassadors for the work. And so there was a lot of thoughtfulness that the council put into assembling the GPAC with different lived experiences, different specialties, and different connections with the community. And so we've been working with them over the past couple months as we're discussing the frameworks and really building up their capacity to be ambassadors, not just to participate and show up the day of, but also push this opportunity for their members and their neighbors to come and engage in this process.
And then is there going to be any, like you mentioned, children's activities, any free food or anything like that?
Yes, there will be tacos. There will be coffee. There will be a hands-on children's art station for them. There will be prizes.
All right. So I'll circle back with comments on that, and then I'm going to ask a question. In the frameworks, building on sort of I'm not looking for a funding mechanism for every policy or action or anything like that, but I would like to a general financial strategy for the city, because where we're at right now is hundreds of millions of dollars of deferred investment in our facilities, infrastructure, things like that. And I think for the next 20 to 30 years, we want to have a financial strategy that, ups the game on roads, right? The mayor talks about our road index and things like that. It would be good, when I read through every one of these things, I'm thinking what's the actual strategy? Because I don't think we're seeing the end of California state budget issues. And I think we're going to need more financial sustainability and independence locally in the future. And I would like us to just sort of be really thoughtful about what that looks like as we're doing this plan, because it's not just a land use plan, it's also a financial security and quality of life plan as well. So I'll just jump in with that comment. And then my other comment on the outreach is flyers, emphasizing activities for kids at the fairgrounds, free food, free tacos, free coffee, not burying that with the level 14 font, but making it the level 50 font, the things that people get there for, and just flyers put up downtown on newspaper stands taped up. I've done that in the past, and it's pretty remarkable how many people will add those things to their calendars or send an email from those things. Putting them up on the bulletin boards at schools to try and get to parents, because that could be something. Even having the schools put it out through their newsletters and things like that.
We did do that. We sent it to administrators and teachers at the school districts.
Of course you did. Thank you. And then the final one is text banking. It's a really, really common, I think everybody right here is getting, hit with, donate now, let's get whoever back into office, but, come plan the, future of your city. This day at the fairgrounds is a simple text bank. I think it costs 8 cents per text or something like that. But, with one of those things, you can reach every single person in the city to just let them know. And it's a pretty cost-effective way of getting the word out. And then the final thing is just, I was talking to someone and they just said, I don't know what the general plan is. And I don't think anyone knows what the general plan is. And if there's some way, and we've got a big community engagement budget, just getting people to understand what the hell the general plan is and why it's important. I think there's some sort of base level education that we still need to do of, even just running paid ads on social media saying what's the general plan and why is it important? Read here, and just having a really digestible 5-slide PowerPoint on it or something like that for the average person. We use so much jargon in planning that if we can just break it down for a normal person, I think that it could start to make these topics a lot more accessible.
Yeah, we did a Spadia in the newspaper. You know, the insert or the half sheet. You know, on the front. We did that at the beginning of this process, and we've been talking about redoing that. And it was that kind of, this is what it is. That kind of to your point. So good feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I think just a lot of visuals for the Plan Fest as well. Images of buildings, images of, you know, streetscapes, things like that, just so that we get people like in the visioning mindset. Even blocks or something like that for kids. I don't know. Have fun with it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So that finishes the overview of policy framework. I'm sorry, Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, just very briefly, you know, free tacos and free parking. I had a question for the city attorney, though, because you've raised this in different contexts. Should a majority of the city council attend that public meeting and participate, or are we supposed to hang back and let the public filter things through it to us?
This is our community workshop, yes.
If you don't mind, I'll do a quick double check of the Brown Act exceptions to give you an accurate answer. Thanks.
Or maybe take that one under advisement and report out later. So if we're moving, I think we're moving on pretty good. If you guys are technically ready, can we jump into the next section now? Let's do that.
Okay, again, great to be here tonight. Very excited to have come to this point in the general planning process, which, as people have noted, is the heart of the general plan, the land use. This is the same slide that Heather showed earlier, just reiterating for you that we're going to share quite a bit of context about a lot of the information analysis that drove our thinking about land use, which is why we have several members of our team here tonight. So you're going to hear from several of us on these issues related to land use, flood resilience, market and fiscal context, and transportation. And then Troy is going to do, who's been the lead on this effort for our team, is going to do an introduction to how we've been thinking about Petaluma being a 15-minute city. Farron Piers is going to then share a bit about some accessibility analysis they did related to that, which further reinforced the direction we were heading. Troy will share the GPAC and PC feedback, and then we'll go through an area-by-area review of some of the areas in the city where we're thinking about possible changes in land use. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on some of these slides. You're the city council. I think you understand what the general plan land use designations are all about. I only share the slide because this is really what land use alternatives is about, because it's about considering changes in this fundamental land use policy map, which at its core defines what uses are permitted across the city and at what intensity and density. Density being the number of housing units per acre, intensity being the FAR, the floor area ratio, or the number of square feet per acre of non-residential uses. And so land use alternatives are simply ways of looking at alternatives to your current general plan land use map. And put another way, is it's a way to have a conversation about ways in which we might adjust that map, where we might change designations from what they currently are, where we might introduce new designations, for instance. Not going to spend a whole lot on this again, but just to reiterate what Heather said earlier, this is one piece of a very complex mix of planning activities that are going on, all of which are related and self-reinforcing. We have been working on this for some time. This is just a short synopsis of what we've been doing recently. We're going to share a bit more in a minute about all the other inputs that informed our work. But most recently, we started talking about specific areas of change in the city with key city staff back in the fall. We then had 2 separate meetings with the GPAC focused specifically on identifying and modifying different parts of the city that we are looking at and the types of change to consider in those areas. And then we had a very similar discussion with Planning Commission earlier this month, where we asked them some of the same questions we're asking you tonight, which is, do we have these areas right? And because we're about to go to the public to get input on them, we want to make sure we're headed in the right direction. And so after your direction tonight, we then do plan on preparing materials to take out to the broader public. As has been suggested, those will be designed to be very engaging activities, really giving people a sense of what the change in land use would look like, how it would impact, how they, the types of buildings they see around the city, the types of housing options people would have, where different types of jobs would likely be. And based on that input, then come back to Planning Commission with what would be a proposed preferred land use or proposed new general plan land use map, get PC's recommendation, and then on back to you for that critical decision of selecting that preferred land use alternative. What's not shown on this slide, which is also a critical point, we'd come back to GPAC after getting all the public input and before going to PC as well. Okay, I'm going to share with you a quick preview of where we landed before telling you a bit about the story of how we got there, but I just want to preview for you kind of what the bottom line is and what we are very interested in getting your feedback on tonight. So this, in a nutshell, is a summary of where we're at in our thinking about how to adjust land use policy as reflected in a map in Petaluma. First is to shift future development away from certain river-adjacent greenfield areas, particularly those that are not yet developed and that are highly prone to flooding or sea level rise based on the most recent modeling. And then to shift development to the core, central corridors, key 15-minute centers, the potential Corona station expansion area, thereby creating a 15-minute city. Now, people often ask us, what about the single-family neighborhoods? I don't see them reflected as an area of change on this map, and that's a great question. It's not that we're going to ignore the single-family neighborhoods. We actually have a whole set of slides tonight we'd like to present to you, get your feedback on. It's that we're not anticipating land use change there, but we are anticipating or considering a whole range of policies that would help them densify, potentially diversify in uses, improve the travel experience for people outside of motor vehicles, and a whole slew of other amenities to improve the quality of life in those areas, and also bring people and the services and amenities they need on a day-to-day basis closer to each other, to reduce VMT and to make for more complete communities. So these are, again, the 2 questions we really have for you tonight. You're going to hear this several times because we want to try to keep ourselves focused. But at the end of the day, tonight, before we proceed with preparing to take this out to the public, want to see whether you agree with this citywide concept that we're introducing and clarify for us whether you think we're focusing on the right areas, and certainly if we're missing any areas where you think we should be considering change in land use policy. Just as a preview, these are the sorts of questions we then plan on taking to the public. Again, we're not asking for your response to these tonight. Just want to give you a sense of what types of questions we're going to go to the public with. Questions around how much do we want to intensify and de-intensify different parts of the city? Do we have the areas right? What is the right mix of use and intensity in each area? What is the right height in different areas? And then in the single-family neighborhoods, should we allow more units on a single-family lot? What types of middle density infill would be appropriate in your neighborhoods? And then how much flexibility would you like to allow in largely residential areas for other non-residential uses? So those are the questions we have for the community. Again, not asking you these questions tonight, but just wanted to give you a sense of what the conversations we expect to have with the public. And to give an example of just one visual that we've been using that we'd likely modify and use in some manner with the public is give them a clear sense of what types of change would be possible. In this case, it shows existing with no change, and then 2 steps of intensification. And we could show, we'd add to this probably 3D models showing heights that would be likely, give people a sense of the real mix of use, et cetera, to give them a real sense of what the impacts and real lived changes would be if we implemented these sorts of land use policy. Okay, so that's kind of the preview of where we're headed. Now we're going to back up a bit and share with you some of the foundational analysis and information that got us to that conclusion, that recommendation. First, as Heather highlighted earlier, we got a tremendous amount of public input early on in the process, and they painted for us a very clear picture of what people would like to see. This is a bulleted list of items that relate specifically to land use, but these are really articulated extremely well and clearly in the vision, guiding principles, and pillars that the GPAC developed and you accepted early on. But those are very much the drivers. We had our mandate clearly defined for us. We also, through the existing conditions work, were clear about some of the constraints. Petaluma largely has a pretty well-defined developable envelope based on hazard constraints, the desire to preserve open space and habitat, and plus you just have a long progressive history of maintaining a pretty strict urban growth boundary. So we knew that we were working largely the envelope that we had to fit everything in and fit all future growth into. So we began sketching, we began identifying preliminary areas of discussion. We actually had area meetings early on in the process where we talked with folks about different quadrants in the city and the type of change they would like to see, and this map reflects what we heard initially from folks. We evolved that further into another map that integrated a lot of key land use strategies along with open space, mobility, neighborhood character, and even some initial resilience strategies to kind of get our heads around, all right, when this all comes together, what does it look like? Where are the areas where we might have to deal with some trade-offs? Kind of how does the picture fit together and increasingly help us refine where we might focus potential changes in land use map policy? We discussed this all with the GPAC at length. It was all also at the same time we were considering the housing element. We also played with some what-if scenarios, and these were very high-level. We used a software called Urban Footprint, which allows you to paint digitally different potential futures. And so we assumed about 5,000 housing units of growth over the planning horizon. 2,000 of those are in the pipeline. So we played with different ways in which you can find space for 3,000 housing units in different parts of the city. And we tried to purposely pick different ways in which to do that. One scenario focused specifically on putting the bulk of it in the core of the city. Another dispersed it a bit out along key corridors. And then we even ran one scenario where all of those potential future housing units went out to the potential Corona UGB extension area. What was neat is that we found that Petaluma's fundamental problem is not finding enough space for projected growth. There are many different ways in which to do that. Your challenge is making sure you're facilitating and creating opportunities for growth where you really want it, which is a nice luxury to have. Many cities struggle with just finding enough room. Petaluma has the luxury of really being able to decide where future growth should go. And so these questions that we have before us coming up in these coming months are really, really important. So the clearer you can be about where you prefer that growth to be, the more the general plan can reflect that preference. We threw this slide in there because, yes, the 3,000 units was based on current DOF and projections, as well as kind of multiplying the current RHNA 3 times out. But at the end of the day, nobody really knows how much growth to expect. These are some graphs from just some recent analysis saying, hey, we actually may not grow all that much. And so the bottom line, again, is to just be clear about what you want. Nobody knows how much you'll really grow, but as long as your land use policy and your land use map is an accurate reflection of what you'd like to see, then you're in good hands. We can adjust that over time if the growth projections end up being dramatically different, but plan for what you want and don't feel like you need to plan for an infinite amount or extremely high level of potential future growth. We obviously also considered the housing element, helped us identify a lot of the pipeline projects. And again, as you know, just affirmed that the city currently has sufficient capacity to accommodate its RHNA through 2031. So a lot of land use considerations went into this. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about how the flood resilience modeling and mapping, which I believe you've received presentations on recently, also informed our thinking. I know people have a lot of questions about this. You're going to see elements of flood resilience and climate adaptation in a few different places. Some are in the flood resilience framework that was just released this week, but we've also talked with the Sherwood team that developed that very closely as we were developing the land use alternatives and really tried to work very hard to have them be very complementary. And so you need to kind of look at the land use along with the flood resilience framework to understand the full gamut of strategies that we're thinking about to make sure Petaluma is climate adaptable. So it's going to be very high level. We can talk about more later if you'd like to, but you've seen this map before. It's the end of century sea level rise projection of 3.4 feet and where we anticipate flooding from downstream and upstream through sea level rise. And then based on that, we talked through with the Sherwood team and came up with kind of a 5-part high-level approach, identifying certain areas because of the high hazard area and because they're currently undeveloped. And there's also the community priority to preserve open space. Then maybe we just want to avoid future development as best we can, keep them open space, make them areas for wilderness, for trails, for recreation, but also serve that additional service of accommodating future flooding. Then there's certain areas because they're just very important either for economic reasons or social or equity purposes to protect. A lot of the established neighborhoods, obviously, you want to protect, presumably the mobile home parks. Likewise, and we asked both the GPAC and the PC this directly, is currently there are some projections. The projections say that parts of downtown and some of the older and fully developed and high-value parts of the city are projected to flood some. That's assuming no flood protection measures are taken. But everyone affirmed that, yes, it's critical that we, despite these projections, do all we can to protect the core, including the downtown area, the warehouse district, et cetera. There are also a few places where there's some flooding anticipated where we think through site-specific accommodation or adaptation that the flood impact can be mitigated. And then in some areas where you may actually want to de-intensify or not intensify any further because it's not clear whether you should necessarily protect them. You may want to consider some land use realignment. So we began to think about how those different approaches apply across different areas of the city, and you see that reflected here on a table. And it's usually a combination of strategies: initially avoid, and then as necessary realign, for instance, upstream and downstream. And then you see that mapped on this map as an effort at showing how those different flood adaptation strategies apply when you think about it on geospatially. And this is reflected in that future land use focused map that's in the slides and also on a map behind you. Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Derek from Strategic Economics, who will in turn turn it over to our friends from Fair and Peers to talk about transportation issues. And then we'll talk about land use a bit more, hear a bit more from Fair and Peers, and then take a break, I believe.
Thanks, Ron. As Ron said, I'm Derek Braun with Strategic Economics, and I'm going to speak to the economic market and fiscal foundations and considerations that have gone into the land use alternatives. This work has been informed by the economic and market analysis that was published in 2021, and then also a financial feasibility analysis for housing development and an affordable housing policy analysis and strategy recommendations that were both published in 2023. So the detailed documents are all available on the general plan website. So just as a broad overview, our analysis found that in terms of Petaluma's overall economic position, the city is an employment destination that's centered on Highway 101 access, both for commutes and for goods movement across the region, has a really good economy that balances export and household serving industries. So household serving is things like retail and personal services. Export-oriented industries could include things like the concentration of manufacturing jobs that are found in Petaluma. terms of opportunities that we found, there's an opportunity for housing that addresses a variety of income levels and varying household needs and types, as well as a chance to integrate housing with retail and services. The smart stations represent a new opportunity to attract businesses and residents. I'll speak more about these in a moment. Also opportunities to accommodate growth of manufacturing distribution businesses, reinforce downtown as a North Bay destination as well as a destination for residents, and to diversify uses within the shopping centers and commercial districts in Petaluma. So I'm going to walk through different land uses that were considered in the analyses. So for housing, we found there was strong demand for both single-family and multifamily housing. However, there's also a development feasibility challenge in that higher density housing above 4 to 6 stories, let's say, is generally not currently financially feasible in Petaluma due to high construction costs and high financing costs, as well as rents and sales prices that are lower relative to the core Bay Area locations where this housing tends to get built the most. That's not to say that this is destiny. This is the current situation, but it is an existing challenge. We did find that to the extent there are higher intensity infill opportunities for housing, those are going to be strongest near downtown, the smart stations, those places that really have a lot of existing amenities that can support additional population. And then I don't want to overlook, we also do recognize there's a need for deed-restricted affordable housing to ensure that the full variety of Petaluma's workers are able to find affordable housing in the city. For retail, Petaluma serves as a retail destination. It has a surplus of sales in most categories, meaning that it draws in outside shoppers and visitors who are spending in the community. Downtown Petaluma is thriving as a unique retail, dining, and entertainment district that draws in from beyond just the city itself. But we do see that with the growth of e-commerce, there's a transition happening in retail right now. So part of that is the total square footage of retail space needed to serve households is stagnant or declining over time because more sales are happening online. But at the same time, new opportunities are emerging in terms of those more experiential types of retail uses. So dining, entertainment, recreation, and then also specialty retail that serves unique community needs and can't be found online. So in the longer term, perhaps some retail pruning is needed, meaning just repositioning or removing space in some underperforming properties or considering other uses to be integrated into those retail properties. And as part of that, there's a potential to create some new community gathering places at existing centers.
Can you explain what surplus means and maybe speak a little bit slower for the translators?
Yes. So by surplus, we just mean that relative to the spending power of residents in Petaluma, the city is actually attracting more sales than the residents themselves could support on their own, just meaning that the city is drawing outside shoppers. Next slide, please. For industrial uses, the city does have a very strong industrial market. There's a concentration of industrial and business parks in the northern and southern portions of Petaluma along McDowell Boulevard and Lakeville Highway. And we see that there's a lot of flexibility in these business parks and industrial parks that allows businesses to have both their operations in terms of manufacturing and distribution and also office space and research and development activities. So there is a very strong demand for this flexible space. This demand is driven by agriculture, food manufacturing, medical devices and equipment, and a variety of smaller technology businesses. However, what we do find is that growth is somewhat constrained by the limited opportunity sites at those really prime locations for these employers near Highway 101, where they can take advantage of both commute options as well as goods movement options that connect to the rest of the region. For office space, demand is generally weaker in Petaluma and has been in much of the North Bay since the early 2000s in the area. But there is growth in demand over time, driven by professional services, medical office uses, technology, and when opportunities arise, business headquarters. And so to the extent that there are future office opportunities, those are going to be strongest near the smart stations, again, thanks to the commute access provided by those stations. For hotel uses, demand in the city is driven by both wine country tourism as well as business travelers to destinations along Highway 101. We've seen very long-term, consistent growth in demand for hotel uses, and the strongest locations for hotels are going to be those that take advantage of the demand drivers. So those are locations near downtown and near Highway 101. I'm going to make a pivot here away from the market findings and speak to the fiscal considerations for a moment. So we do recognize that land use has a connection to Petaluma's ability to provide services. Different land uses contribute different revenues and also come with different expenses for serving either residents or employees or visitors. So just as a very broad overview of the general fund, the primary unrestricted fund for the city, the primary revenue sources are property sales and use taxes, as well as charges for services. And the major expenditures are on the police, fire, and general government services. Next slide. In thinking about how different land uses connect to the general fund revenues, I have this table on the right here, which shows, for example, if you look at sales tax revenue, that's connected to retail and also industrial land uses, the retail generating sales tax, the industrial generating business-to-business tax. We see all land uses generating property tax, but hotel uses generate also transient occupancy tax. And so the point here is just that employment-based uses typically generate net positive revenues after accounting for service expenditures. And this is because they both have different mechanisms by which they're generating revenues, and also employees tend to use fewer services than residents. Residential uses in most communities typically have a neutral to sometimes negative impact due to the higher service needs. Now, in the land use alternatives, because the total growth does not vary significantly, and because there are only so many locations and formats for how growth will unfold, we're not currently performing a fiscal impact analysis on those alternatives, since, again, they're also very sub-area focused. But we will be conducting a fiscal impact analysis of the preferred alternative so that you have information about the annual impacts on the city's general fund based on that full growth. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. My name is Kelly Bond. I'm a planner with Fair and Peers, and I'm going to be talking you all through a few slides on transportation, VMT, and carbon neutrality context. So we have covered some of this earlier today. So some of this should be a refresher that you just heard in the blueprint presentation. So just some existing conditions in Petaluma. Petaluma is a very auto-oriented community, and we heard a lot about earlier the need to expand biking, walking, and transit use, especially to meet those climate goals. So currently, looking at travel patterns, there's a pie chart on the right there. About 80% of residents currently drive to work, so that's the drove alone and carpooled in that pie chart. And then about 90% of total daily trips are in an automobile. So that's people that are driving to work and for everything else that they're driving for. So what does that drive, or some of the drivers of this? Currently, lower density land uses are more spread out. It's a very suburban-like community. And so, that leads to, we've had some gaps in bike and pedestrian infrastructure that might lead people to be able to feel safer and more connected to getting to the destinations that they need to get to. So some outcomes of that are, higher congestion and higher VMT. You can go to the next slide. So looking at transportation patterns across the larger 9-county Bay Area, Petaluma residents do drive a little bit more every day, so about 21 miles per day compared to about 19 miles for the larger region on average. But we have some opportunities here. So about a third of all trips taken are less than 2 miles. That's our biggest opportunity to try to improve opportunities for walking and biking, or those shorter trips. And then about 2/3 are less than 5 miles, which can still be pretty walkable or bikeable for a lot of folks. And so really the opportunity to try to reduce those distances and the barriers between housing that we're talking about and daily destinations. So really thinking about land use and how are those things structured. So a little bit more on carbon neutrality and vehicle travel. So we discussed earlier a lot about greenhouse gas emissions. So just another measure here, about 2/3 of Petaluma's greenhouse gas emissions are from on-road transportation. So a big opportunity to reduce that here. And then just to note that SB 743, so that is converting from looking at level of service, or LOS, to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. That change has been made, and so we're really now thinking about, instead of thinking about impact to drivers, we're thinking about the impacts of driving or from driving as we're talking about decisions that we're making here. And so Petaluma has created as a community some exceptions. Those are listed out. I won't read through them, but they're listed out on the slide. And really, an opportunity here is about looking at a project criteria, more density, mixing uses. We talked a little about parking earlier, thinking about parking and those types of things. And we can go into this more if folks have questions, but thank you. Okay. This shows some VMT reduction strategies that the city of Petaluma has adopted. And you can see there are some that are higher, some that are lower as far as the impact that they might have, and some are supportive. And so the two that are circled in red are both related to land use, and they're both high impact potential. So the two are increasing diversity of land uses and increasing density, and we'll talk a lot more about that later in the presentation, but just wanted to emphasize the high value that those two can have. Go to the next slide. This fun graph shows the effect of population density. So it's looking at the density on the bottom and then the VMT compared to VMT. And so you can see Petaluma, where we stand on that, on the graph, as well as Davis is, denser, but about the same, but they've really built out their bike network. And so they're a little bit lower on the VMT scale compared to somewhere like San Francisco, especially North Beach. You can see on the far right there, much, denser and also less VMT. And so this just shows, building more for people around where they live, allowing them to not have to drive so much and limiting congestion. Okay, and this is also something we talked about earlier, but linking all of this back to the blueprint for carbon neutrality, our ambitious versus reaching carbon neutrality. So an ambitious climate agenda, we're talking about 50% of all travel in modes that are not single occupancy vehicles, versus getting to carbon neutrality, we're talking about a whopping 75% of all travel in modes that are not single occupancy vehicles. So a big lift, but I think we can make some big moves through our general plan. And just before we go to the next slide, just other strategies to highlight reimagining our transportation network, what it might look like, how we can connect people to the places they need to go. And then other strategies, we talked about parking reform earlier today, as well as TDM, transportation demand management programs.
Thank you, Kelly and Derek.
Okay.
I just want to conclude here that the reason we shared all that background information, first from a land use perspective, and then flood resilience, then economic and fiscal and transportation, is as we looked at that land use from all these different perspectives, they all pointed to this same conclusion. Just keep development away from flood-prone areas, which are also high-value open spaces, and otherwise intensify in the core, along key corridors, at newly redeveloped 15-minute centers around the city, the potential Corona station. Whether you think about it from an economic, fiscal perspective, transportation perspective, flood resilience perspective, they all point us to these same areas. And so that's why we are currently looking at these areas of change. Next, we're going to talk a little bit specifically about the 15-minute city. Mayor, would you like us to continue before we take a break, or?
Yeah, I think you're on a roll right now. Let's get through.
Yeah, why don't we stop before we get into the more detailed area by area review?
Exactly.
That makes sense? Okay, great.
All right. Thank you, Ron, and thank you, council members. Excited to be here to walk us through the overarching land use framework, and then we're going to dig a little bit into some of the areas of change which you have on the wall behind you. We'll go area by area and talk about why we think these are the areas we should bring to the public for part of the public engagement. So starting at the top, the 15-minute city is really the concept, a driving concept that we've heard, throughout this process from the community, from the GPAC, from our staff, and from our planning commissioners as being foundational to achieving a lot of our goals, our fiscal goals, our walkability goals, our climate goals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to be specific, what we mean when we say a 15-minute city is that a city made up of walkable neighborhoods in which our residents can meet most of their essential needs, which could be groceries, services, recreation, gathering, medical services, which we heard before, transit, of course, we've also heard and talked about a bit, meeting those needs within a 15-minute walk of their home. And we see 4 key sort of prongs or policies to implement this overarching goal. The first one is that residents live within the short walk of a center of activity. And that gets to our 15-minute strategy. And we'll talk about those centers in a little bit more detail. The second one is that our neighborhoods, our residential neighborhoods, have more variety of housing, not just single family, but we have townhouses, duplexes, quadplexes, more middle density options. The third strategy is that our neighborhoods also contain non-residential uses. So live work or small shops or home offices or other types of non-residential uses start to enrich and enliven our neighborhoods. The fourth one, which really ties it all together, is that these activity centers, which we're trying to foster throughout our neighborhoods, are supported with mobility improvements, civic and public facilities, public realm and streetscape improvements, and other utility and other infrastructure improvements. Next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about the 15-minute centers and that framework. So we have sort of 3 scales of centers. The largest we have called the town center, then the neighborhood center, and then the smallest is the mini center or activated park. And I'll talk a little bit about each one. Next slide. So the town center is what we are conceiving as a major destination that serves the whole city. A town center is near the highest frequency, highest quality transit. It's designed as a place where if you drive, you park, and then you might walk and circulate through the place. We hope that a town center contains as many uses as possible, but the key ones are housing, retail, and employment. The town center is a larger scale place, which might be 3 up to 6 stories or higher, perhaps, if that is the way the land use alternatives go. The main activities that we see are creating these spaces are, of course, the gathering space. That is a key to the activity center, but also housing and then services both for a regional audience and then also a more local audience. So a mix of those types of retail and amenities. Some of the other things are the offices and medical type uses, which supplement some of the main activities. Next. So this is an example of some of the types of types of buildings you might see in a town center. Again, it's a little bit larger scale, more major destination, kind of focused on open spaces or plazas generally. Some of the town centers that we have identified start with the potential Corona UGB Expansion Center. If indeed the ballot measure moves forward, then we see a key need to focus or orient that expansion around a center. Another one is the Lucky's Shopping Mall or the Town and Country Center on Petaluma Boulevard North. We see that as a major opportunity for intensification. The Washington Square Shopping Center, another one with potential for redevelopment. We see that as a strong opportunity site. The Central Smart Station area where Lakeville and Washington Street meet, we see that as a key opportunity to leverage the station and the transit-oriented nature of that area. The Golden Eagle or River Plaza area is another potentially underutilized shopping center that could be redeveloped and intensified. The outlet mall is one that we have some questions about, but we see as a potential opportunity to change into more of an active center, but it is something that we are interested in hearing from council and the public as to what they see the future of the outlets might be. Next slide. So moving down to the next center type, which is a little smaller and a little bit more of a community space rather than a destination or a fiscal driver. The neighborhood center is more of a third place where you might socialize, you might also buy some things, but it's not necessarily about that. It's more of a place that is a community gathering space with programming, with some services that are very locally oriented. It's a smaller scale, 1, 2, 3 stories. It's still connected to our multimodal and our transit networks, but not necessarily at the highest level. You might see both vertical or horizontal mixed use, which is, sometimes you might have a building with multiple uses, or you might have multiple buildings on a site with different uses. So again, the key is the gathering space. Sometimes it might be a park. It might be programming, food trucks. And then we are looking for something that also enlivens it with activity like maker space, co-working space, or live work type spaces. And then housing is sort of, desirable, but not necessarily a key aspect of all of the neighborhood centers. It may be a supplemental or a supporting use. Here's some sort of ideas or precedents of what a neighborhood center might feel like. Again, it's more of a corner or a block or an opportunity space as you walk by. It's something that's happening more on the smaller scale, the more intimate scale compared to the town center. Some of the neighborhood centers we've identified include the Leghorn Marketplace on the east side with the Safeway Center, an opportunity for some change in use or change in activity there. The Casa Grande site, which is just south of the high school, another vacant opportunity site where we have some opportunity to re-envision what goes on there. The Deer Creek Village Shopping Center, there's an opportunity to sort of enliven and activate part of that village in a better way. And then the Creamery site, which already has some activity going on, but we could potentially again grow that into a more robust neighborhood center. The school district office is another potential opportunity site. You have a small office center that could be, strengthened with some more live work uses or other types of activities. The bowling alley and the Veteran Center, 2 sites that have large surface parking areas that could be partially or wholly redeveloped with, again, more mixed use or more activity. The River Park Center, this is the name we've given to the future development of the site, the former Skinnell site. Much as we see the future Corona area needing a center to be oriented around, we see that site as needing a center to kind of be focused or oriented around. Next slide. And our final class of centers, the smallest ones, which are in some cases simply a park with some new amenities or some new food trucks or some new programming. Really, these are meant to be more opportunistic. These are already places that the city has, parks or cafes or civic spaces. They're often, already distributed throughout our neighborhoods. They're already easily accessible. It might not be a place where you need to spend money. It might be a place where you just go and there's something to do with your family. But again, these are the most sort of low level, most community oriented, the less sort of economically focused types of centers. So you might see, retail or a concession stand at a park. That's what we mean by this type of center. So yeah, so these types of activities, more park lit or a small moment, a small cafe, that again do drive sort of community and activity, but aren't really a major focus of investment. So just kind of stepping back, here are all the centers on the map and the 3 different scales. And we'll kind of talk through some of these as we go through the areas of change. But some of the centers, they need or they could stand to have a different land use or a different allowable intensity. But in some of these cases, that's not necessarily the issue. That what we need is better parks or better bike lanes or a better street character. So it's not necessarily the case that all these centers need a land use change, but these are all the key areas that we see as part of fulfilling the whole 15-minute city strategy. Next slide.
So I'm going to now turn it over to Kelly because we got to this point in our thinking about the Petaluma as a 15-minute city, and we wanted to ask ourselves, well, are we achieving the goal, which is to help people be within a 15-minute walk of a lot of their daily needs and trips? And so Fair and Peers was able to do an accessibility analysis for us to let us know what would happen if we made these changes in land use coupled with the plan changes through the ATP. So I'm going to turn it over to Kelly at this point to share the results.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Great. So this is looking at current in 2019, looking at how accessible Petaluma's transportation network is through active transportation, and then also looking at that through network stress. So how stressful is it to use said facility? So there's a few different colors up there. The blues represent high access, so it's accessible. However, the darker shade of blue is also high level of traffic stress, so it's a stressful but accessible route. So really what we want to get to is that the light blue, low stress, high access. And so then the orange and yellow on the left represent lower access. The orange is high traffic stress and low is low traffic stress. You go to the next slide. And so then this is a draft of the active transportation network that is a part of the draft active transportation plan that's currently being worked on by the city. And so this shows how we're mapping out what we might look like, where we might add bike facilities, close sidewalk gaps, things like that. You can go to the next slide. Great. And so then this includes, if we did everything that's in that draft transportation map, and we overlaid that and looked at accessibility now, if we completed everything and built it out in 2040, what would it look like? And so you can see there's a lot more blue, especially light blue, on this map, which is good. That's what we want. Low traffic stress, high access. So you can go to the next slide. And so then this is looking specifically at land use, so not stress, but just the access. If we were to, on the left there is 2019, on the right is 2040. So if we were to really activate those 15-minute cities that we're talking about, how would that change the accessibility through land use change? And so you can see it increases it quite substantially. There's a lot more high access routes available to the community. Go to the next slide. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. So as Ron and Heather both mentioned, we've been working on these quite extensively with the GPAC. What we'll do is just give a brief share out of what we heard from the GPAC and the Planning Commission on these areas. But first, I'll just introduce them briefly. The first area we call the upstream and the downstream river adjacent areas. They're circled in the blue here. The next area is the core area, which includes the downtown, the Central Smart Station, the historic agricultural service industrial districts, and then the River Park or former Scanell area. The corridors we've focused on include the portion of Petaluma Boulevard North, portion of Petaluma Boulevard South, and then the core central portion of East Washington Boulevard. The 15-minute setters, I again had just briefly recapped them, but you see here Leghorn, the Western and Baker Creamery area, Casa Grande, the bowling alley and the Veterans Center, the school district office, outlets, the Luckies, and then Washington Square. And then finally, our potential UGB expansion area by the future Corona Smart Station. So we kind of put two key questions in front of council tonight, and this really speaks to the first one, which is, do you support this concept, which is to say we would look at or ask the public about de-intensifying those areas in the Area 1, which are areas in the upstream and downstream areas that are heavily impacted by flood and or sea level rise. And then on the flip side of that is to consider both intensification or higher, taller buildings and or diversification, more land uses in the core, the corridors, and in the centers. And as we said earlier, we kind of explored all of these areas, and we can achieve the growth in any one of these areas. So it's not necessarily about doing it in all of these areas, but it's about sort of choosing based on other considerations, quality of life and fiscal, which combination of changes or intensifications we think best suits this community and the goals for its future. And then the last one again, which is related to the future ballot measure and sort of hinges on where that goes, but would be a potential TOD at the Corona Smart Station. So what we heard from GPAC was that with regards to the upstream river adjacent area, strong agreement about preserving consistent open space buffer, and likewise very strong support for a greenway or parkway concept that has been circulated. With regards to the core, as Ron mentioned, strong agreement on the concept of protecting downtown with both resilience and or adaptation projects to really make that and keep the downtown protected and strong and activated. There was agreement to not really explore land use changes in the warehouse district, so that's not currently part of our alternatives. Moving to Petaluma Boulevard North, there was agreement that we should discuss and take a look at the Lucky site and some of the adjacent lower intensity mixed use areas. So that's part of our alternatives. In the Midtown area, there was interest in talking about East Washington corridor. We've heard lots of interest about that going back a long time. And then also similarly, confirmation that we should take a look at Washington Square. In the downstream river area, there was interest in talking about the former Scannell site, especially since there's a new owner. But there was agreement to not really open up the general plan land uses in the western Lakeville Highway area, which is the area shown here in the D4 purple to the north of Lakeville Highway. So that is not part of our alternatives. We asked about the potential for UGB expansions in two areas, the first being the Corona Station. There was strong, almost unanimous agreement to take a look at that. On the other hand, on the flip side, there was strong agreement to not take a look or open up the Lakeville adjacent UGB expansion area. The Planning Commission feedback was as follows. The first question was the same question that we have before council tonight, which is, do you support kind of this broad citywide approach to resilience? The resounding answer was yes, but with the clarification that Petaluma is and will always remain a river-focused town, a river-oriented town. The second question was about the supporting the citywide approach of de-intensifying and intensifying. Again, there was support for this approach, but to play out and make sure that we have the conversation around no net loss, which is the concept that any downzoning of residential capacity must be matched with an equivalent or greater upzoning in residential capacity. The third question, which is again the question we have before the council tonight, which is, are these the right areas to go out to the public? Generally, the response was yes. There was interest in taking some corridor by corridor approaches, digging into a corridor, perhaps at a corridor plan level. There was sort of disagreement or lack of clarity about one particular area that I'll get into, which is the historic agricultural service district. So there was some waffling on that. And there were some suggestions and help about adding more visuals and more models and more robust and exciting ways of communicating these alternatives to the public. A sort of subset question to the right areas question was, are these the right centers? Again, there was largely agreement. There was more interest in more detail about the centers, which we have provided more detail in this presentation compared to that presentation. There were concerns that this notion of the 15-minute centers has been around for some time but hasn't been achieved. So we should be sure that we're being market realistic in some of our goals. and that, as I mentioned, that each center may have a different approach, and not all might have a land use change. So we do need to think about each center in its own needs and its own successful outcome.
So, Mayor, this is the end of the context and background section of the presentation. What'll be next is a more detailed introduction to each area, followed by a little bit more about how we might adjust allowed densities in the single-family neighborhoods, and then council discussion.
That was the background? Okay. So, in looking to proceed here, I think we'll all have a lot of comment/question, and separating them might be difficult. We could have a round of quick questions if we want, or we could get into the meat of it. I think the meat of it is where we want to head more quickly. Then, and we're doing good on time, so thank you. I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite the public to ask its questions so that when we get into our context conversations, we have public input. And so, again, we'll take a break here and open up public comment for this section. And this is your opportunity. Again, to fill out a card and provide it to the clerk. May I ask the clerk to read our messaging for the evening?
Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. The timer behind the dais will be reset for each speaker.
Thank you. Going once. Anybody have a chance here? Anybody missing out on a chance to get a card in? And all right. So, in public comment, first from Veronica Olson, second followed by Darren Racusin.
Is that on?
Not quite yet.
Hello? Hello?
There we go.
Hi, good evening. I am very excited that we're at this point to be talking about the nuts and bolts of the 15-minute neighborhood, or I guess we could call it complete neighborhoods. One of the things I was looking at is the alternatives. My question is, if we look at the four alternatives, the cores, Corona, downtown, and the 15-minute neighborhoods, we'd equal 12,000 units of housing. So I just wanted to find out, like, how are we going to pick and choose from these different scenarios in the process with the public and with council ultimately? Like, how do we actually do the math on how many units we're going to be getting? That's number one. And then the other thing is workforce housing development seems to be like we're always talking about it, but like we don't have any mention of it in specifics. Like, what is the strategy going to be to actually get housing for people who actually already work here? You know, so that was another one. And then the other thing is density. There's a lot of talk about density. People have different ways of calculating how we achieve that. And I think if we're going to talk to the public, there needs to be options and like examples and visuals so that people understand what it means. And then there's the other idea that if we have all this, you know, if we have 12,000 units available to us in all these scenarios, what is, and that 4 stories and less is only the thing that's viable. Why are we talking about 7 and 6 stories in neighborhood areas? I just, these are questions that other people are going to ask. So just like if we're getting to numbers, like, and we're going for a height, how do we calculate something that's going to be reasonable and still get us what we want? From our vision, if we go back to our vision, it was to keep our neighborhoods, to have our historic resources protected, including our ag historic resources. I was at that meeting, and there wasn't a lot of support for taking that in. So I'm really surprised that it actually came in tonight as part of the discussion, because most of the people on the GPAC weren't in support of taking ag resources out. So that was another thing. Out of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Darren Rakusin.
All right, thank you. I'll say that's probably my second or third time hearing this presentation, and it gets better every time, I think. I wanted to bring up one thing right out of the gate regarding land use alternatives, and it is regarding the historical agricultural areas. I was also at the GPAC process around those properties, and there was discussion around it, and there was definitely not a unanimous consensus to move forward with those areas to discuss changing land use. I think, this also, there's a piece of this for me that goes into the economic development framework, where we call out the importance of agriculture and we call out the need to support agriculture. And in speaking with the Chamber of Commerce GAC committee and then with our own planning commission ad hoc on this issue, we've talked about, well, how do you support ag? Because a lot of those decisions get made at a regional level, bodies like the Farm Bureau, what impact can a city have to support what we are acknowledging in our economic piece as kind of a vital and unique asset to our city. And really one of the biggest things we can do is land use within the city. One of the only controls we have is for any supporting or existing agricultural land use in the city is to support that to the best of our ability. I think there's discussions around whether the city can lend political clout to support ag, whether it's this upcoming legislation or anything else. But I think one definite strategy we can have is to support existing agricultural land uses. So by putting that on the table for a change in use, I think you're immediately kind of countering what your stated goals are in the economic development framework. I think that's bound to happen when you have these overlapping frameworks where things don't always match perfectly. But that one really stood out as, look, in this one framework, we're making a big commitment. The community is really behind that. And I think at the same time in the land use, putting that on the table to say, hey, should we think about changing this use, I think is a little bit contraindicated. So I think that one's worth removing, especially because there are so many areas, these areas, the corridors, the downtown, that are going to require so much attention and discussion. And then aside from that, I think the 15-minute neighborhood concept, I think Ron and Troy really faithfully represented some of that discussion at Planning Commission. And I think for me, one of the big things is, how does this become an exercise where you don't try to overplan? And then this is something I think I'm going to be echoing Dave Alden from GPAC talking about transit. And how do you start with transit nodes? Because often that's really difficult, especially in these east side neighborhoods where you have a lot of cul-de-sacs and it's difficult to get around. How do you make sure you're starting with 15-minute nodes that are conducive to transit, whether the funding is there yet or not? But kind of start with that framework and then build out retail and third space around that. So yeah, look forward to more discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Dwayne Bellinger.
Just to follow up on one item there was that it seems that the floodway is a great place to put both parks and agriculture. And that wasn't my topic. What I wanted to say was just one little objection. Your map there in the center puts these circles outside of the urban growth boundary, and that's likely to scare the voters. I know it's nice to have big circles, like the North of Corona. That is only within the urban growth boundary. Expansion area is only 89 or 90 acres, and it's much smaller than the circle. And I just don't want to scare the voters. I think you're going the exact right way of putting in high density where it's near transportation and where people, just the whole thing, your whole presentation here today. Thank you all very much.
Well, I'd like to echo that. Thank you very much for the presentation. I mean, that's what we've been waiting for. It's a big deal, and land use is the one we're all looking for. How about we do a lightning round of quick questions rather than any, political statements or deep thoughts? Let's just go for the quick questions. Anybody volunteer on this side? Councilmember Healy, quick questions. Great.
Am I at a clock?
Your own personal.
So there was mention, I'm going to kind of flip through some different things here. There was mention of 2,000 pipeline housing units that we have. Could we get a chart or a map or something telling us what those are? I'm not familiar with what those pipeline housing projects are. I don't need it now. This is something I'd like to
we can
get.
do that.
Thank you. That was one. There's been mention of the UGB expansion area near the Corona rail station, and I heard a number of acres mentioned, and it was a fairly high number of acres because, as I recall, the expansion area in our existing UGB, it's 500 feet from the station platform, which would not be that many acres. So is there a plan to modify that UGB expansion area when we go to the voters in November?
I can respond to that. Yeah. So when we were before the council in January for a workshop about the UGB, that was one of the things we discussed, that currently the exception is for a 1,500-foot radius from the station. And we had, as staff, had brought up changing that to a half-mile radius. And the council was favorable at moving forward with that. So that will be when we move forward with the information for the ballot measure, that would be incorporated.
Okay. And I guess my kind of overarching question, and this has several little subparts, but I'm concerned about how grounded in economic reality these different scenarios are. One of our speakers just talked about, and the consultant talked earlier about, 3 to 6 story units not really being economically feasible in Petaluma at the present time because rents aren't high enough. And that kind of grates on our ears because we think the rents are plenty high, but for a market rate developer trying to build stuff with the current economy, they're not high enough. So I'm not sure that why would we want to put things in our general plan that are not economically viable now or anytime in the near future. So that's a question. You don't have to answer it, but that struck me. And similarly, on the agricultural support folks, I know the community is very supportive of those, but I'm wondering if anyone has reached out to those companies and asked what they feel their economic future is. I know the owners of at least one of the one of the granaries are reaching retirement age and they're looking for options. And I don't quite frankly know what their long-term prospects for those businesses to be successful are. As we read about dairy herds being reduced in the county. Poultry is, struggling to survive right now with avian flu. So I really think in order to make informed decisions about those things, we should actually reach out to those folks and ask the questions about what they think their prospects are going forward. Because on the one hand, we want to support ag. On the other hand, we don't want a bunch of empty ag support buildings that, are shuttered. So there's that. And then similarly, I was a little bit surprised, pleasantly surprised actually, to see the vacant property by Casa Grande mentioned. I was under the impression that was undevelopable given our VMT standard. But I see it showing up there as, a neighborhood center. But again, there's talk of a small grocery store there. And those of us who've lived in town for a while will recall there was a retail grocery store around the corner, and it failed because it couldn't compete with the big guys. And even though it was closer, it's now a gym. So I'd like a little bit more thought or research into the realities of where different kinds of retail can successfully locate, and grocery stores would be one of those. And Oh, I had a question. Have you, in a similar vein, have you contacted the owners of some of these major property shopping centers we've talked about? I know I've mentioned here in the past that it's my understanding that with the Golden Eagle, or whatever it's called these days, the grocery outlet store has, I think, 3 or 4 or 5-year option extensions that it can exercise. So, the economic reality is that, we can draw anything we want on maps, but they may not be dislodged anytime soon. So I would encourage conversations with the owners of the different shopping centers around these issues as well. And then I had one final one. Oh, are we going to be revisiting the smart station area master plan area? Is that going to be, or are we just going to treat that as a given? I'm satisfied with that document. I think it's pretty ambitious. But it sounds like maybe some of this is going to revisit some of the areas that are covered by that. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Needing an answer on any of those? Yes, if so inclined.
I had a few quick thoughts. There was a lot of questions there, but the first one I think is an important question, which is why look at or consider things that are not market viable now. I think there's a couple answers to it, and Derek could go into more, but market cycles change, 5 years, 10 years. They're not as long. The cycle of the general plan is longer than a market cycle. We may have 3 or 4 market cycles within this general plan cycle. So we may want to prioritize the vision and the type of intensity that we want as a community. Even if today the market says no, the market may say yes in 10 years, and we may feel good about a different type of, we may prefer something that the market doesn't support now from a community standpoint, a design standpoint. But again, the markets may change. You might have mass timber come on and radically change building typologies, building costs. So there are good reasons for us to potentially explore those things. And I think your question about the owners of the ag businesses was also brought up in the Planning Commission about talking to some of these granary owners. So that's, I think, something that's of great interest. And then on the question of, reaching out to some of the shopping mall owners, I think that's a good one. We have on our team Greensfelder, who's a very plugged in local retail consultant. So he is very well aware of some of those lease situations. And so we factored some of that into some of our centers. We prioritize certain shopping centers over others based in part on some of that knowledge that our retail consultant had. So we think certain centers are more likely to turn over than others. But I think we could have a continuing conversation with those owners as we move forward.
I'm going to add a couple more points, and then Derek, if you have anything else to add. On that last point, just to reinforce that, during early phases of the planning process, Dave Greensfelder, our retail specialist, interviewed several landowners, developers, to really get his head around the retail market in Petaluma. And his analysis and recommendations very much informed our consideration of potential land use, change areas, and specifically the 15-minute centers. And so I think we removed all potential 15-minute centers that Dave considered infeasible from a retail perspective. So I think what you currently see on the map, there's some assumption that there's some feasibility from a retail perspective if it's either a town or a neighborhood center. If there's a lot of interest in this particular topic, we certainly could bring Dave Greensfelder to a meeting and talk in more detail about some of that. And then quickly on the Ag Services District, we didn't originally have that in as areas identified for potential change. It was a GPAC member that actually suggested we consider them, really looking at it from a perspective of the need for housing and affordable housing specifically. And so it elicited quite a vibrant discussion within the GPAC, and it was really split. There was not consensus. Some felt strongly that we should ask the community about whether we should consider change there. Others felt strongly that we really shouldn't open up that can of worms, and if landowners are interested, they can proceed and request a general plan land use change. And so we're very interested in your thoughts on whether we should even make that a public question about whether we should consider land use change in those areas. Yeah, I think that was it. Derek, did you want to add anything from the economic perspective?
Just two small points. I think you covered the questions really well. So one of those is a little bit of a disconnect between the agricultural services district and those historic longstanding uses versus the agricultural industry as a whole. And so when we were looking at that through the lens of the economy and the city and where it sits within the county as a whole, we were also thinking about all the different related services and manufacturing that is involved with food production, even wine production. And so some of those uses actually don't sit in the ag services district in those historic areas, but actually sit within the business parks and industrial parks of the city. So I just want to put that out there as well. And then as far as the potential for change at some of the shopping centers identified as 15-minute centers, in addition to David Greensfelder having already kind of screened those centers, the plan will, of course, include a set of policy and action direction that can help the city to support those shopping center owners in exploring opportunities, as well as doing things like resolving lease restrictions or providing incentives for those shopping center owners to want to move towards redevelopment over time. So, we're very aware of the practical challenges and are thinking about what policies can help to overcome or address those as well.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you. This 15-minute city map that we have behind us, Councilmember Healy brought up about the Casa Grande, which is number 4 on the neighborhood. And today, my district is District 3, and Lakeville and McDowell has one little shopping center in my district, and it has like a major restaurant and a Starbucks with a drive-through. But I happened to have lunch there, and I watched how many people bicycle across Lakeville, down McDowell to Schollenberger, because that's our park, and then how many employees were walking around at lunchtime. They have an hour to kill, so they grab lunch, but they're also exercising. And I don't know how many of those employees actually ride their bikes to those tech buildings, but there's also schools in that industrial park. Kaiser's right there, and because we've changed some of the traffic direction for safety on Lakeville, they're coming down McDowell. And I actually met some people who were just driving by down Lakeville on their way to Bodega, and they were hungry and they stopped in to have lunch. So I'm thinking that would be a good hub. It's the only shopping center in District 3, and it already exists. And it already is a hub of activity with biking and pedestrians and people coming in, because it's the entrance to Petaluma off of Lakeville. And it's an active shopping center already. But I'd love to see it get on our 15-minute map, because I know it's the only neighborhood shopping center in that lower South McDowell neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Do you mean the Arroyo Center?
Arroyo's just a little bit up, and that's got a gym and a deli, and Casa Grande students walk there, but the Casa Grande students also walk to that Starbucks. So I know they're using that corridor.
And that might be in lieu of the marina?
Or the Casa Grande site, which isn't even built out yet.
Well,
and also on ag, while I'm thinking about it, the creamery is actually ag business. So I'm wondering why it didn't get defined as an ag business. It's just, I think it's listed as it's number 9 on the 15-minute city draft. But it's our ag business. It sells agricultural products and is also a restaurant and a tourist destination. So,
Okay, so we want to ask if that's a current land use?
Yeah, so the question or the discussion around historic agricultural services district, that's a specific zone which is applied to the 2 parcels downtown. So that's not to ignore that there are other agricultural serving businesses, just that there's 2 specific parcels, the Hunt and Barons, right? The 2 largest granaries are sort of
So
recognized for that. So we were just focused on those, but.
Okay.
Well, the question was just
the granaries.
Yeah, the question was whether those 2 granaries in particular are perhaps an opportunity for mixed use development. But it wasn't to disregard that the creamery is also a site of interest. It's just not zoned as an agricultural. It's zoned as industrial. It just doesn't happen to be zoned as an agricultural.
Okay,
but
that was one of my questions. The other, in summer of 2022, there was a huge workshop on 15-minute cities, and the community filled out little things about, where did that information go? I wasn't on the council, so I don't know who put on that workshop, but I knew there were council members at that.
That was SSTAT.
Oh.
And there is a final report, the SSTAT final report with recommendations that came out of that community effort.
And
yeah, it is on the website, and it is one of the inputs that we used in coming up with this discussion about the 15-minute neighborhoods and the frameworks, and so it is a input into this process as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of the charrette we did 20 years ago, designing the theater in downtown. So before the last general plan.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
That's your questions. Councilmember Pozeke?
I would agree with Councilmember Now's comments about that area as a neighborhood, whatever, even though that's not my district.
Good question.
But also, I suppose I don't have anything. I'm good with the presentation that's been made, and obviously there are some things. I mean, I guess the only one I would mention, just because I live out at the west edge near Putnam Park, and even though as the crow flies, we're within a 15-minute walk of some of these hubs, we're not truly that. It's more like a 25-minute walk. Yeah. Because I do it a lot of morning.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yep. Councilmember Postake, we tried with the Scott Ranch project to, some of us did at least to get a little coffee shop out there. So my question is for Kelly. The accessibility change, I loved seeing that. I understand accessibility to also come with a premium in home values, and I'm wondering if there's something we can do to estimate increases in home values as a result of making improving the accessibility to services and things like that.
I think I could take that one, but there is evidence for that, and there's literature out there about that. Performing a really discrete analysis for Petaluma as part of that might be kind of tricky to do, but there is evidence that we could bring forward for that kind of thing.
Great. I would suggest that. There's, I would say, some rhetoric right now that 15-minute neighborhoods is like coded for social engineering, and there's this like dark web conspiracy around it and things like that. There's pretty rich Nextdoor thread on it a couple of weeks ago, and I would encourage us when we show those maps to also bring forward some of that evidence, because the accessibility benefits of better streets designs and accessibility to things, I think, is something to highlight as we introduce these concepts to the community. My second, I'm going to phrase it in the form of a question. On the 15-minute centers maps, can we also overlay our existing transit lines? That would be really great to just start to envision that. And if we can, put on those transit lines the headways. Like we've got 2 lines that are, it's the 11 and the 24 that run every 30 minutes, and the rest of them, right, that are at an hour. And so just putting the headways and showing the lines and then putting the headways on there. I think it'd be interesting to see just how far we have to go to get to 15-minute headways to connect our neighborhood centers. But I'd really love to see that map. In terms of community engagement, I think it might be really exciting to host some sort of like outdoor visioning at the different community centers, and just sort of like, you could send a card to everybody within a quarter of a mile of that center and say, we're going to be looking at, what this could look like 25 years from now, and just try and get people to be in that design thinking mind about what their specific sort of neighborhood starts to look like and how it evolves. Could be really, the closer we get to people's homes, the more they give a crap. So let's, I think this is a good opportunity because the 15-minute neighborhood is so personal and so close to home, literally, that starting to do some outreach in that, through that lens could be really exciting for people, or not, but it'll be there. And then totally agree with what Veronica said about our housing strategy, and that the need to start talking about housing from the lens of really like the people who currently were not housing is, and not just from deed restricted, but first time home buyers. As the person on here that's, entering parenthood, I resent the idea that we're an aging community, because I really want us to be a family-friendly community. And I'd love to see us start thinking about what we can do to support more young families and things like that coming to Petaluma, feeling like they can see a home there. I read some of the frameworks and some of the things, and it just felt like we were sort of relegating ourselves to becoming a retirement community. And I think that we really, let's try and like hunker back to some of our like blue collar family roots a little bit and see what the future of working families in Petaluma might look like. And then I completely agree with the commenter, Darren, about historic ag. There may be a day when we have to examine changing the uses on those properties, but to change the use or even open that conversation at this point is a huge divergent from what we say our vision is for our city and what we say our historic roots, our ag roots, all of that. And I think that there's, if that day comes, I mean, this ballot initiative could be the signal that sends us that way. But until that day comes, until we see those facilities close, I don't really want to give anyone the reason to think that they can change their use right now, because I think that they're, core to the fabric of Petaluma, and certainly part of a larger supply chain that's supporting our ag community. And just as much as we need our dairies to continue to exist, we need our feed mills to exist. So I really feel strongly that we should not bring that to the public. I think it just sends a message that we don't know what our vision is. Maybe we don't need historic ag. I don't think that. And I don't think I want to send that message to the community, because I think it's really core to who Petaluma is, and certainly don't want to take that forward.
I do have to remind council there's one more segment to the evening.
Oh. And then one more comment.
And that last section is when they asked us directly these kinds of questions.
Got you. Okay, well, the other one is I think we talk about the UGB expansion area, and I don't think we should continue to talk about it that way. Like, that's outside the urban growth boundary, and if there is an opportunity to bring that in, it's going to be through a specific plan process, and I don't think that there's even need to talk about that. And honestly, I think that area actually functions without even going beyond the urban growth boundary. It kind of functions as a 15-minute neighborhood. We're going to have food trucks that are at the at the train station. There's like a mechanic shop right there. There's, medical facilities that are right there. I don't think that we need to be like doing a bunch of visioning through this process for outside of the urban growth boundary.
Vice Mayor Shribs. And I am trying to focus this on concise questions. I'm losing, but.
All right. First, I just want Councilman Nell, I want to support you on the Lakeville corridor down there where Casa Grande is. There's been a lot of growth in this area. There's apartments. There's even a little subway inside the apartment complexes nobody knows about. Possible development going down. There's a whole new apartment complex going in now, as well as the little shopping center and with 3 4 actually type food places, actually 5 food places that are extremely popular in town. You go anywhere, I want to go to Mountain Mike's, I want to go to down there. And on Casa Grande Road, where the Gold's Gym is, that's become very popular, especially with the students. And then we've also added in, since I've been here for 30 years, everything that was across Eli and Sonoma Mountain was all field, ag, back when I came in 32 years ago, 33 now. And so we've moved 10,000 people basically into that area of town. So that's why I think the shopping center and a cultural center at Casa Grande, and I taught there for a while, that would be an excellent use for there. And especially even on Casa Grande, we have more housing going in right across the street from Casa Grande. So the amount of people we have in that growth area, and then you put in the bridge at Caulfield, access across the river, and that would be a huge expansion for these areas. So, so for growth and for development, I would go with probably emphasize that area. For a question, one of the areas that was not even included in any of the discussion so far is you have North Petaluma Boulevard past the old Lucky's there, and we have the what used to be the RV and marina repair shops that's still open ground at the moment, but we have a business maybe looking at that for housing possibilities. But going down that road further north and coming up through and then heading across the freeway and heading north, there's a whole corridor there. And it's not even sort of mentioned as a potential development area. So some of it may be county, some of it may be city, but it's within our influence zone. And there's a whole corridor there that's pretty old and ragged in some spots that could easily be redeveloped, but isn't even on the plan. So have you really looked at that? Could be just on the west side of the street of Petaluma Boulevard. Getting that wholly developed, having the bikeways on both sides that are safe to transport down. Why isn't that included? That's a question. Why was that not included in the plan? I don't see it being even talked about.
Well, I mean, certainly this is the time where we can adjust our map, and we're open to your comments. The reason why we didn't really look at it was just, it's the energy and the focus and the vibrancy starts to dissipate. The farther we get from the core, you start to experience a different character out there. Like you said, there's a lot of country land. So our rationale was more just that we, felt like there was a strong case to be made for Lucky's inward. There'll be greater transit there, better VMT the closer you are. But I think if council feels like we should extend our corridor, then we can do that.
Yeah, so I think with the Corona station going in, and then if we're creating a 15-minute community out there, increasing that population near that intersection, and especially if we start developing the industrial areas in that zone up there, that you get into higher ground very quickly across the road. It's near the river, probably not, but across the road, huge potential for future growth that could be managed. And it used to be before 101. That was 101.
So do you mean the area just by Corona, where Corona crosses 101?
Where Corona crosses over 101, it gets to Petaluma Boulevard.
Right.
And from that point forward, we have the Cinnabar Theater there, and then heading north continuously from there. There's a large section there that's still fairly county, fairly rural, but just a simple line of corridor of either industry, shopping centers, businesses, housing, just on the street itself. Just one pipeline that goes right there. down that street as we develop that boulevard and make it a beautification boulevard, a place to go bike riding and things. So that's an area I think that's missing off the plan right now.
Great. I think one concern in that area is the flooding. So that is one issue that we were trying to balance.
So one side of the road gets flooded, but it's the other side of the road which is uphill.
Got it. Thanks.
So, Councilman, I think just to clarify, because there's a few moving parts there. You mentioned there's county land, but I think ultimately what you're looking for is, with the catalyst of bringing the second station, what's an appropriate way to grow, connecting, essentially, I mean, what amounts to another crosstown connection. And so, understanding there's some challenges there with flooding, sea level rise, county parcels, but you mentioned Cinnabar, so that's on the west side of the boulevard.
Right.
So just
it's the entire west side there, going all the way from even below Corona. You can even start even sooner than that, where the outlet mall is, and just go right across the road. And it's a combination. There's churches, there's some housing, there's some old restaurants, there's buildings that are falling up. There's some really old housing that's falling apart. So it's a potential area to do something. Working with the county, a single line of utilities running down the road would really help that area out. And then the crossover would be Corona, made that as a major intersection for the train station. Anyway, this is an area I think we need to look at again. That's not on the map. Then the other things would be when we're combining what was mentioned on these corridors, especially when we're talking about I think the statement earlier, if I'm correct, it was 3 to 4 stories was not economic. It was not said 5 and 6 was not economic. And I just wanted to clear that up, that the reason the developers are avoiding the 3 and 4 and 5, but really would like to seek the 6 stories, because that becomes more economic. So I just wanted to clear that statement up that you said earlier is not economic. Which stories are not economic right now?
Thank you for that. So you can pretty easily get townhomes. That's a relatively inexpensive construction type, and that's up to maybe 3 stories. And there are certainly examples of 3-story buildings getting constructed in Petaluma. Where things start to get more challenging is when you start needing to switch over to structured parking, and because the cost to build structured parking is very high. And so that, depending on the density of the project, once you're at 4 stories, that can still be a relatively inexpensive project to build, but often that ends up including a structured parking of some kind. Where it becomes especially challenging is once you switch to a podium project, in which you're now building the wood frame housing, which is the less expensive component, above 1 or 2 levels of parking garage, or most expensive would be subterranean parking garage. And so it's primarily the 6 to 8 story range is when it starts to become especially challenging in Petaluma right now to be able to build those projects.
Okay, just want to clear up what stories are talking about market rate and development right now. What is difficult and what is impossible? Because I think we're still talking about 3 to 6 stories in all these areas. And as was mentioned by earlier, why are we proposing 3 to 6 stories when that's maybe changing in cycles and things like that? But we need to get acceptance.
Councilman, if I could just add to what Derek mentioned. I mean, I think Troy pointed this out too. There's a longer planning horizon, but I think the takeaway from what Derek just elaborated on is, as we start to think about where our future Petaluma and what it should look like, Derek's touching on the cost of building parking, right? And so I think what we need to understand is part of the cost to build, whatever story, part of that equation does include parking. So as we're starting to talk about, 15-minute neighborhoods, what are the parking requirements? What is the need with respect to parking as we try to invest in our transit and public transportation and walking and biking? Perhaps that need isn't as great. And so if you were to ask developers what one of the challenges is to build, it comes down to parking. And so if we could remove or at least lessen that barrier, that changes the market economics of getting something successfully done.
Good. Thank you. So that brings me to the next step is as a developer wants to go in and start doing this, especially the Washington corridor is the main concern, and redeveloping that. Is there ways of, because when we do say, okay, we're going to start doing that process from the Eagle Shopping Center on out for several blocks in there, is there a way we can manage it or suggest or regulate it? Whereas not only do we build the larger buildings that may be needed, the larger stories for housing, but can we figure out how to beautify the street, transport, and put in the trees and things that, because we got the Sadat, they said we want to make Washington Boulevard beautiful and eventually a really nice transport system down the middle somehow. So if we do that, is that going to be required or part of the plan? Because if we just want to build housing right off that Washington Street, increasing lots of traffic, that would be a problem unless we have a bigger, more holistic plan in place. So how can we promote this in our general plan? We want the housing, we want the densities, but how can we force or entice to say, yeah, we're going to actually do this trolley down the center, we're going to put in trees, we're going to do all the street repairs and everything, roundabouts, whatever it is. Can we do that?
That's an excellent question, and it's actually part of the next part of the presentation.
Okay, good. All right, then I'll leave it at that.
Councilwoman Cater Thompson.
I think I'll keep this simple. Why is Plaza North not part of this?
So as you see on the map, we kind of have a circle around both Plaza North and Washington Square.
Okay.
But in our conversations with David Greensfelter, he alerted us to the fact that Plaza North has a lot of leases, long-standing leases, that he feels will be a challenge to work around. So he felt more optimistic about the change, the potential for transformation at Washington Square, given the retail realities and the way that the parcels, the properties own their parking. So that will make it a challenge to build a new sort of structure there. So he's just pointed us towards Washington Square.
I'd like to point out that Kmart is an empty building. And so that's long-term lease doesn't exist anymore. And so there's quite a large center there that opportunities could happen. It's right next to Lynch Creek Trail, across from a big park and a community center. And so I think I'd like to see that added on. I mean, if it was a business that had another 50-year lease, I would reconsider, but it's just not the case. And it looks fairly blighted.
We'll take a look at it. We do have in the next part of the discussion, Plaza North is sort of part of that as well.
Okay, and have we looked at like the economics, like with the river, what's it called?
Golden Eagle.
For the river, I always forget the name. Green River, the trail.
North River.
The North River Trail. Are we looking at the economics of those types of activities, hiking in those areas for when tourists come to town, having all of these open space lands available? Are we looking at the economic value of that?
I'll let Derek answer more thoroughly, but I believe, as he mentioned earlier, that there's research that supports. No, it's after my bedtime. My brain stopped working. To answer the Councilmember Barnacle's question, there was research to support the evidence that he was suggesting. I've seen research that supports that, yes, there are definite economic benefits to recreational facilities, trails, paths, not just because it attracts visitors, but even revenue generated by residents' use.
And that kind of brings me to the factory outlet, other uses there, which could be environmental, hub, could be in that area. There could just be a lot of different uses. And have we looked at what that would look like? So it's more nature bound, because we don't really know what's going to happen with the factory outlet. There's a lot of vacant buildings or.
Yeah, we'll touch on in the next part.
In the next one.
Sorry to. But yes, we want to ask that question to the public. We think that's an area of interest for the public. So we totally agree.
Okay, great. And thank you.
Thank you. I want to support Councilmember Now, and I want to call on Councilmember Now.
Well, this is more of, I don't know if you know that the factory outlets has changed. It's now really family oriented. Being a grandmother of 7, I go to lots of birthday parties, and they're being held at these like gymboree. They're renting out the retail space for these gymnastic birthday party activities and for all ages. And there's 2 or 3 of them. They have different names and I don't know if they're franchises. And then our Cinnabar Theater is expanding. Right now there is drama classes being held. So when you drop the child off to drama class, which is going to be like an hour and a half, I go do shopping, or there's a wonderful nature trail that you can walk around on the outside of the parking lot. And it's a way to see part of, that part of Petaluma that you wouldn't normally see unless you were driving down the 101. But anyway, the factory outlets is filling up again. It's just changing uses, which is very creative because now Cinnabar Theater is moving into one of the bigger spaces and going to put on productions. So I don't know how big it's going to be, but it's going to draw a lot of people. And right now we have still busloads of people getting dropped off. And a lot of our families that are struggling to, put shoes on their kids' feet, they still go to the factory outlets to pay for those shoes because they're inexpensive Nikes and Keds and.
Okay.
Anyway, my retail knowledge comes in handy.
Well, I hope you're on Cinnabar's capital campaign committee because they're in need of another $1 million or $2 million. There were I did want to support the idea of Southern Gateway improvements. The marina is not really close enough for a 15-minute to the rest of the activities, especially the new apartments that are coming on there. I was very disappointed when the bakery went out of business in there because that's where I live. But I'm happy that Belfour opened up across the street, so across Lakeville. And then I would also comment. I look at this general plan as how are we going to get housing for our people and how are we going to have a vibrant community for it. And I think we've identified a lot of housing opportunity. And so for me, anything on North Boulevard is sort of a third rail that I wouldn't go anywhere near. And even the 3,000 number that we're trying to achieve, I didn't hear it connecting to our ADU optimism. How much ADU can we get in the city, and how much will that reduce the 3,000 number? Because we didn't count in ADU at all, did we?
No, we didn't include that in the 3,000. We generally think about that in a different way because those tend to happen organically. We don't need to make land use changes to make those happen. So we see that as an important part of the strategy, but we were just and when we get into the neighborhoods discussion, the single family neighborhoods, we can talk about that a little bit, but we were sort of just bifurcating the discussion of where we need to actually change our policies and where there are areas where we can continue to reinforce strategies like the ADUs. But we do think they would contribute to unit growth. You probably wouldn't see thousands of ADUs. You might see a few dozen per year over time. So it adds up, but you wouldn't necessarily see big numbers from that.
And there's a parcel on Corona, not in city limits, but in UGB, up near Corona Creek Schoolish area. And did we analyze and reject that as a 15-minute opportunity site?
You mean the currently designated for residential? There's maybe three parcels.
Quite a bit of acreage.
Yeah. Well, we would definitely want to look at flooding there. The last time that came in for a development review, there was a considerable flooding impact in that area. I can't tell you off the top of my head what it looks like with our updated modeling.
Okay, thanks. So the smart property downtown is T6, is that right? How many stories can we put on that currently?
T6 allows up to 6 stories.
Okay, I was just thinking about it in the context of what we're proposing for all the other.
I also want to just add with density bonus, you can get higher, more height, building height as a potential.
Okay, that's great. And we talked about attracting office space onto the smart properties, both from, I think we mentioned that two different parcels. Are we pushing these as housing sites, or are we pushing these as mixed-use sites, or what does the report call for on that? What are we seeing so far?
I think you're getting to the heart of the land use alternatives,
okay,
which is what do we want to see at the Central Smart Station and what do we want to see at the Corona Smart Station? So we can get into that a little bit in the next part. But I think you articulated the key choices. And in regards to the Corona Station area, I think we see it as some of both and. I think we see housing, but also office and jobs as a potential opportunity there. But it's a question we would put to the community to see what they thought.
For me, it says encourage or support or something like this, and I wonder what tools lent that support.
Sure. Well, we can use our zoning and our general plan designations to limit or constrain what's allowed. Or we can add through those, if indeed the ballot measure is passed and we move forward with a specific plan, the specific plan would articulate the land use policies and requirements more clearly for the Corona Station area. So we could say, for instance, you must have a certain amount of retail square footage, or you must have a minimum density of development. There are tools and policies we could use if we want to push the land uses in a certain direction. Right now, I think we're at a phase where we're asking this council and the community what is their focus, and then we can design the policies to get us there.
Yeah.
And I might suggest that we move to the more in-depth discussion about some of the areas of change. It might answer some of council's questions on some of the more specifics if we're ready to do that.
Are we ready to do that? We're good? Okay, let's do that.
Just give us a moment. We'll bring up the presentation. Actually, do you want me to hand out that?
This might be an opportunity for a 5-minute break here. So let's call a pause on it for 1 second and come right back. And can we post up a 5-minute clock on our calendar? Thank you.
The basketball game makes for a certain amount of reads of free pizza or something. Make it to 10. Make it to 10, you can free pizza. I like the jacket. You can do a lot. Get the banner up there, launching shirts. Ryan launching shirts. So good. All the time.
But no, but in fact, I'm gonna send public comment.
Feels like a lot. So hopefully, yeah, I know, right? It's actually like
Okay, let's bring it back to order. Everyone's ready? And how can I start me if you won't sit down? Good. And for this section, Ron, will you be leading this? Oh. So for this section, we have Troy helping us through it.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, I'm going to power through our areas here, and then we can see if we want to take a break, or we can go all the way through and go through the neighborhood stuff as well. So I think that's what I'll go with. Okay, let's go. All right, Area 1, upstream and downstream river adjacent areas. So you can see on the map here, the larger image shows the parcels we have been exploring potential changes on. So you kind of see starting from the Johnson parcel down in the east up to the livestock auction yard on the west. And then the downstream area is this area we've selected just adjacent, sort of slightly north of the marina, between the marina and Lakeville Highway. So near the potential additional neighborhood center that's been discussed, but more to the south. So why are we considering this area, and what are some of the things we know about this area? It is a key area that currently provides flood retention capacity and a lot of ecological function. So those things will be protected as part of any sort of future policy or land use scheme that we pursue. We believe that public access to and from the river should be enhanced as part of our strategy in this area. And as I noted earlier, the no net loss state law means that any residentially zoned or designated parcel that we change or reduce in allowed intensity, we must find somewhere else in the city to have an corresponding increase in allowed residential density. So the question that we plan to take to the public for this area is very simple, is what should be the allowed land uses in these parcels? And the option would sort of be sort of what we see here, or should we basically restrict it to only parks and open space uses? A corresponding question which sort of supports the land use strategy, but it goes a bit farther, is regardless of what we do with land use, should we also put in place a policy that pushes us towards greater resilience and adaptive capacity along the river, which is setting buffer spaces or setbacks between buildings and the river, and then going further to prohibit future development where we see deep flooding from our latest models, our sea level rise and flooding models.
Can I ask for a pause for a second? So you provided council during the break a handout, which I believe is what you're following on the side.
Correct.
And is this what you intend to come back to for decision making? Is this kind of our scorecard here? These are the questions.
Excellent question. So on this, so the simple answer is no. We're not looking for responses from the council to these questions tonight. These are the questions we plan on taking to the public. We share them with you just so you know, like, here's the track we're on. We're looking at these areas. We want to invite public input on land use change in these areas. And these are some of the specific questions. The questions in red on each of these slides are land use specific questions. The questions in black, like the one on the next slide, are more policy questions, which you'll see in the draft land use policy framework. And that's one thing Troy will come back to over and over again is you need to complement any change in land use to achieve your goal or the desired outcome. You need to complement your change in land use with very often land use policy that actually gets you the change you're looking for. So I think, again, the simple answer to your question is no, we're not looking for responses to these questions tonight.
So tease us up or press edge. The conclusion of this conversation ends with us edified or us providing some feedback?
With the two questions, one of which is, do you support our overall proposal to de-intensify and intensify? And then secondly, are these the right areas? And I guess you could also say, are these the right questions to ask people? We're not looking for your answers, but are these the right things for us to go out and ask members of the public and more broadly?
Thanks for that clarification.
On the screen are the questions we'd like your responses to tonight.
All right, we'll keep moving. Right there, yeah. Okay, so moving to the one back. All right, great. And as I go along, I'll let Derek jump in, and he'll weigh in on some of the more site-specific, or I guess I should say the similar character type considerations from a fiscal standpoint. So as we look at certain types of changes or redevelopments, Derek will weigh in and say, kind of from a fiscal or market standpoint, what we think some of the more specific considerations are. So looking downstream, again, we're along Lakeville, just north of the marina, near the dog park. So this area is, based on our most recent modeling, heavily impacted by sea level rise and also king tides, which are the annual highest tides. So again, with if there's no adaptation, which may occur in the future, but this is an area which we see some serious impact. This is an area that it's currently zoned for mixed use, so obviously that would allow for potential future housing. On the flip side, keeping it for employment would help with some of the inflow and outflow of jobs and commuters. And similarly, just a reminder that no net loss would apply here. So Derek?
Sure. Just a few observations from the market perspective here. This is one of those places that's a strong, promising employment location, including uses like mixed flex, research and development, manufacturing, or distribution, some of those light industrial uses. However, there are not a lot of greenfield development sites. There are the site-specific constraints that Troy has described. So in terms of potential strategy responses, if the goal does become to try to attract employment uses to this area, there's a need to ensure the zoning supports those diverse employment uses. There's a need to maintain excellent connections to Lakeville Highway and Highway 101, and also to address the flooding risk by ensuring awareness among developers and property owners of that risk and reducing allowable development in any major flood zones.
Thanks, Derek. So the question we have for the public is, should the allowed land uses in the Lakeville area, which is currently designated to allow mixed use, which would allow residential development, should that be realigned to not allow residential use or de-intensified to allow a less intense mixed use? So moving to our core, we have the downtown area on the left. We have the Central Smart Station in the center there. We have the Historic Agricultural Services District in the hatch, which we'll walk through, which I think we'll have some thoughts on. And then on the right, we have the River Park, also known as the former Scannell site. So looking at downtown, I think, again, we've talked a lot about downtown, a lot of good reasons to focus on downtown. We have a great deal of historic character, historic landmarks that we have a strong interest in preserving. There's a lot of discussion about keeping downtown active, vibrant, ground floors that you want to visit. The intensification of downtown could support more use of SMART, could lower VMT. We assume that any developments in this area will be kind of buttressed and safeguarded by district scale improvements, and then these standards for buildings that are in place specifically to prevent against sea level rise or other flooding impacts. So the public land use question is fairly straightforward here. The areas here circled largely track with the downtown overlay discussion, so we're aligned with that and asking sort of a similar set of questions here. Is currently 4 stories is the zoning, this mixed use, historic mixed use. So the question is, where, if at all, is it appropriate to allow buildings that are taller than 4 stories? And kind of as a complementary question, which gets to really how do we support downtown? How do we make downtown, continue to thrive? Is should we consider allowing other land uses that create activity, such as makerspace, co-working spaces, live work spaces, that try to really enhance and enliven the downtown? So again, there's a land use question and an intensity question, but then there's a separate question of kind of supporting policies. Moving to the Central Smart Station, again, the rationale for looking at this space is similar. We would encourage the use of the transit. We would be infilling development, which has lower VMT, and we'd be taking advantage of some of our existing assets and amenities that would support downtown. Similarly, we would take a look at district scale adaptation and resilience improvements. This also would, support completion of the river trail. So here you see the T6 and T5 zoning. The T6 zoning is in the darkest purple, T5 in the lighter purple. So the question again is it appropriate to allow buildings to be higher than the current regulations allow? And so by how much? On the flip side, the city could consider requiring or mandating a minimum height or a minimum density if the interest is in really sort of forcing or waiting for a market cycle that supports a higher density product or a higher intensity center there. And then as we discussed, sort of the matching policy discussion is how could we make this happen? One way might be to reduce or eliminate any requirements that de-incentivize their development, which is currently requiring storefronts or retail can be a disincentive for development. Derek?
So I'm kind of approaching the market considerations from the perspective of the broader core TOD area and how you use that to also support the Central Smart Station area. This is an area where the market and just logically there's a strong demand for higher intensity housing, hotels, dining, and entertainment. I've mentioned before about the possibilities of office near smart. But one of the broader opportunities here is to better integrate the sub-districts within the core TOD area, so the downtown, the warehouse district, and the Central Smart Station area, and also transforming River Plaza shopping center into a housing, retail, and gathering space. Now, some challenges with those ideas are higher intensity residential and office development are infeasible today, but that doesn't mean they won't be feasible 15 years from now. Also, there might be potential lease-related barriers to redeveloping River Plaza. This is true of all the shopping centers, in which sometimes some of the tenants might have conditions, covenants, and restrictions that are in place that allow them to block changes to the shopping center, and also some of those long-term leases and options to renew that were mentioned earlier tonight could also be a restriction for River Plaza and other shopping centers. One other consideration is avoiding oversaturation of retail storefront spaces. So in terms of strategy concepts, we're thinking about, if we want to see a variety of opportunities here, there's potential to expand allowable heights and densities. So there's flexibility when market conditions improve or change. Also, there's a need to target any ground floor retail requirements to the strongest nodes and blocks in the area. And there's an opportunity to enhance pedestrian connections between downtown, the warehouse district, the theater district, and River Plaza, so that the whole is more than the sum of its parts, essentially. Those districts can support each other. And lastly, potentially to support property owners in addressing those lease constraints and other unique ownership and other restrictions that I mentioned.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, moving to the much discussed Historic Agricultural Services District. So that, as I mentioned before, that really represents these two parcels of these two operators in the downtown area, the Hunt and Barons and the Dairymans. I think the considerations are fairly obvious. Again, its location downtown would perhaps suggest that it could be an infill development that would support transit and lower VMT, but there is a very, very unique aspect to both of these buildings and how they sort of interplay with the agricultural history and agricultural economy of the city. So I think we teed up these questions a little bit already, but sort of most basically is, should the city change its land use regulations now to allow a mixed use or a different activity than agricultural industrial, or as some council members has already suggested, we should consider, kind of waiting for those owners to approach the city when they're ready to change their uses. And then as a follow-on, if we were to allow mixed use, how large or how tall should we allow mixed use? Moving to the River Park or the Scannell site, formerly the Scannell site, since it was purchased by the Park Conservancy, obviously river access and ecological features are going to be a component of the site in the future, including a bridge to McNear Landing and some restoration of the slough. But that still leaves some opportunity for some other types of development, which might be housing, community space, or maker spaces. Again, this site is quite close to the SMART station, so could be a potential infill site which supports downtown and the SMART station. As I said, the new owner of this site has indicated that they do plan to build certain parks and trail aspects, but the question sort of the community is, what else would we like to see at this site? How intense would we like to see this site be developed? Moving to our corridors, we have the Petaluma Boulevard North section, sort of from downtown moving out to the Luckies or around the Cinnabar area. Then we have Petaluma Boulevard South from approximately D Street over to just past I Street. And then we have East Washington from Lakeville up to the pool. Petaluma Boulevard North, I think, is an area of an opportunity. They're underutilized sites that could be infilled. This development along this corridor would support greater use of transit, VMT reduction, and a general improvement in the quality and character of the corridor, and could potentially support the 50-minute center at the top of the corridor. So the questions are, compared to what's allowed now, which is a series of mixed uses, sort of in greater intensity towards downtown and then decreasing in intensity and height as you move away from downtown. So the question to the community is, should we consider changes to these allowed uses intensity? And if so, what should the general character of the corridor be? Should it be a kind of consistent 4 or 5 story character, or should we keep this notion that height should kind of decrease as one moves away from the downtown?
Can you just reset on some of the questions that were, like the framing for some of these questions one more time? Sorry.
Sure. These are questions we're going to go out to ask the public as when we go to do alternatives in workshops and in online surveys. So what we want from council is to say yes or no, we should ask these questions of the public, essentially.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. So moving to Petaluma Boulevard South, the reasons we might look at it is that it could be improved as a gateway into the city. Its character and design and activity could be enhanced. We assume that there will be, as necessary, some resilience or adaptation strategies if the flooding that impacts the warehouse district sort of continues and impacts this area as well. So the question we have for the public is kind of what should be the character or the feel of this neighborhood from a design standpoint. Right now, the regulations in the city code are not consistent along both sides of the corridor, in part because the Central Petaluma specific plan only covers the part north of this, on the side of the street. So you have different regulations on both sides of the street. So the question in the community is, would you like to see a consistent character on both sides? If so, should it be 3 stories, 4 stories? Or would you prefer to see, again, in this similar sense to the other corridor, that density
and then the old general plan uses this term to feather or to decrease in density and intensity as you move away from the river and towards the neighborhoods. Moving to East Washington, I think there's been lots of interest in this area from dating back to the old general plan and probably even before that. It's a kind of key connector, key artery between the east side and the west side. There are underutilized parcels that could be infilled, a key corridor that could be more strongly supportive of transit and walking. So this speaks to some of the questions we heard before, which is, can we make this corridor nice, sort of independent of land use? And so we have a question here sort of to the community, which is, how would you like to see this happen? How should the city kind of prioritize improving the corridor? And one way you could do that is kind of by really focusing on safety and crossing. One way which you could do it is focusing on the streetscape, the trees, and the visual aspect. And the third of which is you could really try to focus on the ground floor and make the ground floor really work and really attract activity. And we could probably try to do some combination of all these strategies, but again, limited resources, limited sort of staff time. So we're interested in seeing where the focus and the priority of the community might be in this area. And then from a land use question is, should we consider changing the land use here? Right now it's allowed 2 or 3 story mixed use development, but we could consider going higher. So for instance, we could consider mirroring the density and intensity that's allowed on the south side of Lakeville to sort of create, this larger station area. So you would consider then extending the T6 or a higher zoning across Lakeville. And then again, the question might be, should the corridor feather downward or should it be a consistent type of corridor? Derek?
For these corridors, in terms of the housing opportunities that exist, we're looking at probably maybe 3 to 6 story townhome and multifamily housing. Again, recognizing maybe the 6 story housing doesn't pencil today. But, we should be looking kind of long term at what some of the opportunities might be and what might be appropriate. There's also opportunities for ground floor freestanding retail and professional office or medical office space that's centered near major retail nodes. And so this is kind of one of the challenges I identify. Retail will really struggle unless it's visible, accessible, and concentrated. And it's important to think about that throughout all of these centers and corridors. Also, some other challenges along the corridors are that there are some shallow and small lots, which can constrain an efficiently designed building and development project. And then there's, of course, the feasibility challenge I mentioned with the higher density housing. So as far as some strategy concepts go, one is simply to ensure zoning and form-based requirements enable townhome and multifamily development. Another is to make sure that retail is only required in or near key nodes, really try to concentrate the retail uses together, and potentially consider adopting incentives for developers to pursue assembly of sites in order to get larger development opportunity sites.
Great. Thanks, Derek. Okay, moving to our 15-minute centers. First, looking at the smaller centers, which we call the neighborhood centers. So these are places where we might explore some more intensity or some different types of uses. So I touched on some of these before, so I'll just be brief, but the bowling alley in the Veterans Center, the Leghorn Marketplace, Casa Grande, Western Baker Creamery, and then the school district office and this City Hall right here. Derek, you can tee this one up.
Sure. So in looking at these relatively smaller 15-minute centers, the scale of housing that would be appropriate in these locations is a little different. We're talking maybe 2 up to 4 story townhome and missing middle housing product types. So we're talking more like townhomes and very modestly scaled multifamily buildings as being a potential fit for these areas and for the market represented at them. Also, there's some of these sites that are large enough that we could be looking at horizontal mixed use. So building vertical mixed use with retail on the ground floor and housing above can be a challenging and expensive prospect for developers. So sometimes when there's enough space, you can get a functional district with the horizontal mixed use as an option that might be a little bit easier for developers to pursue. Not to discount the possibility of vertical mixed use as well, of course. Some challenges for these sites are that housing developers may prefer inward-oriented and entirely residential projects, again, because of the challenges of integrating retail and because it's a little bit easier just to create that residential community that sort of faces in and on itself. So that would need to be addressed in the design considerations and visioning. Again, there's a need to ensure there's a critical mass of retail, and if it happens that one of these sites is targeted for development by a large retail chain, it's something that comes up less and less often, but it still could happen, then they might compete for the site instead of housing or a mixed-use scenario. Some strategy concepts include assisting property owners with revisioning opportunities at their sites, ensuring design requirements require thoughtful integration of housing and commercial and outward street-facing orientation of what's developed at the sites, ensuring retail is functional and visible as well, and maintaining some amount of minimum retail or active frontage requirements in order to ensure that these do become neighborhood centers.
Thanks, Derek. So the first one here is the Bowling Alley and Veterans Center. This is one of many that came out of the SSTAT process, that previous community visioning process. This would kind of infill an underutilized site on Petaluma Boulevard South. Might also build off of kind of some of the energy happening around this area with the Caulfield improvements. So the questions for the community are, how tall and intense should this future mixed-use activity center be? How mixed-use should it be? Should it be required to have retail or in some fashion? And then kind of how much of the center should be on the kind of west side of McNear versus extending across to the other side of McNear. Moving to Leghorn Marketplace, again, this was looked at during SSTAT and is a sort of somewhat struggling shopping mall that potentially could be evolved or enhanced in some ways. So the question of the community is, how intense should we allow future development here to be, and specifically what mix of land uses should we encourage? This was one site where Greensfelder thought live-work might be potentially viable. And similarly, Casa Grande, another site identified in the SSTAT process. Again, it's a vacant site on a key corridor, would help to provide amenities and services to the west side, which is sorely lacking. This site is currently zoned for medium residential density. So the question is, should we allow mixed use? If so, how intense should it be? Similarly, this is a place where live work might potentially be viable or could be required or incentivized. Looking at the Creamery just down the street at Western and Baker. Again, this was discussed during the SSTAT process. We already have kind of some small mixed use activity there. Again, we have this very unique and special agricultural character that is part of this site. This site is currently zoned for industrial. So again, if we were to change this, the question might be, what type of mixed use should be allowed at this site? How tall, how intense?
Did you just skip 4.3?
Oh, no. Casa Grande.
Yeah. Did you already cover Casa Grande?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I'm so far behind. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can you slow down for
sure.
my brain?
Yeah. No worries. Okay, 4.5. So this is a question about the school district office, which is just around the street where the Kenny's is. So the question is sort of, should the city reach out and work with the school district to really redevelop that property into a more intense, larger, real significant neighborhood center? And similarly, should the city kind of seek to relocate this city hall facility and redevelop this site with affordable housing? Okay, moving to our larger town centers. So we have a couple here. We discussed a few of them, and then we'll touch on the Washington Square and Plaza North at the end. So Derek?
Sure. So these larger town centers have a little bit more variety of the opportunities that are possible because of the size and scale of them. So, in terms of housing, you could be looking at 3-story up to 6-story townhome and multifamily housing, but there might be different mixes and configurations within that would be possible, and it might be an opportunity to get some of the higher intensity housing earlier by having that mix. Also, there's opportunities for horizontal and vertical mixed use, depending on how development plays out across the site, and integration of retail, professional, medical, office, and live-work uses. There's just a lot more flexibility a developer might be able to figure out in some of these larger sites. Now, some of these sites do have shopping centers on them, and so in some cases we might be looking at repurposing excess parking for housing should the property owner decide that there is excess parking. So that's one of the challenges. Some other challenges include these centers might include tenants with different lease termination dates. The tenants might have control of common areas and parking lots, so it's possible some leases would need to be renegotiated by the property owner, and the city could potentially support in that process. Some longtime property owners might have very little incentive to risk redevelopment if they are making return on their current investment, if they have low holding and operating costs. And then also there's the same need to make sure there's a critical mass of retail, if it's included, to ensure the retail is functional. So the city, some new ideas I didn't mention before in this, the city could ensure that minimum retail parking requirements are as low as practical. Also, potentially, there could be incentives included for a developer who undertakes a master planning or development agreement process. And one opportunity here is to ensure that there are minimum residential density requirements so that if these centers do change, they change in a way that matches the community's vision.
Great, thanks, Derek. So the first one here that we discussed earlier is the Lucky's site along Petaluma Boulevard North and Magnolia. This is adjacent to a site identified by SDAT, but this is actually an expansion of the SDAT concept. This is a site that our retail consultant finds very promising. It's a shopping mall that he sees strong potential to evolve in the future. So the question to the public would be, how intense would we want to allow a future mixed-use redevelopment of this shopping mall be, and what uses should be allowed? Moving to the outlets. And again, this is one where we are a bit more open-ended. We have a bit more question to the community as to what should happen. This was not a site identified by SDAT, but again, we've heard that there is the theater there and some other new uses happening there. So it's potentially sort of an organically happening center that the city may want to further support. There's also, even though the area is, by the river and has some flooding on site, there was significant flood control infrastructure built when the site was originally developed. So there is sort of an asset there that could be leveraged. So again, the question is a bit more open-ended, which is what is really the future of the outlets? And we'll have some options for the public to consider, but we want to sort of take the temperature on the outlets. And then this gets to Washington Square and Plaza North. And so both of these sites are currently zoned the community commercial, so they only allow commercial uses with some exceptions for smaller scale mixed uses. But the question really is, should the city allow a standalone residential use or significantly taller 4 or 5-story mixed use buildings in either one or both of these locations? So for instance, you could change the community commercial zoning, and that would impact both of these sites. Okay, moving to the potential expansion at Corona. And again, this is all reliant on what happens in November, so we don't want to get too far out ahead of our skis here. But we do want to kind of just plant the seed in the mind that if we were to move if the city moves in this direction, that, kind of firstly, the radius of a future smart station, approximately a half mile, would encompass the area that we would see as sort of generally suitable to creating a new neighborhood and a new center. There are, reasons for doing this expansion, that it would, of course, support use of smart. It would leverage improvements along McDowell. There would sort of follow on actually of the future specific plan process. So the question to the public
is what we were considering asking is, if the ballot measure is approved, what should the future development look like? How intense should it be? And then the second part of that is, should this area be an area of focus for jobs as well as housing? And then as a part of this, and following on to the specific plan, is that if that Corona area starts to change and the UGB is expanded, then what should we do, and how should we think about some of the supporting and adjacent areas along North McDowell? Should those be changed or intensified in some fashion? Just sort of teeing this up for the specific plan. All right. So those are kind of all the alternative areas of specific land use change focus. But now I'll move us into a brief section on everything else. As Ron said, we're not ignoring everything else. We just have a different set of policies and proposals for this area. So I'll walk you through this one. So the goal that we've articulated here for our single-family neighborhoods is that the existing fairly low-density neighborhoods in the future would provide a more rich and varied range of missing middle, or sometimes called middle density housing. And we would accomplish that largely through two strategies or two policies. One, which was discussed earlier, which was to continue to promote and expedite ADU construction. And then the second one, which I'll discuss a bit, is to change the allowed land use regulations to permit more units or subdivisions or lot splits or 2, 3, and 4 unit developments or higher. So when we talk about missing middle, we're talking about these kinds of housing. Usually it's duplex housing, townhouse housing, 3 units housing. They're usually 2 stories, 3 stories tall. You see a lot of them in Portland. You see a lot of them in Hercules. You see these are the types of things that sometimes organically can be built on a parcel in a neighborhood without overly, disrupting the character of that neighborhood. So there's a little bit of state law context here, which has just recently changed. Up until last week, there was a state law, SB 9, that was passed, which essentially said that cities must allow the by right approval of duplexes and or lot splits for projects that meet specific standards, functionally allowing up to 4 units on all single-family zones. So in Petaluma, that would be the zones in yellow here that we show on the map, the rural residential, very low, and low density. This was thrown into question recently last week. A judge overturned an appeal from some charter cities who challenged the applicability of this law to charter cities. Petaluma is a charter city, so I think maybe Eric might be able to speak more to the legal sort of implications here. But our understanding is that basically the SB 9 may not apply to charter cities going forward. However, this doesn't really change necessarily the notion that Petaluma can explore these types of infills on its own. It just doesn't need to be constrained by the state law. But we still intend to ask about ways in which these neighborhoods can change. And in fact, SB 9 was a law that was somewhat limited and had not actually produced all that much sort of infill development, in part because it required a lot split, which is to say your lot is split in half. But that can be challenging. That sometimes requires a flag lot, which has an unusual sort of narrow access. You see that in the third diagram there. So SB 9 wasn't to date has not been sort of as successful as was intended. So we see an opportunity for Petaluma to kind of move and learn from some of those lessons and perhaps move in a direction that actually does enable some of this neighborhood infill, depending on how this discussion goes with the community. But these were the types of questions we were planning on asking the community, which is how many units on a single family lot are appropriate? And we could have a series of strategies depending on the size of the lot or other types of parameters that we could consider. But this sort of at a basic question is how many units would be appropriate? And then sort of following on, what are some of the other strategies, policies, and incentives that the city could employ to really push, if indeed this is the direction we move, to push these types of infill by adjusting requirements, removing parking requirements, for instance, and other strategies that support single-family infill. The other strategy to change or to support the evolution of our neighborhoods is the mixing in of other uses that are not strictly housing uses. So this could be accomplished through a variety of strategies. One, which is to permit small scale commercial or civic uses in residential neighborhoods. Currently, they're mostly right now not allowed. Secondly, we could expand or lessen the requirements to get a home occupation approved, which is to say a business in your house. The third one is to really sort of redefine or reimagine the regulations around live, work, and work, live to try to really make that happen in certain places in the city. For example, some of the 15-minute centers I mentioned previously. So the question here is fairly straightforward, which is, should the city be more flexible with regards to what's required and permitted, especially in neighborhood zones?
Can you go back a slide? Sorry.
Too late.
Back one more slide. Okay.
We very much appreciate your patience this evening. It was a lot of information. Again, we're very happy to be at this moment and embarking on this conversation. Very interested in your feedback tonight on whether we're on the right track or not, because we very much want you to be in support of where we're headed in our anticipated conversations with the public. So thank you for your attentiveness and look forward to your feedback.
Oh, you're going to leave it to us to structure feedback. Well, that is tricky. So you have several land use alternatives, citywide concepts. Should we break them out and hit them one off and see if we think you're on the right track with each of them? So could you tell us, could you say what A is?
Yeah, we could go back and go area by area. Would that help?
Yeah, I think you're kind of here on the slide. If you just want to say the blue area.
Yeah, so blue area is area 1. We called that the upstream and then the downstream areas. Area 2 is the core, which is these areas in the yellow.
Let's. Hopefully we've stayed with you, and so I think the blue. Let me look up and down the council and see who wants to weigh in, or is it just a thumbs up for what the strategy was that they presented? Please.
I just had one question, because at one point there was talk about not developing in areas with more than a 4-foot flood depth, which seemed to me to be, I think this council would probably be more like at a 0-foot flood depth, and I was trying to understand what that was about.
Yeah, so that the proposal was that policy would apply for areas sort of upstream of the river, and the current policy of the city is that the floodway, the zero development is allowed in the floodway. When we move into the floodplain, the currently in those areas of the city, you're allowed to potentially develop in those areas depending on the site-specific configurations. So we're proposing that, basically most of that area is currently has some flood risk.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Are you talking about this kind of weird thing in our current rules where there's a zero net fill policy in some parts of the city, but not in other parts of the city? Is that what you're trying to get at?
That's part of it. I think we're really targeting this policy only at the this upstream area, upstream of the weir. So we're not talking about other areas.
Okay. No, I'm fine with that.
And you have a particular question you want us to say whether we like the question or not as is? This is beyond changes allowed to land use. Should the city also establish minimum setbacks from river, prohibit development in the sense of riparian, and where deep flooding is projected?
Yeah, you can simply say, is this a right area to ask people about, and is that generally the right question?
And only question. That's the only one you're going to poll the public on, pretty much?
Yeah, the land use question and then the setbacks and sort of flooding question. So there is a land use question in this area.
So, I mean, to lead up, I'm comfortable with that approach. Thank you. All right, so we move to the next, which is the Lakeville property. Same kind of concern?
The downstream, yeah, adjacent to the marina.
And
my question there is, why is that such a limited area? Because the floodplain modeling seemed to implicate a larger swath of territory down there.
Well, yeah, so this is an area where there's an intersection of impact and relatively low intense development. We're not suggesting, for example, developed housing or mixed use projects be de-intensified, but this area is largely public storage and fairly low value sort of businesses, like again, public storage. So in that regard, it's an area we expect to be impacted, and it also doesn't have that much current development, and therefore is a stronger candidate for perhaps doing something different than what's currently there.
But it's also largely developed, so.
Well,
so
it's developed.
It's a down zoning, but they would have pre-existing use rights.
Right. Yes. So right. So it's currently developed at a lesser intensity in use than what's allowed, because what's allowed is mixed use. So what we would be doing is essentially saying we're going to zone you for what you are now and not allow you to develop into a more potentially risky mixed use development, which puts housing in the floodplain.
Okay, that's a better explanation. I like that.
Thanks.
So the question you've got is, should allowed land uses in the East Lakeville area, which is currently designated for mixed use, I'd add the words "and built" or something to show that it has existing, be realigned and or de-intensified. I think we're all comfortable with that question. Now we're moving the core area, the downtown area, and your public, and this is much overlapped with the overlay area. The area in question, and should the general plan allow additional active land uses, such as makerspace, co-working space, or live work, to increase vibrancy while maintaining downtown character? And you also ask where, if at all, is it appropriate to allow taller building heights. For me, I don't understand the context of taller building heights. We probably need to tell people the existing is this. Would you, is that enough or more? So some modification for me is good.
Yeah, so the existing is allowed 4 maximum, and the overlay is proposing 6, but I think more broadly the question here is just, is it more than 4 would be the question for the public.
Right. Did you? Microphone, please.
Just looking at the list that you have there, such as maker spaces, co-working spaces, and live work, should you not also be including just simply apartment, condo, and hotel, since those are possible proposals? Should need to be included at least in the question.
Sure, we could do that. Those are generally allowed already, but maybe we could give them more context in the question, because this is about trying to allow uses that aren't allowed to give more options, but because generally those types but yeah, we could take a look at that.
Yeah, so I was proposed just opening up the door a little bit more, saying, would we allow all these different types of uses, or would you like to limit it to this, or this?
And any other question, comment on that one, or we favorably, more or less? Yes. Okay, that's a yes. So,
can I?
Yes, please.
I'm going to take a pass on this one right now. I'm going to save I think we're going to have a much more in-depth discussion when the overlay zoning comes back to us. I do have some heartburn in that a lot of the areas you have, not all of them, but a lot of the areas you have outlined in red here are exempt from providing any off-street parking at all. And if you're talking about going 6 stories with zero off-street parking, that's an impact we really need to think about.
Councilman Barnacle.
Yeah, it feels like there's the question around land use is more than just around height. And that's what there's a more expansive set of questions on this than just height. You've got the uses in there, which I appreciate. There's massing, there's parking, there's things like that I think we need to be asking about in this specific area. Otherwise, we're literally just, it's, like thumbs up or thumbs down on height, and there's so much more to be talking about with this. Yeah.
And given the overlay process in the midst of it right now, why is it necessary to ask this question at this time? Is it different?
We wanted to sort of daylight that this conversation is happening and that there probably would be interest in public comment and feedback on this area through this process. So it felt like it would be a gap for us to not give folks an opportunity to weigh in on this. But we're open to direction if you feel like we shouldn't include this.
Yeah, I think the workshop this week asked this question. And so I, for one, would love this to say, see other process, don't lose this area as a part, but don't bring it in. Councilman Barnacle.
Yeah, I think that one of the things here is we're treating this whole area as a single area. And for those of us who live in this town, these are different areas. There's viewshed concerns over along Washington. There's that you don't have when you get down right on Petaluma Boulevard. And, there's a big giant vacant lot right on the corner of whatever the street is there next to 7-Eleven. I can't remember. Is that Liberty? Not Keokuk, one up from that. Walnut? What is that one? But there's, there could be, I think in general, this just sort of lends itself to something more than just like, what's the height of this whole area? Because these are very different areas for the people who experience this part of town. So I would say break these areas up and probably, dig in, but I'm in support of asking the questions, but I think treating them as different areas, like the overlay has, A, B, and C, that may be an effective way. Honestly, some parts of C might be broken up, even more than just the whole C that you have there. But that's my thoughts on this.
So I think we got two differing opinions on council. I'm going to ask other council to weigh in on this. I think, Councilmember Barnacle, you're suggesting ask the questions as part of this process, refine it as A, B, C, and I'm more or less saying let's just refer over to the overlay process. Any other council wish to weigh in? That's a tie with only 2 votes. Somebody's got to make an opinion here.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a more in-depth discussion of this in the overlay, and that's going to happen before this gets finalized. So I think that's just the way things are queued up.
Do you have time to modify the question list post? You won't ask these questions until you've concluded the overlay or deep into,
Yeah, we're going to take 6 to 8 weeks to pull together a briefing book that provides all the context people need to understand to even respond to these questions in a meaningful way. And so, yes, we'll by then have the results of the overlay discussion.
And for the record, I think that you're right, that there's a lot of this is going to be covered through the overlay process. I also think that if people come to PlanFest and they don't get to comment on this area, that's going to be a missing piece of PlanFest, I guess.
I quite agree. So at PlanFest, what would this area look like? Will the question be posted at PlanFest? So that's not, the questions are not part of PlanFest.
Yes, I'm sorry if this wasn't clear. The PlanFest is focused specifically on the 13 policy frameworks that are available and not about land use alternatives or land use policy.
So then we need to back up just a little bit. When you say we're asking the public these questions, how are you going to ask, in what forum are you asking the public these questions? Because these like really lend themselves to like a conversation. You know, there's real consideration.
That's a great question, and it'll be a variety of means. Sorry. So workshops, large and small. So citywide workshops, but then sub area meetings. And I loved the suggestion earlier. I forget where it came from of actually having meetings focused on some of the proposed 15-minute centers. So get in the place you're talking about changing and invite people from the surrounding neighborhoods and talk about options for what it might look like in the future. Troy mentioned online surveys. Those can be effective because they, in one place, can provide a lot of the useful context, show a lot of images, have a dynamic component where you can show like what different evolutions of intensity look like visually. Those are just some examples, but basically give people a lot of visual, both written context and understanding, as well as visual cues, so they understand what the change they're being asked about would likely look like in the future, so they can provide an informed response to the questions. Yeah.
You were telling us that's summer's project. It's a project for the summer.
Yeah, it'll just not be ready for PlanFest, but we'll be asking these questions at a variety of separate workshops and online and in perhaps the 15-minute area meetings. So
yeah, these are like the core questions that the community needs to answer.
Exactly.
Everybody's going to say yes to Vision Zero and yes to these, you know, slowing traffic down, but like these are the questions that people are going to, and they need to ask you, why would I do that?
Right. We see this as the heart of the next community engagement decision making. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Shribs?
Okay.
First, just the question is on the overlay. Are we discussing and getting that all planned and worked on even before this survey starts, or is this survey actually going to be before we've kind of finalized the overlay?
I was going to bring that up. Thank you, Vice Mayor. That we're going to have to look at the timing for when this would happen and where things are in the process of the overlay discussion at a community level.
Okay, because what I would recommend is if we're going to do the overlay first, then these questions will be answered first, so that's fine. But if this comes out first and these survey questions, this would be a huge gap that would be noticed. And I'd actually include, like Councilman Barnacle said, A, B, C, but I also included D, which would be on the other side of Washington, before just as it turns into Bodega. You have a section there, vacant lot, you have a 7-Eleven, you have an old gas station that's now something else. So there's like 3 or 4 properties could easily be developed right there. So I'd say make it a D also. And if this survey gets done ahead of the overlay, that broken up in parts, and then getting more input is always good, and then that would actually help the overlay questions as we got to it. Then we'd have to get a little bit more response, because we may get a more response from your surveys than just doing the overlay.
I agree. If council agrees, that seems like the direction. It's timing based, but
yep. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I was just questioning, when you're talking about A, B, C, and possibly D, do you talk about the economics when you're asking questions? Or is it just what land use somebody wants to have without knowing the economics of the
we would typically present much the same information we provided tonight, so people understand it from multiple perspectives: economic, transportation, flooding. Yeah.
Thank you.
Smart Station is next up on our list, and I believe it's in a broader context of all 3 parcels that are, and what were they called in the Smart Station plan? They're keynote or something. There was a term for keystone.
Catalyst.
Catalyst. That's the great word for there. And so the question on the land use question is Is it appropriate to allow more height than current regulations? Should the city require taller? For projects near SMART, should the city significantly reduce or eliminate storefront requirements to incentivize development? Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here. One, I'm wondering, in these, I don't see the CVS shopping center mentioned in any of the area 2.2.2.3. And so I'm just wondering if the CVS shopping center is included as one of these sites. So that's my first question, I guess.
Is that down on Lakeville, just adjacent right here? Yeah, we could include that. It currently allows, I think, 4 stories, so we could expand the area to include that if we feel like that's part of the discussion. It's not as evidently obvious sort of for redevelopment as these 3 sites, but it could certainly be added.
Yeah, I would support adding that just because I think that part of this is going to be connecting across Washington and incorporating both sides of the corridor is going to help to try and codify a vision for that area. The other thing is again, I don't think that asking just about height is what we're looking for here. It's it's not that I support taller buildings because I love tall buildings. It's that I want more people living next to transit. And so I feel like we're asking these questions that are sort of like triggering to a lot of people about height, and we're not getting at the rationale of it. And I think part of this is educating the public about why might we do this? Why might we want to increase the height? Because the other thing is like, should we be encouraging smaller units around the train station and a more of a, affordable by design, things like that. There's so many more questions that go into this that I feel like just focusing on height, it starts to like that's what we're focusing on, and instead of like what's the reason for it, and the reason is we want more people living closer to transit because it's a more sustainable, financially viable for the city, way to grow our city. So,
Councilmember Now.
Do we have to vote, Mr. Mayor, on if we're going to go past 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Yes, we do, and I welcome the motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Not
And
that
we
I
have a
want to.
Second from Cater Thompson. May we have a quick roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Was that the question of the evening?
Well, no, going off of what Councilmember Barnacle said, that does make sense. The reason that we're putting large height buildings near transit makes sense, and I don't think the community knows that, but who do we want in those units? Do we want smaller units for workforce, or do we want to think about families? Do families want to live near a transit, or do families want to live where they have a backyard or they have a park next door? What do families want compared to what did the single working person want? So I'm thinking that we do need to educate the community, but we also need to ask who's answering the question. Is it a family of 4 or a single person commuting to the city or San Francisco or San Rafael?
Councilmember Cater Thompson. Oh, you're good. Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable retaining the height limits and the other specifications in the Smart Station Area Master Plan for this area. I don't see any need to tinker with it. We've had that in place for several years and have been trying without success to get some of these properties to redevelop. I would support extending it into the CVS center. And in terms of ground floor uses, I think we need to focus on ground floor locations where retail or other uses can be successful. because we have way too many vacant ground floor storefronts around the periphery of downtown because they just are not, they don't get the foot traffic that is needed for them to be successful. And, you know, we had one right across, a good example of that right across the street in the Eden Housing Project. So those are my comments. Thank you.
And was the CVS part of the Smart Station plan? Wasn't that partially included?
Yes, the CVS station is zoned, I believe, T5 T5, so 4 stories up to 6 with an exception. We had not included it as to whether we would want to ask the community to go beyond that. So by not including it here, we are sort of implicitly saying that the smart code stands for the CVS. If we were to add it, we're saying, should we increase the allowable height beyond the 4/6?
Yeah, I think there's so much context necessary. The questions are kind of reactionary, and I would love to have something to say, you know, shall we have higher housing here because we're trying to save the North River parcels and take them out of housing circulation? I mean, more context. So I have a problem with all the questions as written.
Yeah.
But they're the right questions.
Right. So like that could be like a question for the North River area could be where should we allocate X hundred units of housing? Where should they be directed? Right? Should we put them closer to a smart station? Right? Should they be there? Right? Like these are the trade-offs. Like this is the sausage making. We want the community to be forced into making those sorts of trade-off, understanding the trade-offs that are being made in this process. So, you know, frame the questions that way. That's a great example.
Okay. Vice Mayor Shribs?
Okay, just the CVS is one thing to add, but if we're going to do that, then there's a couple other things we need to add, and there's one little section we need to subtract. For the subtraction, just you have a little zigzag corner right there, right next to the river, and that's actually a little park area. I think that's probably city-owned, and that's the path to get to the dock that's about to be built. So that's not a question for development. That's going to be a little path to the dock. So if anything, there'll be a place to bicycle park and put your kayaks in the water.
Can I refer you to the next page? I think on the next page it's not quite in there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, on this page it is. And then the other ones, if we're going to add in CVS and look at that spot, then we also need to look at right at the riverfront. There's the old warehouses, which have changed hands a couple times. And those structures there, whether or not we keep them as is, if we need to at least discuss those properties. And then there's the vacant lots that's next to the Lynn property, right next to the railroad tracks, and right across there's a little triangle. Again, it's vacant, and people put up signs. So if we're going to ask questions, and each of those would have maybe a different set of questions for each of those little parcels about what people may want to have there. Because right now, either vacant or old warehouses that are just have been repurposed into other things, but could be redeveloped also just like other properties that we're talking about equally.
So with regards to those small waterfront properties, you're talking about the sort of 4 ones right along the water there?
There's buildings there right now and everything, but they're basically old warehouses that have been converted into useful things, but those are still possible potentials. If we're going to talk about CVS, then these are sort of equivalent. They're places that could be done something with, as well as some of the other vacant lots that are still exposed there on D Street.
Sure. Can I ask, so those are currently built in a different way than what they could be built according to their maximum zoning. So they could be 4-story mixed use. So I guess the question of the community is, do you want to allow something other than what's currently allowed?
That's currently there. What would you like to see
those are
there?
Two different questions, I guess,
Two different
right?
questions. I'm saying it would be different questions, whether or not we want to have that part of a river walk and then turn it into something
more about the character of that space.
Character space. What would you want there? And on that little triangle that's been vacant, and everyone puts up their signs on the fence that used to be there, but the fences are gone, but the signs are. But there's a little vacant triangle. Is there something that we could put there in that little vacant triangle, right, on the D in Lakeville? And then I think the the property was just sold next to the Lind building right there. So it'd be nice to know what the purpose of that is, or if there's going to be something
Okay.
there, or something that could be turned into something. What are we going to
So,
do with that?
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Seems like we're kind of getting into the weeds because I think Smart owns the corner lot and, in determining, are we talking about across from are you talking about the two buildings across from the bus station?
Yes.
Well, that just seems like it's just part of the plan.
Well, those buildings
Yeah.
are noted in here as
Yeah.
part of this. The two across from the bus building, the
we're looking at the
Grand
bigger
Central
picture, not
Coffee
just
and
picking and
the
choosing.
Post Wellness are not shown in here. But for me, we're asking the public to take a deep dive in something, and for me, I don't want to ask too many questions about repurposing existing functioning business versus the things that are potential development catalyst projects that were identified in the SMART plan already. And since CVS is already in that first plan and is somewhat underutilized currently, I see a nexus to adding CVS, whereas I don't see a nexus. I mean, I don't think we stop if we just keep working our way out. I would rather keep us focused. That's just my opinion. I don't know who else wants to weigh in. One motion to moving on. This scares me, frankly. Asking the public so much nuanced question is going to take a whole lot of staff skill in the presentations. Please,
I just want to take a moment because we're not necessarily asking on a parcel by parcel basis, what would we like to develop there? What we're trying to get at is there's existing land use regulations, oftentimes with types of uses and, intensity of development. And are those right to stay as they are, or are there areas that we should decrease that or increase that, those levers? And to the point made earlier by the mayor, those levers are a good thing to rephrase some of these questions because we are going to have to do the no net loss. So it's good to say, okay, it's the whack-a-mole. If we're going to bring it down here, it's going to have to pop up somewhere, that discussion. But we're not, I think there's a difference between focusing on a conversation about, an individual parcel and the current use on that parcel and what's the potential of that parcel under the land use designation. Does that make?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So moving next to Historical Agricultural Services District. Two policy questions. Should the city change regulations now to allow mixed use or wait for these owners to approach? If the underlying regulations are changed, how tall should mixed use redevelopment be allowed to be? Anybody?
I don't think we should ask these questions.
Councilmember Cater Thompson?
I'd like to just pass on that also.
Councilmember Now?
I'm just wondering why we can't approach the owners of the property. Why do we want to wait for these owners to approach the city? So I don't like the question.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'd rather not investigate anything related to this. I mean, just take this off the table. Good, okay. 2.4, riverfront, river parks.
Sorry, was that direction? Okay.
Yeah.
For River Parks Canal, the question is, the new owner has indicated they plan to build parks, riverfront trail, restore wetlands, and community serving spaces. What else should be developed here? My understanding is they intend to use a lot of the land as a endowment to have some construction on the site. I think they're proposing housing. I think we should indicate housing in here. But frankly, I don't know why we want to ask the question.
Well, so this property is river dependent industrial. is what the land use designation is, which
Should change.
So if to the point of what the River Park Foundation, I think, is exploring and doing their discovery effort is much more of a mixed use land use designation than a river dependent industrial. River dependent industrial is industrial uses, with goods and services coming up the river. So looking at, I think maybe a more simplistic but to the point question is, should we change this to a mixed use designation to facilitate housing and
Is everybody good with
I would
that?
support that.
Yeah, I think that's the limited question that maybe should be asked. The whole reason for river-dependent industrial zoning, and the adjacent parcel riverfront used to have that zoning as well, of course, but the whole rationale for that 20 years ago was that we were trying to keep the Corps of Engineers to keep coming up here, and that ship has kind of sailed, and we're moved on to other things. So I don't think there's a need for riverfront dependent anymore in the way that it was intended when this was established.
And so I guess the question is, so the assumption is, would this be reevaluated in the general plan as a different land use designation?
Yeah,
one of the
that's
mixed
fine.
uses to be consistent with what's next to it, and with that discovery phase, I think the River Foundation has already initiated.
Good. Okay, we're good.
So we should ask sort of at a higher level policy, should we change to a mixed use? But
yes,
leave it at that. Great.
So now we're in corridors, Petaluma Boulevard North, and the proposed questions are land use questions. What changes to allowed land use and intensity should be explored? Should the density and height feather moving north? Should there be a consistent height? Councilman Barnacle.
Yeah, I feel like the questions here they don't take into account transit. We just spent the first part of the evening focusing on how critical transit was going to be to these new nodes and things like that. And I think that the questions for our corridors are, should we intensify around our transit? And so the questions about feathering may fit into that. But if we don't locate where our transit stops are and focus on getting the community to say, are you on board with creating, what do we call them, neighborhood centers and
town centers,
and town centers, right? Which is what I think we want to be doing with these, right? So we kind of separate out the 15-minute neighborhood concepts from the corridor concepts, but our corridor concepts and our 15-minute neighborhood concepts are very much intertwined. And so to me, the whole questions around the corridors should be focused on town centers and neighborhood centers, and is the community on board with those sorts of things? And then probably how should the intensity feather away from those those nodes? But I think we've got to include those, what the nodes are on each of our corridors.
And using the corridors and the transit along the corridors to connect the town centers and neighborhood centers.
Absolutely. I think it helps to provide the vision for where we see transit, the role we see transit playing in the future, right? Of having our transit lines shown on these maps and the stops and the things like that. It helps to tell the story. If you put that in there, it's a lifestyle. It's not just.
Does our transportation element make a bold statement about transit corridors? Can you lead with that into this question?
Yeah.
Since that's a little
We'll
further
defer
down.
to our transportation consultants for that question.
Hi, it's Matt Goring with Fair and Peters, supporting Kelly here. Yes, it does. And there's kind of the core of the integrate land use and transportation goal is to concentrate land uses along, high quality transit corridors. And so that's the locations here are all really focused on that.
Councilmember Healy?
So this is kind of getting back to an earlier conversation about, transit routes and headways and whether the funding sources are going to allow those to those headways to be reduced in the future. And I don't think we should be promising density on transit corridors if there's not a realistic chance of getting those kinds of headways reduced, that it's going to make transit more usable for more people. And so that's kind of a chicken or the egg question, put it in Petaluma parlance. So I don't think you can ask one question without the other.
Yeah, I guess.
Goes for all the corridors.
Yeah, I guess maybe we just need to think about the transit context a little more clearly in terms of all of these three corridor, and just characterize that as a key consideration. Or yeah.
And on this, it doesn't show the town center. It doesn't show the 15-minute concept. And I would assume that even sooner than the rest of the development, that the Lucky Center will get a redevelopment before any of these others. So I would love to see in this picture as a land use change.
Yeah, we just for the purposes of kind of talking corridors for centers, we separated it, but we could just unify this with the Luckies.
It's the anchor of all this development, So, I mean, it's, yes.
Great.
Councilmember Now.
I just want to point out that Petaluma Boulevard North is not pedestrian and bike safe. As a person who grew up in that neighborhood, I watched it go from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and as a person that still is in that area a lot, and you cannot walk it safely. And as a bicyclist, I would not want to bicycle in that area. We've moved it all to the other side of the freeway to McDowell. So I would like to see, if we do build anything on Petaluma Boulevard South, to extend the sidewalks, to extend the bike routes, because there's some at the factory outlet entrance, there's some at the new housing up from the Lucky Shopping Center and the police station, but it just ends because it was country.
So that's a good question. This doesn't show any development north of Payran, and we're calling it the North Boulevard Corridor. I mean, it does show the one property across the street in bright red, but that's still, I mean, that's close in. Is this the limit of what we're calling the corridor?
This is what we propose to go out to the public with, but if it sounds like there's interest in asking about virtually this whole corridor. If that's the direction we want to move in, we could do that.
Or we could keep the agricultural rural element north of Rancho, north of Old Mexico.
That's true, but if we want to make it,
It doesn't show on our map. We're not proposing to do so.
No, so you're just stopping at right past the police station?
Yeah, there's a little bit, there's one development.
So you're
there
not going to the factory outlets?
It's later. I think it's a later slide.
Yeah, again, this is just about changes in allowed designations, right? So there are land use designations all the way up the corridor that allow various uses. We're just asking whether we would like to allow for more intensity in these locations than is currently allowed, because we saw this lower part of the corridor as more ripe for transit and activity. As you start to go up the corridor, it becomes increasingly unlikely that we're going to generate a real walkable, friendly, active corridor. Gotcha. It just starts to fade out after some point. So, but at council's direction, we can add more of this corridor.
So that goes along with the feather.
Right. Part of the feathering is, right, as you're kind of downtown, you have an urban experience, and then the farther you move away, at some point, that's no longer the case. And some point, you enter a more rural type experience.
Okay. I'm all right with that.
Okay. Good. So that's not a direction to go any further.
What about like the Hansel lot? Right, that's a big lot that's sitting there vacant with a giant. Is it
I think that neighborhood commercial, the orange that's at the top, isn't that? No.
Yeah, that could well be it, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I think that is it.
Isn't
think
that
that's
the Hansel?
Yes, because, I mean,
property?
you're looking
think
at the corner of Payran is Shelling, and then you look, there's the lot for the
Yeah,
furniture
and
repair
then-
place, then there's the police station / mortuary, and there's a road there. Next comes Hansel.
Yeah. So it is looking, and I mean, I think for that site in particular too, it's commercial, but should we be looking at that as a mixed use on that site to allow housing a bigger variety, a greater variety of land use?
I think that is the question, what greater land use? So,
Well,
does that
I-
capture what you're saying, or?
Well, I mean, the question, what changes to allowed land use, I guess I'm asking a slightly more specific version of that on the one area that is neighborhood commercial. Should that be modified to a mixed use or a different land use to facilitate the type of development we want to see there?
Is that more drilled down than we're doing tonight?
No, that's already implicit in this.
I would think that
Councilmember
should be
Cage.
a mixed use site.
Yeah, that's part of what we're asking. That you were talking about the big red orange parcel at the north. Yeah, part of this land use question is should that be changed? So that's already implicit in this question.
Councilmember Barnacle?
So it feels like one of the questions for the Petaluma Boulevard North Corridor is where does it end? Right? So that feels like it's a question worth asking because you've got like John's Dairy and Pool Supply, then you've got the Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and like at some point Petaluma Boulevard becomes a divided road. My sense is that might be, we definitely probably don't want to go out past that, is my sense. But, you know, I'm just looking at the overhead right here. There's just a lot of empty parking lots that are there that I don't know. I mean, there's going to be buses coming around from, from the Corona station and things like that coming down Petaluma Boulevard going in either direction where they start picking people up. I don't know. It feels like that's an opportunity zone.
I think that's a great question, is where does the character of this corridor change? I think that's gets at a lot of the discussion here that we were having. So I think that's a great question.
Is there a staff response to that, where it should end? I mean, you mentioned the Enterprise Rent-A-Car is kind of the furthest north development there.
And when you go much past that, I believe you start getting into residential. They're like it's already residential, and the idea was that is area. Much of it is in the county, so our property boundaries kind of go in and out, and a lot of that is county residential. And so in the last general plan, I think it was envisioned as being, when it came into the city, it being residential. So it already has I can't remember if it's all low density or low density and medium density when you get out much north of there.
So only involving the commercial stuff. Do we want to extend to that? Is that the suggestion, or are we good to move on to the next part?
Well, are we going to extend it to where Jay and Bill's, and then the property next to that is the rental? And then there's a car repair store after that.
On the east side.
That's on the east side.
Yeah. Yes, Shop Welson's there, and
So will that be
Brody's
included?
is there.
I mean, where's the ending on both sides?
I don't think we need to
Yeah,
address
can we-
where the ending is, right? We need to ask
can
the
ask
public
that.
where
Why don't we ask the public
should it
that?
end?
Good question.
That's a good question for the public to say, like, how far out is too far out?
Yeah, that's sufficient direction. We can ask this question, which
Yeah.
I think we're struggling with here. I think we've articulated the key question for this area.
Okay. So the next one is the Petaluma Boulevard South, which is D Street to I Street. Okay. And, one editorial note, the worst piece of North Boulevard biking is in front of the police station. And, you know, you're coming into town, there's a great bike lane on the shoulder of the road for those who cycle that way. But when you hit the city, I don't know, I can't think of the street name at the backside of the police station, there's a light. But when you come through, then you're in the lane. And that's like the worst Sharrows in town. So I only thought of that because we're talking about Sharrows here on South Boulevard, D Street to I Street. And the question is, how should the corridor feel from urban design standpoint? Consistent, same heights, or feather and decrease?
So this is the question that would be asked to the public, right?
Correct.
So ask away.
Okay, with that much comment, that's an approval. Let's go.
I mean, again, my same comment applies.
Transit context.
Yeah.
We'll apply that to equally.
And then I think there's something too about existing uses. In particular, we're going to get to it with the 15-minute neighborhood maybe, but the bowling alley, I think there's, I feel like it's historic for my family because I've been here for several generations and got several generations of bowlers in our family. But things that, you know, are unique to Petaluma that, like, if you lose them, you just lose them. Things like that of, like, should the city incentivize trying to keep, you know, passive recreational uses and things like that. Asking those types of questions, I think, is good. Helps to make people feel like as things change, you don't lose your heart because there's a lot of history in there, a lot of 300 nights.
Okay, so you good with that? Okay, good. So for East Washington Street, that's Lakeville to Ellis, I guess that is, or a little further. What changes should we explore on East Washington? Should the first block match the allowed intensity heights proposed for SMART? How dense should the rest of Washington be? What should the city prioritize here? Pedestrian safety, visual enhancement, redevelopment, and land use change? That's a great open-ended question. Yes.
So I'm fine with asking these questions as well, but with respect to this corridor and the Petaluma Boulevard South corridor, and I'm looking at, you know, some of these buildings are pretty historic, and I think there would be community pushback to taking out 130-year-old buildings to do modern multi-story mixed use, and so I don't know if that would be considered spot zoning or if there's some way to address that as this moves forward.
We could ask a question like, should we kind of comprehensive rezone the corridor or take a more selective look? We could ask that way.
That issue in mind.
Yeah, we could ask that question, okay, for instance.
I think that's good.
Councilman Barnacle?
Yeah, the either or sort of framing on these three questions doesn't sit well with me. It feels like we may not be able to do all of them at the same time, but I feel like the higher level question with East Washington is, what should the street look like, right? Because right now it is a pretty uninspired, unsafe street that is congested, and you know it's you know, by all, like, it's unsafe, it's a pain in the ass to cross, it's just all the things that you don't like about a street. The question, I think, for the community is what do you want to see the street become? And like, we had the SDAT process provided, you know, like a grand vision for Washington Street. Like, how does the community feel about that? Because without us making a serious public investment in Washington, I don't see why a developer would, with all those small lots, is going to start like investing in Washington. And so I think that the question is like, you know, are we serious about reimagining Washington, or should we, you know, wait until after 2050 when the other corridors are built out? But like, just asking these questions right here seem pretty surface level, and not like, are we ready to like dig in on Washington? Because, and I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where the community's at. I'm interested to hear, like, show 3-4 images of Washington of what it might look like what it is today, like what the SDAT process put forward, something else, you know, like a couple of things of like, here's some different makeups, and just let the community, do their ranking and things like that. I'd be really interested to see like what the community says about Washington, because I think there's a case to be made for pushing, bike traffic off to the side streets and trying to do like, bus rapid transit on Washington. I think there's like a real need to study Washington beyond just these three questions.
Well, also, do we even really want to ask a lot of land use around this corridor, or is it more of a mobility discussion? Because what you just said was street and not land use, which is fine and maybe should be the question, but
I mean, we punted it in the active transportation plan right now. Washington's being completely punted to a corridor study. Mm-hmm. And so if you're going to be engaging the public on these questions, I think the more appropriate question is like, what do we want the street to become?
And it is mixed use. I mean, it is MU1, so but it is mixed use. So there is some potential. I think the harder thing with redevelopment of the private property along this corridor is the small, shallow lots are going to limit what redevelopment is going to happen unless there is a lot of bringing multiple parcels together by one property owner, and even then with the depth being so shallow, it's going to be hard. So the redevelopment of this area, to your point, council member, is very much about reimagining the street.
So maybe we ask this more as a policy discussion around the street broadly rather than focusing on parcels or land use, to try and get this conversation up to another level of bigger picture thinking.
And of course, showing where the transit stops are.
I didn't know you'd say that.
Councilmember Now.
I recently had a meeting with the Relief Committee member, and they have a whole proposal for East Washington for treescaping and making it a more safer route for pedestrian, bicyclists, and cars, so that people slow down and there's a more treescape that embraces our community, as that's a very large corridor coming in, and then people are leaving town, but we want to slow down and we want to encourage bicyclists in that area. And right now the trees don't bring that feeling of calm, I guess is what they're trying to propose, is a calming to that area. So they have a huge proposal. It's like 10 pages long.
Well, it sounds like a more broad and mobility streetscape focused question is more appropriate here.
Yeah, this is the land use issue rather than the transportation section. And so the items you mentioned about safety and slowing and aesthetic probably fit in the transportation area rather than in the land use. How do we get these buildings to do a different thing? Where are we? We are at, did that finish that? Yeah, and now we're at 15-minute neighborhoods. Same drill for 15-minute neighborhoods? Yeah. So the bowling alley, land use questions. How intense and tall should future activity be? How mixed should it be? Should the center extend eastward across McNair? I think Councilmember Barnacle's suggestion is that we not encourage the conversation about tall or change or anything.
Right. We could ask, yes, sort of just should this change at all? We could certainly ask that.
And on the last question, extend eastward across McNair Avenue, I would suggest that was a proposed mixed affordable, high percentage affordable that we couldn't make happen because of VMT. So I would never mix it in with the commercial that's there. And the vets, are we talking the vet center? No, the vet center is the civic one, yes. The purple civic. Yes. Okay, so I'll stand by my comments.
Also, the area across from McNair, that's R4, the brown. Yes, there was issues because of VMT, but you start incorporating transit and it's no longer a problem because of, so it's.
And hopefully we'll get a good, that same proposal back with, what was it, 30% affordable housing in it? That would be great if that could.
So I mean, you know, I just like also want to pause and make sure we're talking 20 years. And so if our focus is transit, which we obviously have heard, there's things that change when you increase transit. And so we want to also be thinking about land use when those changes happen. I also want to just say that we've heard some kind of consistent comments that I think we don't have to rehash with every single one, that we will go back and look at the questions to make sure that they are rephrased to incorporate the comments that might have been on previous sections to make sure. So.
All right, moving to Leghorns. How intense should the future mixed use be?
Sorry, what was the direction on the bowling alley? Just go ahead, as is.
Pardon me? No change. No change.
Great.
Yes.
Just quick on the R4. You know, I've passed by that property, and I think there's some heavy vegetation. You can't quite see it, so I don't even know what's there. So you better. So I recommend you actually have some satellite or something to show, because people would have no idea what's actually there right now.
Can I? Is the Vartnar proposal still up on our webpage?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
We can link you to the planning documents for that site that we're talking about. Leghorns, do we want to suggest that Leghorns changes, or is it fine as it is?
Well, yeah, I'll give my change. Put Oliver's there, and it'll be a successful center.
I'm hearing proceed with the question as is. And then Casa Grande, how intense? Are these questions fine? I think the question should also be, do you want to have a 15-minute town center at this location? I mean, context question. Councilmember Now?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that you just hit the hit on the head. Do we want that location, Casa Grande, or another existing shopping center at McDowell and Lakeville, or McDowell and Casa Grande? There's already shopping centers established.
Yeah,
we
this
heard that loud and clear earlier.
Yeah, this could be about
Right, but
this
Casa
center
Grande
versus
is
the other one.
still. Should we, if people from the neighborhood come, can we ask them if they'd rather see it somewhere else?
Yeah, sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we could ask, which center do you think should be prioritized? The Casa Grande Center or the McDowell one? We could ask that for sure.
Right, because that's not even on the map.
Yeah, we could ask it that way. As a sort of where should this neighborhood center be?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lakeville and McDowell is the other one.
The other thing I would add in there for that property is more of a general question. What would you like to see there? What do you think could be built there? What could be most useful there? So a little bit more general, higher end.
Western and Baker, the Creamery property. I guess this is supposing the Creamery is plant is going away, or does this include? Is this just the long term?
It could accommodate potential changes to the Creamery. I guess the question is, should this develop into something different, or should this sort of expand upon what's currently there? I guess maybe is the thrust of the question.
Good. City Hall and School District Office. Should the city work with the school to develop the property in a 4- and 5-story vertical mixed-use neighborhood center? Should the city seek to relocate City Hall? Councilmember Healy.
I'm fine with the first question. I would not ask the second question, because regardless of what the public thinks on that, that's never going to rise to a priority that we can fund, given our other gaping funding shortages, especially on public safety. So I just don't think that's realistic to even ask that question.
Vice Mayor?
The other thing I want to make sure is before you even start, just talk to the school district. They're expanding out. I know the PEF office is going to be moved out, and they're going to expand into that area. And it's a reasonably priced property for them to be on. So we're asking them, oh, do you want to move? And are they even considering moving? And where would they move to? Because it would be a whole lot more expensive for them to move anywhere, unless you say, oh, well, we'll open up Kmart for you. And why don't you move there? Because there's plenty of space there for you. So unless you talk to the folks that are there, including even City Hall, where would you like to be, and where could you be, and how willing would you be to put the effort into doing it? Because otherwise, why are we bothering the school district with even this question?
Well, yeah, it sounds like both of these may not be questions for the public, but rather just city
not at this time.
staff questions.
Unless you ask them first.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Take them both off.
I think they're both interesting questions. I think that, but they're way more complex than these two questions here. And they agreed with what Councilmember Shrib said, that to be asking these sorts of questions, like there's a lot of conversations that need to be had between the school district and the city before we take these sorts of things to the public.
And our housing element doesn't call for these sites in any way, and you don't want to be the one who killed Kenny.
Yeah, these are not pipeline sites or opportunity sites, so we will not ask about these two sites.
Okay. The Lucky's site, the question is, how intense? Is that a good, fair question? Everybody good? The outlets?
Sorry, I heard earlier we wanted to combine this with the boulevard. Should we still ask about this separately, but just ask it in the context of the corridor?
I think you have to show that they're both interlocked, but you can ask the question separately because the corridor runs from Washington all the way to Paris.
Separate questions, but same context, same discussion. Great, thanks.
The outlets, what should the future of the outlets be? Good, broad, open question. People feel engaged when you ask them that question. Looks good. Councilmember Barnacle?
I think that this question could be really well asked in the context of Area 1, right? Like it's adjacent to all this land that we're talking about now protecting. Like, what is a good use for it if it's going to be parkland and open space and things like that?
Community commercial centers, Plaza North-South. In order to promote the future transformation of shopping malls to 15-minute gathering places, should the city allow standalone residential, taller mixed use? Good question. Good exploration of the community values. Everybody thumbs up? Excellent. And then the big enchilada, the potential Corona Station, UGB expansion. The public policy questions are, plural. If the ballot measure approved, how intense should the new residential or mixed use be? Should Corona UGB include a significant jobs component? If the UGB is expanded in the future near Corona, what should the character intensity of the land uses along nearby McDowell be? I think that's broad and appropriate for the area.
I just don't see why we're taking this to the public.
Are we tipping our? I'm sorry. Are we tipping our hand as to what the UGB proposal will be for the ballot? Will this arise after we've codified our UGB ballot issue? I mean, if we're talking July, August, when will we have our UGB conversation?
We're having our UGB conversation in June. So, but we've also had that initially in January, so we know where our conversation is heading. It will come back to the council in June after being at the Planning Commission in May, and will then get submitted to the county to go on the ballot in August, to be on the ballot in November. So, I mean, we could just have a land use policy program that punts this to the specific plan and has something about, looking at this area as part of a specific plan that we have grant money to do, or we can try to get some feedback as part of the general plan that then informs that specific plan effort.
Councilmember Barnacle?
I mean, I'm fine with it if there's something we can ask right now that would inform the specific plan process. I just can't, I'm struggling to see what we would, what we ask in the, I don't see us, well, maybe we would change the surrounding land uses or something. So yeah, go for it.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, but this particular area, there's looks like there's lots of structures and things already there. Maybe I'm mistaken on that, but if you got McDowell there, you have the post office and other things, buildings all along in this area, and it looks like there's a lot of parking in the back. Is what it looks like before you get the area. Are these the folks that we're asking to change? Therefore, this area is already developed. Looks like.
You're referring to the area sort of along McDowell on both sides, as
Yes,
shown in this map
on
here.
both sides of McDowell, that there's a lot of buildings and structures, industrial area there already.
Right.
So we're asking them to change now?
Right, no. So just to back up again, what we're asking is, would we allow potentially or change the allowable uses in this area? Not that we're forcing these folks to change, but they're currently allowed to do essentially sort of low scale office and flex and PDR. Should we allow something different to be developed there if in the future these owners wish to develop something different?
So are we really asking, or do we want to put high rises on these spots? Is that what we're really asking?
Well, the question here is what should be the character. We could ask that, but the question is written more broadly, which is just saying what should be the character of this area. What a subset of the question could be, should we allow residential? But we have it written more broadly to sort of tee up the specific plan.
Yeah, so I really don't understand the question as far as how it would be applied and how I would answer it. I says you already have a whole bunch of stuff there. It's already industrial. It's already got a lot of businesses going. What are we really asking? What are we really saying?
Well,
about this area?
if in the future we were to expand the UGB and thousands of people move there, they might be looking for something different than a sort of a low scale office park. They might be looking for services. They might be looking for retail. They might be looking for something that they can walk to or drive to. So the presence of the UGB expansion would change the calculus of people that own that land, and it would change depending on the character and the timing of the UGB development. But we just see that it would be likely to be influenced by what happens in Corona.
I could see this as a misunderstood question and people not understanding exactly why you're asking and what your information or suggesting happen here. So unless you preempt it with what you just said, or we may, if we're going to put how many thousands of people next door, could we do this, this, and this? Would you be willing to do that? You have to give them something to look at. Because it just feels boggles me as to what are we saying and what are we asking for?
Councilor Barnacle.
Just remove the mention of the UGB. Just say, what should be the character and intensity of land uses along the nearby portion of North McDowell Boulevard? Because if the UGB is expanded in the future near Corona Station, those are two separate things. It doesn't, if it's not expanded, or if the UGB isn't expanded, if it is expanded, it doesn't matter. The question is right now with the land that is inside the urban growth boundary, that is around the second smart station, what should that change? So just eliminate all the part about the UGB and just focus on the land that's currently within the UGB.
And I would concur with that, and I would ask that the graphics look complementary, so you can tell Part A, how they fit, rather than one's parcel map and one's an aerial. Make them look like they stitch together. How are we doing? Are we there? Can we get to the finish line? And so do you have questions you need to ask? How's the direction? We give enough direction in it? Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, the city attorney had a homework assignment he was going to report back on.
If I may, I'd like an extension of my homework assignment because I've done as much work on it as I can tonight, and I need a little bit more information. I promise to get back tomorrow, but I need to connect with my staff colleagues to make sure I understand the event, that I'm not overcomplicating things unnecessarily, et cetera. But I'm ready to get you something promptly tomorrow because I've really looked at all the cases and the annotations, et cetera, tonight. But
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Councilmember
Mayor?
Barnacle?
Are we commenting on the goals? The goal 1 and goal 2? So I definitely have some thoughts about those too. There was one about missing middle, there was one about, like, I can't remember what the other ones were, but yeah.
Can you give, do we have a slide reference for this?
They're not in this package.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I did want to mention, we got 2 public comments cards during that time, so we
You know,
want to remember
while
that.
we're hunting for the slide, let's open public comment on the dialogue we just had. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying with us. So we have Dwayne Bellinger to be followed by Veronica Olson. And I really do appreciate you guys staying here. It's amazing.
Yeah, Dwayne here. I just a couple of quick comments I thought. First of all, on the question of the Casa Grande versus McDowell 15-minute neighborhood, it would be nice if the listed the number of houses surrounding each. Assume that the McDowell area doesn't have enough housing to support the market is the reason it's no longer a market. That's a site. And so just the number of houses within the circle would be nice to include in the question. And the other one that I think would be helpful would be if people are choosing to support 15-minute neighborhoods, you'd have a couple different types of people. Some that would want to be young people with multiple, with children and that kind of thing, and they would want to be able to look at the map, your 15-minute neighborhood, and see where the schools are, whether the schools are walkable, the elementary schools. And so each of your maps should show where the schools are. And if people like myself, obviously interested in trading down from a 3-bedroom, 2-bath into a little 1-bedroom apartment, would be an entirely different group and wouldn't be interested in buying a place that's necessarily across from an elementary school. Anyway, I thought those 2 things are relevant to improving your project for tonight. The last comment, though, about the Corona area, I'm completely baffled about what was said and don't know how to comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Olson to be followed by Darren Rackison.
I just want to apologize for making a comment so late because I know everyone wants to go home. So thanks for listening. Okay. I just took some notes on the UGB section. I noticed that the half-mile radius also incorporated the river. So I wanted to know our idea of getting off the river, and then we have the UGB circle that also touches that. So I wanted to just bring that up. And I noticed that we had, like the city talks about our historic downtown. We have mention of it in all of our city documents and everything. And we're talking about it as downtown or historic downtown or whatever we're calling it. I just think we have to, it has to be the same everywhere. And I would say historic because it is historic downtown. I mean, it even says on all of our signage and everything. So I think our naming of things could be consistent for the general plan. And actually, when people are asking about downtown, they want to have some idea that that's being represented because that's part of our culture. If you go back to our vision, historic town is part of our vision. So the other part is that we are self-reliant, that we are economically viable, et cetera, et cetera. So including that. And then I really feel like because the downtown has so much history and it's a district, it could also even warrant its own charrette to actually figure out the land use in that area. And then there's a saying that if you fix the street and you do human scale development, you'll get people to walk and bike. So I think just keeping that in mind when we're talking all the time, that it's not the street and land use, it's they go together. It's very much important. And that's kind of what the SDAT was trying to say is, you know, living streets and our neighborhoods, we have to look at our connectivity and our sense of place. The other thing was the built environment is focused on, but our other options in land use, like I know we have open space, but even when we're talking to the community, like what areas in this 15-minute area, what are going to be open space or community spaces is also important to ask the community. Because I think we have to pick those before we start building. Because if we don't designate them early on, then there will become built environment, much like South Petaluma Boulevard, where there's not much community space there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rackerson.
Thank you. And I'm going to end up echoing some of those comments, but, you know, I have written here that improving street design, walkability, aesthetics of our major boulevards and street fronts is a long-term investment to incentivize infill developments in areas like East Washington. So when I saw Area 3.3 and we started debating streetscapes, improving that kind of civic infrastructure to incentivize development, and there was a discussion of, well, it's not really about that, but it was in the question, policy options A, B, and C. A and B were both about improving pedestrian and bike access, and then B was specifically about beautifying the street. And in our planning commission discussion on policy number A, B, and C, I asked Troy and Ron saying, you know, don't A and B begat C? I mean, if we invest in A and B, don't we eventually get those exciting infill developments? And their response was, you could argue that. You could argue that's kind of sequentially how it happens. So I just wanted to point that out. As much as we're planning land use, that civic infrastructure piece, it's much more expensive than zoning or some of these other changes. And you could argue we don't necessarily have the budget. What's the scope? Where does that conversation end? But I think it's really important to consider. And then in this piece about context and kind of framing our desired, I have it written here as desired outcomes for some of these scenarios. You know, specifically, what are our desired outcomes? Is a certain number of housing units? Is it a certain lived experience? And I don't know if this would fit, but I also thought of somehow the feasibility, because we're talking about some of these pretty drastic site transitions. And if we were able to have any information about what is the feasibility, what are the barriers to that currently, it would help us differentiate some of these zones, like a certain shopping center versus, you know, something a little more robust or built out. I mean, what would some of these differences be in feasibility of reaching those outcomes? And then finally, you know, this piece, I don't know if it fits exactly into this land use discussion, but we talk a lot about mixed use. Flexibility is really the name of the game. So whether we're talking about mixed use or residential, I really support goal 2 on slide 147. I think it's a key component of 15-minute neighborhoods, this idea of loosening some business or commercial regulations in residential neighborhoods, allowing more flexible use of the home, things of that nature. I think that's a great idea, whether we call it 15-minute neighborhoods or not. I think that's great. And likewise with mixed use, I think based on developer feedback, we're going to have to figure out some way that maybe it's just prioritizing mixed use on corner lots where it has the best retail activity. And figure out what our design purpose is in mandating mixed use and if there's another way to get there. Because I know there's kind of that economic component. I think there's a debate on, you know, how much our community can support in terms of retail. So if there's a design consideration for activated streets that mixed use is bringing to the table, I think identifying that and seeing if there's another way to achieve that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. And that closes public comment for the evening. Does anyone have a last comment on the evening?
Yeah. Policy 1.2, adjust land use regulations for single-family zones to permit small lot subdivisions and duplexes. And you asked, I think, a question about should we do this? again, if you're going to ask that question, the answer, you saw what our single family zone looks like. It's going to universally be no. The question, it's a values question. Like, do we want to allow smaller homes in single family neighborhoods so that we attract more economic diversity in the people who live in those neighborhoods? That's a values question that forces people to have to think about it. That's the question we need to ask. Because there's some people, some of whom are texting me tonight telling me to stop growing. But right next door to him is a person who lives in a duplex that is his friend and wouldn't be able to live in that neighborhood if he didn't have it. So I think that there's some values questions that we want our community to face up to when we talk about missing middle housing. And then on the residential neighborhoods, I totally agree with what Darren Rakusin said about some of the loosening regulations and on allowable things. But I think we have to talk about what's currently allowable and what could be allowable. Is it massage? Is it this? Is it that? And sort of like giving people a checkbox list of things that that might be allowed within a 5-minute walk of your house is going to be an important sort of way of engaging on those topics. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, just to follow up on the issue of how many units should be on a single family lot. I'm personally don't think that the Los Angeles Superior Court decision is likely to stand one way or the other. It sounds like it's a problem the legislature could easily fix, even if that decision is upheld in the Court of Appeal. But for us, I guess I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all question, because I think there are neighborhoods with very small lots. There are neighborhoods with much larger lots, and the answer may be different in those different neighborhoods. But I would be skeptical of going beyond the state mandated 4, unless there's some outpouring of support for that in the neighborhoods that have the larger lots.
Thank you. Thanks, staff. Thanks our consultant team. This feels like a real seminal moment in the general plan, and the council's getting to see what all the action's been and the good questions and the hard questions all coming in front of us now. So thank you very much. It's been hopefully as productive for you as for us. Thank you. And then I'd like to notice that as we adjourn, we're adjourning, as mentioned earlier, in honor and memory of Bill Donahue. Thank you all. Good night.